Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Naruto was pervy son of Goddess Gaiya? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Now enjoy the video. Omnipresence is like covering your will over a plane or world. Yes, Naruto could do that, but tell me, if you were a god, or more specifically, a group of gods, and your will already saw over the plane, and suddenly, an unregistered or unknown presence appears. A presence with immense power. And you were a group of trigger-jumping, arrogant, territory-obsessive gods, and you sensed someone appearing in your property with a lot of power and you didn't know who they were. What would you do? I figure the Greek gods would take Naruto's presence as a threat and go all out to get rid of him. Naruto would want to keep his existence under Zeus's radar for the moment, while he does what he does. That's why Naruto is coating himself in nature energy, bending himself with the energy of the earth to become invisible. Recon clones are to be used as a substitute for his omniscience. For the moment. And his way of omniscience is special. He can sense people through their emotions, through their hearts. Add that with senjutsu, and he can sense nearly everything around the world, or at least to a certain radius, depending on his reach and/or state. I tried to explain as best I could. If there is still issue about it, I will rethink on using it. Please understand that I'm taking the safe route here. Naruto just can't go all god mode in this dimension without causing a war. He wouldn't care, being immortal can change a person, but doesn't want to get in trouble with Hikari, Yami, and Shin. Now, onto the story, with the deadly bright light piercing through the window blinds and small opening of the dark red curtains, laying upon a lump on the queen-sized bed, the lump groaned. It tried to escape the light, but it was persistent to awaken the person hiding under the covers. It was even worse for the person, when the alarm clock joined in and blazed aloud. Muttering a curse under their breath, an arm shot out from the covers and slammed down on the clock, shutting it off, but also denting it a bit. Not that the person cared. They had plenty of spared from past accidents. With a groan, the person sat up, the covers falling of them to show it was a man, in about his mid-20s. His wild, shaggy sun-kissed blonde hair was all over the place as it reached down to the base of his neck. Opening his mouth wide to let out a big yawn, revealing his long, sharp-looking canine teeth. He stretched, a soft crack sounded at his spine and shoulders. Blinking his ocean blue eyes, he stood up, idly reaching up to scratch the bold, sharp whisker-like marks on his cheek. Sharp, narrowed eyes going downward, he saw it was 5:45 a.m. in the morning. The girls should be waking up soon, he thought before he made his way to his in-room bathroom to brush his teeth and shower fast. Once done, he dressed in a plain black t-shirt and gray sweatpants. Ready, he made his way down to the kitchen of his two-story house. It was similar to what people would call a bachelor pad, with a high-class and rich design, but still comfortable. It was spacious enough to move around comfortably, especially with a single father and 3 children. 3 daughters, to be exact. Starting on his morning coffee first, reaching into the cabinet, he pulled out his special cup. It was a handmade coffee mug the girls made for him in art class. On the front was, "World's Greatest Dad." It was his second most valued treasure, Bello his daughters. As his coffee was being made, he decided to make pancakes for his girls today, along with bacon strips and eggs. So as he pulled everything he would need out, along with the ingredients, he let his mind wander, hand moving subconsciously. So much had changed in the later years of his life, more than he ever thought. At the climax of the Fourth Great War in the Elemental Nations, no previous battle could come even close to matching the one against Kaguya Otsutsuki. Not Pain's. Not Orochimaru's. Not Kabuto. Not even against Madara Uchiha. It was him and Sasuke, against the mother who birthed the Sage of Six Path. The mother of all chakra. The self-proclaimed rabbit goddess. Even with the powers they gained from the old man, they were still being picked apart. He still had the scars to prove just how much of a, while self-entitled goddess she was. It was only through quick planning, shinobi instincts, and a shitload of luck that they even survived. Still, at the end, they were able to surprise Kaguya enough to take her by surprise, to which they used the opportunity to seal her away. At first, they were going to seal her along with her pet Zetsu away in a moon. However, Naruto knew that there might one day come a time where the seal would fail, as all seals do, and she would be free. At worst, at a time where there were no more shinobis around, leaving for her the perfect opportunity to take over the world. Naruto Uzumaki could not have that, and so, he did the only thing he could do. While Sasuke had her trapped, he used the only technique that would help them. A technique he knew would be very risky, but he had no other choice. With the help of Kurama, the combined chakra of the Biju, and his Uzumaki sealing knowledge, he used the very technique the Sage of Six Paths used to seal the Jubi, the monstrous Kaguya within his body. He knew it was a suicidal move, which would no doubt lead to his death, his human body unable to handle the enormous supply and intensity of the Shinju, the primordial being of his world, chakra within the demigoddess, but he had no choice. As Sasuke distracted the primordial chakra being, Naruto got ready. When the opening came, he struck, and taking Kaguya by surprise, activated the Biju chakra-powered seal he created around the field. For a moment, it would have seemed that the plan had failed as nothing had happened after the large seal began shining. But soon, before the self-proclaimed goddess knew it, with a rueful shriek, she was sealed inside Naruto, with the Biju sealing her presence far into the corners and darkness of Naruto's mind and soul, hopeful to never be seen again. Immediately, the after-effects came. Pain unlike anything he had ever felt before, even more painful than taking a Chidori to the chest twice, surging through his body. He gave a sad smile, knowing what was to come. He then, much to the shock of the Biju, released them from him, leaving only his soul, and that of Kaguya. Why should he take them out with him? And so, saying a tearful goodbye to his team, and the tailed beasts within him, especially Kurama, he closed his eyes, expecting to close them for the last time. Naruto expected a painful implosion as his body was destroyed, or something, but instead, the usual Uzumaki impossible happened. He was an Uzumaki, the cousin clan of the Senju, who were the descendants of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, who was the son of Kaguya Otsutsuki, who was of the, shockingly enough, Otsutsuki alien race. A race that had the ability to adapt to anything. Increased brain power for thinking out of bad situations, or bodily adaptations, which was what allowed to Kaguya to be able to gain the ability of chakra in the first place from the Shinju fruit. The sudden surge of Kaguya's extremely powerful and potent chakra in his body actually awakened his Otsutsuki genes. And so, as the first chakra source made spread through his body, the genes worked hard at adapting his body to it. All of Kaguya's chakra, the chakra of the Shinju, as well as the chakra the old man gave him, began to become his. It was painful. Oh Kami, it was painful. It felt like his body was tearing itself apart, and mending back together. Bones shifted, moved, changed. And it wasn't just with Kaguya, as the chakra of the tailed beasts still within him also adapted to his gene and body. He was becoming something else. He didn't know how long it was, but soon, he awakened from utter unconsciousness, with his team around him. When he stood up, he immediately saw the changes. First and foremost, he had 10 black, long, fox-like tails swaying behind him. He also had 2 sets of horns. Short ones sprouting from his forehead, pointing upward like Sage Gigi. And a longer set from the top of his head like Kaguya. His hair had turned silver white, like Kaguya's. His chakra felt stronger, flexible even, moldable like clay. And his eyes were also the ones the Jubi, Kaguya, and Post Madara had. The Rinne Sharingan. As everyone was shocked at what happened, they were even more shocked, when with a dreadful and hollow aura that overtook the plane, forcing everyone to their knees, the Shinto deity of death itself, the Shinigami appeared. Before anything could be said or done, the deity spoke, explaining why it was there, and what had happened. Apparently, Naruto, with the work of his Otsutsuki genes, adapted molecularly to the chakras of Kaguya and the Biju in him. It transformed his body, shifting it so it could better use the combined energies. To put it simply, it turned Naruto Uzumaki into a god, taking the place of the, now former, primordial being, the Shinju. It muttered something about the fates making sure that the balance wasn't broken. Apparently, the universe needed a Shinju, as it was a god being, and with the large tree gone, as killing Kaguya would also kill it as her chakra was what kept it around, someone needed to take its place. And the unlucky volunteer was one Naruto Uzumaki. I guess it wasn't so bad. I did get the cool ability to travel through dimensions, with permission from Kami-chan and Yami-chan of course. Now I can go nearly anywhere I want, he thought with a grin. While he had matured greatly since the battles of the war, he still held some of the old parts of his childhood. Just then, he heard steps coming his way, making him smile. Knowing who it was, he turned his head, and sure enough, he saw his first daughter coming his way, cutely rubbing her eyes sleepily. "Morning, little kit," he greeted. The girl yawned a bit. "Good morning, Papa," she muttered back. Sarah Uzumaki was a young girl of 8 years. To him, she was a chibi version of her mother. She had curly, silky soft, midnight black hair what reached her shoulders. She also had her mother's eyes, soft brown that hold a soft of maternal gentleness, but can become hard and vicious if angered. He nicknamed her Kit, like a fox, because the times she smiled widely, with her eyes close, reminding him of his own smiles. One of a sneaky fox. She was still wearing her light green pajamas, with small brown birds on them. Wiping his hands, he moved and picked her up, kissing her on the cheek. As usual, she pouted, muttering about how she was not a kid anymore, but he knew she inwardly loved being smothered. Nothing can escape his emotion sensing. It was still hard to believe he was giving such a precious gift. To an orphan like him, it was a dream come true. It had been 12 years since he began his new life as Naruto Namikaze, human, father and hardworking man, and many centuries since he took the Shinju's title, and became the Shinto god of peace, creation, salvation, and chaos, as well as being known as the Ashirado no Kami, god of the 10 paths. Well, he wasn't a god instantly. He needed to prove himself to the Shinto divine court before he could be awarded with the title. He also needed to learn to control his new and chaotic powers. It took much time, but he did it, and gained a seat as a Shinto god. However, unlike the others, he wasn't linked to religion, as all gods were by mortals, and so he didn't die if people didn't believe in him. Well, religiously. As people knew who he was, his friends, family, and the entire elemental nations, though they were but a part, compared to the whole universal Shinto religion. All he had keeping him from fading from existence was that he wasn't born a god, a very good loophole. It even gave him a free pass to travel through the universe, Datbeo. Still, so much time has passed since the old Naruto had died in a sense. No longer was he the attention-seeking, loud, knuckle-headed kid he used to be in his childhood. Well, he wasn't loud anymore, and he didn't really care about the attention he drew to himself. Some would still call him a knucklehead, as well as idiotic, reckless, lazy, trigger-happy, destructive, and many other similar titles, but at least he wasn't a kid. His time as a god was quite interesting. He got the chance to explore space, visit other planets and meet interesting people, species. He was glad that he was now omniscient, being able to understand and know everything that there is to know, a handy effect godlyhood granted him. Sure, he had to put an end to a few wars that got on his nerves, and had to destroy a few planets, but on the bright side, he was able to spread his religion of Ninshu, and encourage understanding and connections between one another across a couple of parts of space. Shinto wasn't his only religion either. He had stated earlier that he had begun his life as Naruto Namikaze 12 years ago, but this wasn't the first time he appeared on a planet with humans, such as this one for example. He had given the birth of another, and quite popular religion mostly used in Asian states. I think they call it Buddhist, or something like that. All he knew was that he had to reveal his Ashura form. A massive, glowing, golden figure with 3 faces and 6 arms. A few times to stop wars, and from that he was praised as a god to many. He even taught a few about chakra, many centuries ago, in order to spread peace and balance. And he was glad to say that his children didn't taint his teaching, unlike his people did with Sage Gigi. Though, he didn't spread chakra around, merely giving it to 1 or 2, who merely used it for healing those in pain, and not for violence. He had left this planet some time ago on assignment he was given by Hikari-chan and Yami-chan. So not only was he connected to the Shinto religion, but according to Hikari, he has become the bridge to the Shinto pantheon, Buddhism pantheon, and finally, Hindu pantheon. Becoming the first god to be connected to multiple religions, and not get split personality. Was he badass, or what? Officially, he first came back here on a vacation he could say. And officially, it was to oversee the humans, maybe cause some trouble, like the classic prankster he was. He was shocked when he first saw the large cities, something he hadn't seen last time he was here. However, the massive and heavy output of negative natural energy he was feeling covering the world nearly made him vomit. He could barely stay on his feet. It was one of the reasons he lives in the suburbs, as it was quiet and not too populated. He hated going to cities. They were too tight, filled with cranky people, and so many lights. Seeing stars at night was practically impossible, not to mention the air being filled with smoke and pollution. The worst city he'd gone to being New York City. Nothing but lust, greed, and more lust, at least at night. At day, it was a bit calmer. Still, he was a sage. He belonged in nature. It disappointed him at how these humans had turned out. He was just glad his children hadn't turned out like these people in America, to an extent. However, he had to seal around 99% of his immense chakra, enough to still do his basic jutsu like clones, but still appear normal. It turned out, he didn't have a constant control of it, and it would constantly leak out. While the people of his dimension could handle it a bit, as they had adapted to chakra for centuries, the people of this world had zero experience, and having a chakra source as heavy as his tower on them, would instantly knock out, if not kill anyone within a 10-mile radius. And so, he had to draw restriction seals all over him, sealing just enough so no one died from being near him. Still, even with his powers being sealed, he was still at a high Jonin level. Not to mention there wasn't a too big of a threat for him, except maybe the Greek gods. Yeah, apparently this planet was as he liked to call it, God base. Meaning gods resided here, instead of another plane of existence like his group. The Shinto gods did. From what he could sense, the Greek gods took base at the place known as New York City. He took care to not get detected by them. Turns out, there was some heavy air between the Shinto gods and Greek gods. He forgot what the feud was about. I think it was something about the seed of power, as Yami-chan said. In the meantime, he took to getting acquainted to his vacation spot. He took classes on war tactics and theories, cooking, culinary, and a bit of business management. With the help of shadow clones, he was about to go to and graduate from 4 different collages as different people in just 2 years. It was extremely easy with the help of his shadow clones and human path. While he hated school, or learning in general, Jiraiya and Tsunade had beaten into him about the importance of knowledge gaining, especially when you were in some place you've never been before. Still, just because he wasn't a shinobi anymore, officially at least, didn't mean he was unpredictable, as in the span of 1 year and a half, he met, dated, and impregnated not 1, not 2, but 3 Greek goddesses. And not just any goddesses, but the big 3 divas. As Shikamaru would say, troublesome, don't get him wrong and start calling him a perverted bastard, because he wasn't. He met the 3 separately after some issues. He first met Sarah's mother when he was walking through the streets at night, and saw her walking dizzily. She was a bit drunk, and heavy on her feet. And by his too much of a hero for his own good conscience as Kurama called it, he helped her get back to her hotel, keeping away the creeps. Even Jiraiya would hate how the men in this world give into their lust too deep. After he was able to safely get her to her room, using the medical chakra training he had thanks to Tsunade and Sakura to clear her mind enough so she didn't unknowingly do anything too dangerous, he left her to sleep. It was only a few weeks later that he saw her again. He got into some trouble with the law, as he got caught in the middle of a gang battle, and got arrested. You try to help, and this was the thanks you get? Sure, he could have used genjutsu to wipe their memories of the event, but they were in public, and he still wasn't good at it, and so get sent to the city jail. He was shocked when he saw the woman again. Turned out she was a lawyer, and remember him clearly enough when he helped her in her weakened state, and didn't do anything. And so, she busted him out, clearing any charges. He tried to thank her as she was walking away, but found out that she was a bit of an ice queen, as she gave him a glare, saying that their debts were clean, and to never near her again. Still, she saved his ass, and stopped him from causing too much as a scene, and Naruto Uzumaki always thanks someone properly, and so, he found out where she worked, as she left her hotel, and made a surprise visit to her office. She was both shocked and angry when she saw him, but before she could tell him to leave, he shocked her when he held up a bouquet of flowers. I know you said to forget about even knowing each other, but I just had to thank you properly for what you did. That slightly melted her tough physique, and reluctantly, she offered him a seat. They talked a bit about each other, their likes, dislikes. They even shared some liquor she kept in store as she looked like she needed it, and she began to open up. Turned out that she was married, But her husband had been having constant affairs. He was shocked and disgusted that a married man would even cheat on his wife, even more when the man knew his wife knew, and didn't stop. It might have been the alcohol, as his alcohol tolerance had also decreased with his ceiling, but he wanted nothing more than to find the man and torture him. However, he held himself back and focused on the now crying woman. He could never stand the sight of a woman crying, and embraced her, comforting her. For the next hours, they two sat there on the floor, Naruto holding her as she cried. From then on, they would always hang out, be it for a drink of coffee, or just walking through the parks. Soon, they were dating, which was surprising to him, as he didn't have much experience in the dating department. Sure, he had married before, but dating was limited, as the attraction was already there. He knew his nervousness showed as she would giggle with her beautiful voice, saying how it was all right, and there was no need to be nervous. The weeks they were together were amazing. Even his old crush on Sakura could never compare to the feeling he grew for this amazing woman, almost matching the level of love he had for Hinata and Shion. She was kind, gentle, and though showed a fierce temper at times, he only loved her more. However, all good things were not to last, as while she admitted she had the best times she ever had, she was still married, and it was against her moral to cheat. When he questioned on why she would still be with a man who would just use her, she replied that she was someone who took the act of marriage as hard as life itself, and that while it hurt her to see her husband with someone else, she would honor their marriage even if he didn't. While greatly saddened by that and wanted to be selfish and see if there was a way for her to stay with him, as he didn't think he would ever fell in love like he had with her again, he agreed. But before she would leave back to her bastard husband, the two shared one last, passionate night together. Strange thing was, that after she left, he sensed a sort of illusion over his mind, blocking certain memories. The memories of the woman. June, even the Biju in him were affected as they were connected to him. Suspicious. It was easy to dispel the illusion. Now the question was, what just happened? There wasn't anyone in this world who could use chakra, or possess superhuman abilities. No one. Except for gods. Looks like I just met my first Greek goddess. So sweetie, did you sleep well? Naruto asked as he placed the first pancake on a plate along with eggs and bacon and poured his coffee in the mug. Sarah gave him a smile as she sat on the seraphonite tiled counter. Yeah. I went to bed after I finished my homework, she said proudly, making him chuckle and ruffle her hair softly, making her pout. Sarah was the hard-working student of the family, and the sort of the big sister, even though the girls were all the same age. Just like her mother, she likes to take authority, always making sure her sisters didn't cause trouble, or that her lazy father didn't oversleep, and all chores were done. She had good grades, adored by her teachers. Even with the three having ADHD and dyslexia, but they inherited his knack of never giving up, and worked as hard as they could. He tried to get her to act her age, to have fun, make friends, but knew it was what she wanted, as she saw it as just job as the oldest to take charge from when he was hard at work. Not that he worked too hard, as he could always create money from existence with his Banbutsu Sozo, creation of all things. He was set for life, and his eye of the moon like genjutsu put government satellites in the dark. Hey, while he absolutely hated that stupid plan of Kaguya, he saw the pros of casting a genjutsu all over the world to hide your assistance from secret organizations. Fools thinking they could secretly watch him. To the world, he worked as an antique shop in the middle of the city, but in reality, he was building up his own spy network. A network of both human and monsters, which he took control of with his Rinne Sharingan. Other times, he just teleports from place to place around the world, see new sights, go to his pocket dimension to train, or even travel to Tengoku, the Shinto heaven of his dimension, to see old friends and tell everyone about the girls. His daughters were in the dark of everything. They didn't know their father was a god-like being or that their mothers were Greek goddesses. He planned to tell them when they turned 12 on their birthday. That way he could take them to Tengoku and meet their grandparents. His Ka-chan had been grilling him about her finally meeting her granddaughters. Minato, while wanting to also meet his grandchildren, was willing to wait, as he knew that knowing such big things too soon could do more harm than good. Finishing the first stack for himself, he got started on the second. There were some bowls with different topping and fruit. You want blueberries, right? He asked rhetorically, not needing to turn around. To see his daughter drooling at the thought of her favorite, father's homemade blueberry pancakes. Just then, the two heard a thump was heard from upstairs. Knowing what it was, Sarah rolled her eyes with a groan, while as Naruto chuckled, his keen ears counting the rapid taps of tiny feet as they ran down the steps and made their way toward the kitchen. "Papa!" A young child voice called out happily as she caught sight of her father. She ran toward him, hoping for a hug, when she suddenly slipped and fell on the floor. Her body sliding across the tiles, before slowing down, her head hitting the bar with a soft thud. The two blinked as they looked down on her. The girl groaned as she laid there. Sarah groaned at her sister's clumsiness, as she got down from the stool and helped her up. "Chloe, I told you many times not to run on socks," she scolded. Chloe blinked a few times in a daze, before she smiled widely. "I'm okay," she stated loudly, making Sarah groan at the volume, and at her sister ignoring what she said. "Morning, Papa," she greeted Naruto, who chuckled at her as he moved from behind the table and picked up his daughter in a hug. When she returned happily, he was glad he lived in a house, and not in apartments, so there would be no complaints, and the walls were thick enough to muffle Chloe's hyperactive yelling, which she inherited from him. "Good morning, my little oak," he said as he kissed her on the cheek, making her giggle. Just like her other sisters, Chloe looked very much like her mother, with bits of him. Like her mother, she had pale cream skin, with long waist-length dark brunette, almost black hair, that seemed to shine in the sunlight. She also had his ocean blue eyes, and a chubby round face. She was wearing light blue pajamas with pink butterflies. While she looked like her mother, her personality was from him, as she was almost constantly having fits of giggles, was always on the move, not able to be still, not to mention she inherited his infamous love for pranking. He may or may not have shed a manly tear when he first found that out. She liked to have fun and be wild, much to her older sister's chagrin. She was a miniature, female, brunette version of him at his academy, Genin days. He met Chloe's mother while he was traveling through the eastern countries. It was during the summer times, as he was traveling through a barren countryside. He was training his medicine skills and poison skills, and was looking for several rare plants located in Africa. Bad thing about the Banbutsu Sozo was that the caster needed to know about the components within the thing they wanted to create, or else it'll come out terrible. So he had to find the plants himself. As he was walking, he came upon a lone farm. The crop was all dried out from no rain in weeks. The farmer was standing out at the field, but he wasn't alone. With him was an extremely beautiful woman, whose beauty was almost at the level of June. She was soft milk, white skin, and luscious long dark hair. Her chocolate brown eyes glowed with kindness and a gentle care for all things. She was breathtaking. But the thing that quickly caught his attention was her energy. It was a month after he last saw June, and he discovered her title as a goddess. In that time, he did some studying. Neither he nor the tailed beasts knew of her being a deity, until she put the illusion on them. It seemed she had some sort of protection on her that prevented her energy signature from being sensed, probably from the other Greek gods. Luckily, Matabi was the only one who passed through the illusion when it was first casted, and recalled how it felt. It was one of authority, motherly, and homey. Some studying on Greek deities, and he soon discovered who the woman he loved with all his heart and soul really won. And boy, was he shocked. Hera, goddess of marriage, home, and family, patron of women, and queen of Olympus. Wow, and he didn't think his luck would be so good. Then again, he was also in a sort of trial relationship with Kami, Yami, and Shinny back in his realm. Eros Sennin would be proud. Anyway, even though the goddess had her energy hidden, it was still leaking at small, near invisible amounts, and though he didn't sense it at the time, as he was too used to sensing other people's energy unconsciously, he was now more aware, and could now sense when there was a Greek god within his range. The thing was, that something in him was demanding he approach this woman. It was his sage instincts and Senju blood. This woman had an energy and feeling about her that was of nature, with an ounce of death. Those hints immediately let him know who she was. Persephone, goddess of springtime and flowers, and queen of the underworld. I can already hear Eros Sennin's voice, gloating and crying something about me, surpassing him in everything, and banging hot-ass goddess wives, he thought, slightly embarrassed. Even the Biju were being calmed by her presence, similar to the effect of Mokuton wood release. She was explaining to the farmer how planting in the same spot over and over would only worsen the plants, added with the drought. The soil was already dried off nutrients, and that needed to find another spot. Naruto decided to announce himself, and stepping toward them, told them that while the spot might have run out of nutrients at the upper levels, there were still some deeper in the soil, as well as capture water sources. He told the farmer that he could still just dig up the spot around 5 to 10 feet, then refill the hole, as the soil with nutrients would get mixed up and moved to the top. Persephone was quite impressed with his agricultural knowledge, and so the two began to talk. He told her a half-truth story of his grandfather who traveled the world and even became a sage, who later taught him how to be one, and even how to communicate with nature. Persephone was both surprised and impressed at this young man being a sage. In the eons past, sages were her followers, even though she wasn't a major god. Sages were powerful people, were able to connect with nature itself, and hear the voice of Gaia, the primordial goddess of the earth. And so, the two hanged out for the rest of the summer. He even ate dinner multiple times at her place in the wooden house she built in the forest. Persephone was unknowingly being attracted by the natural energy Naruto coated around himself to hide his presence from the gods. Over the next few weeks, they two would meet up and hang out, getting to know more about the other. And while his heart still longed for June, Hera, his heart soon began to beat for the nature goddess. Like with Hera, everything about her made him feel weak on the knees. Her warm smile, her laugh, the way she would blush when he flirted with her, or when he placed a hand on her cheek, she was amazing. Unfortunately, there came a sense of déjà vu as she soon spoke of not being able to stay much longer, as she had to go back to her home country, as she'd put it. He heard her mutter something about, "damn 6 month," which at first he didn't get until he remembered. He had read everything on Greek mythology after Hera, and recalled about Persephone being forced to stay in the underworld every fall and winter, only being able to leave on summers and spring. Saddened, he wanted nothing more than to go down there and beat Hades to an inch of his eternal life, but held himself back. Doing so would only bring war. He was totally fine with, "Hello, God of creation and chaos." But no, he didn't want to risk Kami-chan's and his mother's wrath by doing something stupid again. But before he could allow her to go back to her idiot husband, he gave her a night she would never forget. "Papa, I want strawberry pancakes," Chloe told him as he sat her on her chair. Naruto chuckled and nodded. In 2 more minutes, he finished the blueberry stack, and placed them on the table, in front of Sarah. She drooled a bit at the sight, but held herself back from eating. Rule number 3 of the Uzumaki household. Everyone eats together, and don't start until everyone was set. Shaking her head to knock out thought on devouring the pancakes like a wild beast, thus the Uzumaki blood, she looked at her father. "Dad, did you sign the permission slip for my field trip?" Her class was going on a trip to the history museum, and she really wanted to go. "Yes, honey, it's on the fridge," Naruto said as he grabbed the slip and put it on the table. "Now, can you please go wake up your sister before you free late for school?" Sarah nodded and quickly went upstairs. The sooner everyone's on the table, the sooner she could eat her pancakes. "Papa, can we have ramen tonight?" Chloe asked with a wide, Naruto trademark foxy grin. All 3 of his children inherited several things from him together: his love, obsession for ramen, his special ability to make fast friends, the undying will to protect the things that are precious to them, and high metabolism. Each of his daughters also held a special, separate part of him in them. Sarah had her father, paternal grandmother, and mother's infamous anger, which no one wanted to mess with. Chloe had her father and paternal grandmother's wild nature and love for pranks. And his third daughter had his unique ability to instantly connect with people on a spiritual level, somehow know their problems through eye contact, as well as her mother and paternal grandfather's calm attitude and sharp, strategic mind. He was proud of his girls. At first, he was terrified, having never been raised by his parents, but soon relaxed. Sure, he was raising 3 girls, with no mother, but he had the help of the Biju, and was knowledgeable with children enough. Back in the elemental nations, he had children with Hinata, Shion, Karen, and Anko. He and Hinata had a boy and a girl, Boruto, or Bolt as the little Gaki liked to be called, and Himawari respectively. While him and Shion had a daughter, Moroku, after her mother. Karen had a boy, named Nagato, and Anko had a boy named Mamushi. Yeah, him and Anko had been a surprise to everyone. Truth is, after the war, he was probably the only one who noticed Anko was missing. So, using his new sensor ability, he located her and teleported to her location. He had noticed that her energy was severely low, and gave her some of his, as well as healing her injuries caused by Kabuto. After that, the two sorta grew close, and before he knew it, the crazy woman joined his little family. Though, he'd admit, that her crazy antics kind of made her cute. Kurama teased him of secretly having a crazy lady kink. Him and Karen, well, there was not much to tell, while his fellow Uzumaki had a crush on Sasuke. The Teme wasn't like him, and could only handle one female, his wife Sakura. Not to mention the Uchiha didn't show any interest in Karen. It was lucky even married Sakura, considering the asshole mostly traveled back in the EN, leaving Sakura, and at times Naruto, to raise and teach his daughter, Sarada. And with him gone, Karen turned her attention to the blonde god, recalling how warm and kind his aura was from the time they met. And so, she tried many times to get attention, not that she needed to try so hard, as Naruto already liked her, though as a friend at the time. And weeks later, with Hinata's permission, the two Uzumaki cousins were dating, and soon married. The time he stayed in his home with his family was great. He became Hokage for a few years, before stepping down, seeing as he was already busy training his new Shinju abilities and spending time with his family. He passed the title to his young first apprentice, Konohamaru. Even though Naruto was immortal, and his family grew old and passed, he enjoyed the times he had with them, and after 100 years, left, visiting them in Tengoku whenever he wanted. That reminds me, I should visit them again sometime this month. Hima-chan wanted to know what her new half-sister's been up to. He recalled when he first told his family about his daughters. There was a huge party, especially when he first showed them off when they were newborns. Even though Hinata, to an extent, Shion, her too, Anko, Karen, Kushina, and Tsunade wanted to beat the mothers up for ditching him so suddenly when he needed them, he was able to calm them down. They knew he'd never, and could never hold anger toward the goddesses, as he loved them too much, even though the goddesses were also wives to the top 3 Greek gods. His heart will always beat for them, as it does for first wives. That just made the women want to beat up the goddesses even more, cursing them for what they thought as using Naruto's love. Not to mention it wasn't the first time he had children since he left to travel to space. What could he say? Gods tended to have high libidos. Hey, at least he always stayed by his wives' sides till their last breaths. He wasn't a playboy, just tended to get bored at times, and love was the best solution. He lost count on how many lovers he had, as time was meaningless to an immortal deity. But anyway, all was good, as Hinata and the other females helped him raise his girls when he went to Tengoku, though he later had to stop when they got older, as he didn't want to bring them to his secret life just yet. At best, the girls think it was all a dream. Smirking, Naruto winked at Chloe. Maybe, if you were able to stay out of trouble, he said with mirth, making Chloe pout. It wasn't her fault that teacher didn't see that bucket hanging on the doorway. Or that janitor who was hit by a balloon filled with fake puke. Or that mean girl who suddenly had green skin after she ate that apple she gave her. Completely not her fault. Placing the finished blueberry stack in front of Chloe, he got started on the last stack, this one with cinnamon. The girls' school began in 2 hours, enough time for them to eat, shower, and get dressed. As long as there were no more fights between them about who got the bathroom first. Girls with his hearing that would make dog jealous, he heard a sharp yelp, yelling, and rapid taps against the tiled floor. He calmly picked up his coffee, summoning some minor fire chakra to heat up the now cold mug, and took a sip, having finally finished the pancakes. He just knew he would need it. Soon enough, he saw Sarah walking back toward them, his third and final daughter behind her. The glare she was sending to her sister's back let him know he might get a headache very soon. "Good morning, little Pearl. Did you rest well?" he greeted and asked his daughter. Rubbing her sleepy eye, she nodded a bit, before glaring at the satisfied Sarah. "I did, until someone pushed me off the bed, Dad. She was mean to me," she accused, pointing at Sarah, who glared back at her. "I was not. I tried to wake you up, but you just kept kicking me back, so I took things a different way," she argued back. She was not mean. She was a good girl, who did as her father said. Yet, little Miss Princess was trying to make her look bad. Like always, she would always try and meddle into her father-daughter time, and try to hog their dad's attention. She may act like a goody two-shoes, but Sarah knew she was pure evil. Naruto sighed as his daughters argued, pressing their foreheads together hard. Deciding to ignore them for a bit, he looked at the side, and his eye twitched a bit when he saw Chloe had discreetly take a bit of her pancakes when no one was looking. Seeing that her father had caught her red-handed, Chloe began sweating nervously as she looked like a caught deer, the fork still in her mouth. He was silent for a bit, wondering she would be able to escape fast enough with the plate. Unfortunately, she knew her father would be able to easily catch the second she turned. He always does. Sighing, he knew that they were running out of time if they kept getting distracted like this. "All right, enough," he ordered sharply, making all three girls jolt tensely once they heard the sharp tone in their father's voice. It was the tone that, unbeknown to them, was Naruto's Hokage voice he used when commanding others. He only used that tone a few times on them, either when they fought with one another, or when they did something stupid and dangerous. And every time they heard that tone, scared them, as they knew they made their father, the one and only parent who raised them, sad or mad. He'd done so much for them, after all. Taking a breath, Naruto ran a hands through his head. It was too early for such troubles. Why can't his girls just get along? Sure, he encouraged rivalry, it was good and helped them get stronger, but did they really have to fight over everything? He wondered if he and Sasuke were as big of a headache like this to Kakashi. Nobody answer that. Girls, please. No fighting right now. Pearl, apologize to your sister for kicking her, and Sarah, apologize to your sister for pushing her off the bed so we can eat breakfast. Yes, Tusan. The two muttered, and turned to each other, bowing slightly. Gomenasai. I'm sorry. While they might be in the American state and acted like it, Naruto was sure to teach them age-old Japanese traditions. While he and his people were from another world, they were vastly similar to this world's Japanese customs. He didn't know much about Greek traditions, as he wanted to honor their mothers, but couldn't do much except teach them a few things he learned through books. He also couldn't teach them to pray to their mothers, as he didn't want to catch the big three's attention by accident. You'd never know, as they were close by the goddesses. It wasn't that he was scared of facing them. He knew that compared to his power, the GG were weak, having never faced anyone like him. Thing was, that he was patient. Like the clever and fierce fox he was, Naruto liked to play with his food. He allowed the three idiots to enjoy their time, because once they met him, Kronos would seem like a puppy compared to Naruto. Smiling at them, he gestured for to go brush their teeth. Once they did, everyone finally sat on the table. Clapping their hands in a prayer, they muttered, "Itadakimasu, I humbly receive," and dug in. As they ate, Naruto took a look at his third and last daughter. Like the other two, she was the splitting image of her mother, with some of him in there. Like his other demigod daughters, she had long flowing black hair that reached her mid-back, with a blue crab-shaped hairpin on her left side bangs, just like her grandmother, not that she knew it. Her eyes were like his, a mesmerizing ocean blue, being nice and gentle when happy, but a fierce storm when angered. Like her mother, her skin was a beautiful pearl white, which is why he named her that, Pearl. Well, that, and because of who her mother was. She can be a bit shy at times, but is able to bring out her inner Uzumaki when needed. She's also very polite, following his words when he tells her to do something, and always cleaning after herself. She even asked if she could learn how to do the laundry at age 6. She was like Hinata. Strangely enough, unlike her two sisters, she had 3, very faint whisker-like line on her cheeks, just like her father, and secret older half-siblings. She was actually the youngest of the 3 sisters, being born 3 days after the first 2, so Naruto at times dotes over her, not too much to seem she was his favorite, as he would never pick a favorite of his children. They, with Himawari and Moroku being the primary, were his little princess, with Boruto, Mamushi, and Nagato being his little Gakis. He loved all his children, no matter what choice of life they picked. They could be evil, crazy, boring, average, and he would still love and support them. Pearl's mother, like his previous 2 lovers, was a very important figure, for she was the most important female in the sea. Amphitrite, the queen of the sea, goddess of fish and seal, and queen of the legendary city of Atlantis. He was really cursing his luck at meeting and ing with 3 powerful goddesses. He met the sea goddess, shockingly enough, at a nightclub. Naruto was there, watching with amusement at the people mad fools of themselves and get lost in their lust. It was then that he sensed a now familiar energy source. Ancient, godly energy. He looked around and spotted a woman sitting at the corner of the room, getting as drunk as she could. She had a mist of illusion surrounding her. He had nothing better to do, and was interested, and approached her. At first, she was shocked at seeing her approach her as her mist was up, and tried to politely get him to go away, but he was able to calm her down, telling her that he just wanted to talk, as he sensed that she was slightly scared of being approached. He used a bit of genjutsu on her weakened mind so she didn't question how he passed through the mist. He questioned on what she was doing alone, and at that place, saying she didn't look the type for that sort of thing. She responded with, trying to forget. Seeing her in the state that she was, all hollow and broken, reminded him of Tsunade when he first met her and after Jiraiya's death, and wanted to help her. You look like someone who could use an ear to talk to, he had told her, catching her by surprise as she blinked at him. You want to get out of here? Though reluctant, she agreed, her mind too hazy to be cautious. All she wanted to get away from the loud music, and she didn't know why, but there was something about the blonde that calmed her nerves. So, they left the club, walking through the silent streets and into the nearby park. It took a few minutes, but soon she began to open up. Turned out that her husband tended to ignore her. However, that wasn't a problem to her, as her marriage, as she told him, was arranged. Unlike with Hera and Persephone, Amphitrite didn't actually care too much if her husband, Poseidon, cheated on her. For the simple fact that she didn't actually love him. What did get her, was that she was mostly ignored by her family, because she wasn't of a high status. She even cried about her husband having with other women, before ing her, and feared that she was nothing but a tool to use. Naruto comforted her, whispering gently to her that she was not a tool, but a beautiful, kind woman. He spent the night trying to make her feel better, taking her to quiet and relaxing places, even the carnival that was in town. It worked as she soon began to laugh and have fun. Soon, the two began dating. Though they had to avoid going to the beach, lakes, or touching any bodies of water. Surprisingly, Amphitrite was the first goddess he dated that revealed herself to him. He thought about revealing himself as well, but decided to wait to see what would happen. Unfortunately, she was then called back to her home for something, and had to leave, but not before rocking his world, as Jiraiya putted it. 6 months later, he had a nice surprise at his door, when he saw 3 pissed-off goddesses standing before him, each holding a bundle in their arm, glaring at him. Yeah, that was not a good morning for him. It took everything his weakened body and brain had to get them to calm down and not kill him to explain, as they accused him of being like their husbands. Offensive. At least he cared about his lovers, and so, he told them everything. How he was from another world. How he was once human before becoming a god, and how he met the 3 at different times. He told them how he had a few wives previously, as well as children, all currently safe in Tengoku, and how he had his powers sealed to avoid genocide. The shock of hearing what he was calmed down their anger and betrayal. Though they fidgeted at Hearn, he was a Shinto god, given the tense air between the Shinto gods and Greek gods. They also were mad that he never told them before, but was countered by him saying that they never revealed who they were as well, making them flinch. Deciding to change the topic, he asked to see his daughters. He knew they were female and his by their scent and fragmented signatures of chakra in them. Holding them in his arms brought nostalgic feelings he had when he first held his previous children. He could be thousands of centuries old, and the feeling would never be gone nor forgotten. When he asked what would happen next, he was told how their husbands, the big 3, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, were extremely protective over their wives, and would destroy anyone who dared touch them. And if his identity was discovered, along with their daughters, the world would practically shatter in their rage. They explained that with them being pregnant the last few months, they had to be careful, as now their husbands had nothing to distract them, having recently events make the gods sworn to never have demigod children again, and was a matter of time until they'd be found out. And so, after quick births, they sought Naruto to raise their mine. They thought simultaneously, daughters, as they feared what would happen as their secrets were found out. Not to mention, that it was recently discovered that Zeus, yet again, had a demigod daughter, much to Hera's frustration. And so the gods had vowed to never have demigod children again. They had no choice but to hand their daughters to Naruto to raise and to keep them a secret from the other gods. Naruto agreed. I have nothing better to do, anyway, he thought. And so, for 8 years, he raised his demigod daughters, while also making sure to keep them hidden from the gods and killing any monsters who discovered them. Oh yeah, apparently, monsters in this world had a thing for attacking demigod children out of fear and instinct. My daughters have Greek godmothers, and I'm a Shinto god, so doesn't that make them goddess too? Well, he did seal their god blood and developing chakra to avoid being targets to monsters, so they were currently demigods to an extent until he unsealed it. Still, as he ate his breakfast, he glanced up at his daughters as they ate and talked amongst themselves, making his smile. They were each so different, yet very similar to one another. Wind, water, and fire. Those were Sarah's, Pearl's, and Chloe's respective elemental affinities last time he checked. Funny, being that their mothers' husbands command over those respective regions. Wind is weak against fire, water is strong against fire, and fire is strong against wind, but weak against water. So, the girls had strong and weak parts to their sisters. A triangular cycle of power. They each kept the other in line with their elemental personalities. Chloe was an uncontrollable flame when exited, unable to keep herself from moving. She is usually calmed down by Pearl's gentle nature. Pearl is calm like the ocean, but could become lazy like Inara. Sarah tends to keep her busy so she doesn't fall asleep. Sarah is fierce like the wind, blowing over anything and everything like a hurricane, but is simmered down by stronger flames. Chloe's constant craziness tires her out. It was strange, he expected Chloe to have earth, or even wood, Mokaton, but theorized that since Persephone was tricked into being stuck in the underworld, the elemental affinity there must have affected her, passing the element to her daughter. Though, he and the Biju think that the older the girls get, the better chances of them growing stronger and even gaining more elements. He smiled fondly as he looked at them, as they talked amongst themselves. Truly, the title of father was the greatest thing to ever happen to him. As they were eating, he saw something moving toward them out of the corner of his eyes. Turning his head, he smiled when he saw the family pet hop up on the edge of table. It was a fox. A red fox. Smiling, he rubbed the top of the creature's head gently, as the girls saw their pet and smiled, Chloe offering a piece of her pancake. Soon breakfast was done and the girls got ready for school. As his daughters left to grab their clothes and race to the bathroom, Naruto waited until they were completely gone. Once they were, with a wave of his hand, a clone appeared next to him, and began clean the table and wash the dishes as he went to get dressed. He got dressed in a black casual dress shirt that was left opened, a dark orange undershirt and black jeans with black shoes. He sat on the living room couch with Chloe watching cartoons from the large flat screen, as Sarah and Pearl were using the two bathrooms on the house. The one in his room and the hallway one. As Chloe was giggling at the comedy entertainment, making Naruto smile, he thought on some things. While he did say he is here to sightsee, he was actually here on a mission. One given to him by some surprising people. Not only were some big stuff going to happen soon, but the Greek gods themselves have grown very arrogant and abusive of their power. Messing with the ways of mortals, and messing with balance by giving birth to demigods like rabbits on heat. He was here to set them straight, by kicking their asses. All gods had a limit to their free reign, and the Greeks have passed it centuries ago when they began using their demigod children to do their dirty work for them in power, instead of love. And from what he had learned and experienced since being given demigod daughters, the gods rarely, if ever, claim their children from what Hera told him. And even worse, the parents that actually loved their demigod children, the few there are, had to send their children to some camp where they are trained to be heroes. It all made him sick. Even the Roman counterparts of the Greek gods were tolerable, if a bit too military-styled. The Shinto gods actually cared about any demigod children they birthed, and protected them if needed. He will need a plan and course of action. I think the first plan of action is to locate any demigod not yet discovered and guard them against monster. I'll also need to check out this Camp Half-Blood, and see if they are trustworthy. I'll have Zetsu see if he can find it, or at least a general location it's in. Second, the Greek god's base. I know it's somewhere in New York, so I'll send a couple of clones to find it, and see if they could sneak in. Third, send clones to Greece to dig up any info on the gods and history that I missed. And all of this while keeping my Shinto identity secret. Kami knows what could and would happen if the Greeks discover a Shinto in their territory. Maybe it's time I checked in some favors. He thought, before nodding at the first phase of the plan. He needed to treat this like a shinobi mission. One wrong move could ruin everything. Also, he thought as he glanced at the laughing Chloe who was watching Looney Tunes, smiling as he ruffled her hair, making her smile happily at him. I need to keep my daughters safe, no matter what. Soon, Pearl was finished getting ready and joined them on the couch, as Chloe went to take her turn. Soon the girls were showered, dressed, and packed with their backpacks on their backs. Smiling at them, Naruto grabbed his car keys and led them to the garage. Naruto hated driving. The sound of the engine hurt his ears, the gasoline made him nauseous, and the road was filled with assholes who were too impatient. Learning how to drive was the hardest thing he had to do. Much less wait to get a stupid license. He preferred teleporting to where he wanted, or better yet, fly there, but he was being incognito, Kami, he was beginning to hate that, and need to be normal. Damn it all, still, just because he was forced to drive, didn't mean he was going to get a stupid van because he had kid. He was Naruto in Uzumaki. He lived for excitement. Besides, his eyes and instincts helped warn him of any incoming trouble seconds before they could happen. And so, entering the garage, he turned on the lights to see his orange and black Mustang convertible. He was a cool dad, not some safety wimp. His parenting was one where he would let his children play with fire and get burned, before scolding them. While he loved his daughters very dearly, he wouldn't hold their hands forever. He would teach them to protect themselves against the world, and support any decision they had. Except boys, he put his foot down with boys. As the family got in the car, Sarah taking the passenger seat, Naruto snapped his fingers, sending out a small pulse of chakra to activate seal-encoded garage door. He had placed security seals all over the house to protect it against any intruders, both human, god, and monster. Only those who had their signature marked into the master seal were allowed free entry. Anyone else who tried to force their way in would get a nasty surprise by a 1,000-volt electric current. Everyone buckled and comfy, the Uzumaki family left the house and off for school. End of prologue. There are many god-like Naruto fics, but very few are good and done right. We see him with god-like or uber power, but never see him as an actual god. So Tada, Naruto here is the Shinto god of peace, creation, salvation, and chaos, with some Buddha. And as you can see, I will be focusing on the area of both Shinto kami religion and Greek god religion. Every Naruto and Percy Jackson story makes Naruto the son of a Greek god, goddess, never puts in the Japanese gods. While some, are good, it gets kind of boring sometimes. People, Naruto is Japanese-centric, with a side of Buddhism. Check Rinnegan, put some effort to not complete change the canon world by putting in Greek mythology and expect it all to just catch on. Anyway, as you can see, Naruto might be in a relationship with Hera, Persephone, and Amphitrite, the big three's wives. To be honest, I hate Zeus. Gaia's mortal women almost every week, and helps give birth to demigod children, and expect Hera to ignore it all. And what's more, Hera still loves the asshole, even goes so far as to regain her virginity every year to celebrate her marriage to Zeus, and after they are done with, the guy goes back to ing other women. To me, even though I understand that Hera is the faithful wife and all, there is a limit to how much a woman could stand her husband's constant affair. And I'm a guy. And something like that pisses me off. When I get married, I would always love me wife, till death do us part. So, in the PJ storyline, it's okay for the king of all gods to continue his affairs like they are nothing, but if anyone shows even the slightest interest in Hera, the big man would kill them on the spot. Hypocrite. Same goes to all the other male gods who do the same thing. So, there will be heavy Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, and a few other gods bashing. And also, a slight spoiler. There will be heavy tension between the Shinto and Greek gods. More will be explained later. The Rinne Sharingan, way better name than the Rinne Sharingan, makes it sound like the Sharingan's the most powerful dojutsu there is. Poppy, down with the Uchiha. Whatever, fun fact. I'm a polytheistic, so I'm a believer in many gods. Even though my family's kinda Christian. My top favorite religion gods being 1. Japanese 2, Greek 3, Christian 4, Norse 5, Egyptian. Does this foreshadow meetings of cultural deities in this story? Maybe so. This should be fun. R and R Yane, Yearning Hearts, the game begin. Disclaimer. Jubi no Shinju does not own Naruto, Percy Jackson, Pizza, Donuts, Kim Kardashian, Jessica Alba, or Megan Fox, but one day. Also, I know that this is the, fourth Naruto Pepita Jewel parent Naruto story with Naruto only having daughters in the plot. Believe me, I know. Thing is, that the daughters thing fits in. As to me, the plot isn't so much as Naruto being a god, or godlike. It's about him being the parent that he is. To me, having daughters makes him the usual protective father who would do anything to protect his angels, even from other gods. Him having a son, just doesn't fit as well into the plot. Don't get me wrong, he will be having sons, one day, but I get the feeling that Naruto won't be as overprotective to his sons as he would be to his daughters. It's like a father-son trust all men have. It's not East, it's logic. Like a mother thrusting her daughters to take care of themselves, but would want to be able to hold on to their little boys a bit longer. So don't be calling me East. And just to let you know, Naruto does have sons. Boruto, Nagato, and Mamushi. Though they are adults now, they are still Naruto's little gakis. P.S. Naruto's other children will appear later on in the story. Spoiler. Also, as I've been getting questions on it, I will explain. Yes, Naruto is a Shinto god. Hera, Persephone, and Amphitrite are Greek goddesses, so their union would equal to the birth of goddesses. However, they, mostly the goddesses, wanted the existence of their daughters to be kept a secret from the other gods for the time being. So Naruto sealed away their god blood and chakra, to they are still Uzumaki members by blood, so they have their longevity and healing factors for their protection. Also, before their birth, Naruto had sealed his powers away a bit, seemingly making himself human, to an extent. So at the time they were born, he was, technically, human. So, until Naruto unseals his side of blood from them, the girls will be labeled as demigods. Unsealing their Shinto blood would make them junior goddesses. In other news, Holy F*** Mary Rose. This story already had 400 favorites and 444 followers. That has never happened to me on the first chapter before. This is, sadly, the greatest moment of my life. Thank you, thank you. Begins sobbing as he holds a gold trophy. You love me. You really love me, sob sob. Drama moment over. Let's get things going. Chapter 2. Yearning Hearts, the game begin. In his long, godly new life, many things had changed about Naruto Uzumaki. He has grown somewhat lazy, having seen many things, more than many could say they could possibly imagine. He had done things, some which would stain his hands till the end of his existence, some which would haunt his dreams for many nights. He had become somewhat reckless, more than he used to be as a human. He had even grown in intelligence, outranking even Shikamaru and Albert Einstein, something that shocked every one of his friends. Assholes, he could be smart if he wanted to, he was just more of a fighter than a thinker. But one thing that would never change about him, was his protectiveness for the things he sees as precious to him. He would watch cities burn and fall, skies bleed red in fire, meteors falling from the sky as the earth below him quake and shatter, all done by his own hand, if it meant keeping his family safe. All-powerful men and women hold scars, both mental and physical. For an orphan, the life of a shinobi, added with the fourth great shinobi war, and his many centuries of existence, had made him fiercely protective of his family. With an impassive look, Naruto looked down from the roof of the school building, watching as his clone dropped his daughters off. Before taking the car back to the house, nodding in satisfaction, his now crimson-red, ripple eye rolled around, his three-road tomos spinning around in a slow, hypnotic pace. Turning his head left and right, he nodded again, and turned his eyes off. He was sitting with his legs crossed, near the edge, with a leg dangling over. Leaning against his chest and resting on his shoulder, was a large needle, with a long length of thin wire mirroring thread, tied through the eye located at the end. Raising his hand, he twitched his fingers. As the sun shined down on his, if one looked closely enough, they would see the light reflecting off near invisible wire threads tied around his fingers, with wires lining outward, seemingly vanishing off a few inches. This game is becoming dull. I need stronger players, he muttered. Behind him, the floor painted a golden spray, were bodies of monstrous fetchers, chopped to bits. They looked like giant, humanoid bats, that being as much as one could identify, as their bodies and limbs were chopped and sliced to small pieces. In the air and ground, reflective displays of wires could be spotted. Thus is the fearsome power of the Nuabari, the sewing needle sword. Taking but a single glance behind him, he saw the flesh pieces begin to disintegrate into golden dust. Holding a hand up, he activated his Gakido, prayed a path, and absorbed the dust, thus preventing their rebirth. Furries, monsters of vengeance, who had taken the appearance of school teachers, out on the lookout for demigod children to kill. Meaning his daughters, that was the worst and last mistake they would ever do. Standing up, he sealed Nuabari back into his pocket dimension, as he dusted his pants off. Raising his right hand, the appendage became encased in light blue energy flame. Slamming his hand down on the ground, a sealing ray appeared, before in a puff of smoke, a small, dark green furred fox, the size of a small kitten appeared. Shaking her fur, the kit-sized fox looked up at him and bowed. "Naruto-sama, how may I be of service?" she asked in respect. Looking down at the small vixen, Naruto smiled softly. "Mimi-chan, I need you to watch over my daughters. Use your ability to split, and watch them from the shadows until I pick them up later in the day. If anyone suspicious approaches them, discreetly knock them out and lock them somewhere for me to get later. If you smell any monsters, destroy them," he ordered, his voice icy at the last part. Mimi nodded in understanding. "It shall be done, Lord Naruto." With a final bow, she vanished, showing her incredible speed as being a Rakan, spy-class kitsune. Watching her off, Naruto turned forward, and looked out at the city. He looked down at all the human, ignorant of the three actions happening around them. Fearful of the unknown, and weak, relying merely on technology and weapons. A far contrast to the proud warriors of men and women I had once fought alongside centuries ago. I'm getting all nostalgic again. I need to experience battle again. Wonder if Sasuke's up to anything? In a flash, the blonde god vanished, leaving nothing behind. No gold dust, no wire, no chopped monsters. It was as if he wasn't even there to begin with, since his daughters had school from 8 to 2. Using my old elementary school time frame, Naruto had much time on his hands, and so, he had plenty of time to do whatever he wanted. He didn't need to worry about a job, as he could create money out of nothing. All power in the house was fueled by seals. He had clones building up and managing his spy network. His house was always 100% clean, thanks to his Naruto maids, and had his clones in summons either watch over his girls, or looking round for any nearby demigods. And so, with so much free time on his hands, Naruto had to figure out ways to spend his time. He would either do some small training, have spars with clones, as Sakura had forcefully banned him and Sasuke from fighting after they blew up that moon, and planet, and system. In a conscious mind, many it wasn't such a good idea to have an all-out battle. Oops. Anyway, with time being irrelevant to a god, Kami, he would leave a clone at home as he traveled, fly around the world. He would hit Vegas, beautiful place, if a bit too bright with the lights, and completely bankrupt casinos with his godly, even by God standards. Good luck. He would travel to Hollywood and spend some quality time with famous actresses, Namikaze charm for the win. At most, he would head to Tengoku and catch up with his friends and family, especially his wives. Strange, his libido has been pretty high as of recent. Or even hang out with the few gods that knew of his existence on the planet. Naruto was a fox. He was the very definition of a fox. He was mischievous. He liked to prank, even at his age. The king of pranks shall never die, he proudly shouted out. His pranks would involve creative decorations of historical monuments, either taking the form or mind controlling the actions of known people and having them do embarrassing things in public, or even corrupting the minds of the young into continuing his pranking legacy. Oh, how he remembered when his children would do their first pranks, especially little Himawari-chan, tears of joy. With his pranking actions, he was bound to make a mistake sooner or later and reveal his existence, ever of just a second. Luckily for him, the one who found his first, was his, self-proclaimed, bro, Apollo, the Greek god of the sun, light, and music. It only took 2 minutes of the two staring at each other before they became best friend. Do not judge the bond of pranksters and partygoers and fellow blondes. It wasn't long after that Hermes, the messenger of the gods and Greek god of commerce, thieves, travel, and speed, joined the little group at Apollo's push. He liked the two male Olympians. Apollo was loud and obnoxious, reminding him of himself when he was a kid, and Hermes was a fellow thief to his former occupation as a shinobi. He also liked the two because they weren't arrogant like their father, Zeus. Being able to trust them, he even revealed his existence as a Shinto god and his mission to the two. They were shocked, yes, but mostly about the former than the latter. Sure, the mission put them on edge a bit, but giving them the reason, they had to reluctantly agree and accept. But knowing that Naruto was a Shinto god made them uncomfortable. They knew all about the feud between their two religious courts, and while they didn't care very much about it, they knew that if their father found out, best not to think about it. Though Apollo asked Naruto if the Shinto goddess of the sun, Amaterasu, was there as well. His voice barely hiding the levels of fear he held at the thought of that woman being there. Naruto chuckled at that. He knew why Apollo was so scared of the fourth high kami, being told from the woman herself and the other kamis. Apparently, Apollo had once tried to flirt with the Shinto goddess many eons ago. The results were not pretty. Even with high-speed healing, it took Apollo months to heal from the fourth-degree full-body burns. He would forever regret his actions. Even Artemis felt sorry for her brother. And on that day, all the Olympians felt a shiver of dread go down their backs, feeling a sense of dread and misfortune in their future. A shiver which spread all over the universe when Naruto's other bro joined in. Loki, Norse god of trickery and mischief, all shall come to fear the power of the prank squad. The name was a work in progress. Unfortunately, he couldn't spread mayhem around the world, as Hermes and Apollo were stuck in a meeting of the gods, and Loki was being yelled at by his father Odin, Norse All-Father, god of war, and king of the Norse deities. Naruto hated him. He was an arrogant old man who always wanted things to go his way. There was also the fact that he believed himself to be better than his Hikari-chan. Bastard needed a 1000 years of pain Rasengan version to the ass. Seriously, what was it with old god rulers being so arrogant? He was lucky Izanagi Jiji wasn't arrogant, thanks to the kind, but surprisingly dominant, Izanami Baac. He means, Izumani Kachin. Never know when she's listening, so, with nothing much to do, and deciding to take a lazy day, one of his many days to come, Naruto sat calmly under a large tree within the middle of the Amazon rainforest. It was a nice place, plenty of rain and natural presence. Sitting in a meditation stance, legs crossed, Naruto closed his eyes, taking a deep steady breath, before letting go. He slowly let out his chakra, letting it sink into the ground and trees, establishing a connection with nature. His godly presence, while still hidden from Olympian eye, slowly began to fade into non-existence. His breathing slowly until it was barely above alive. If anyone was to see him, they would believe he was nothing more than a statue. His breathing was barely non-existent, no a single twitch or flinch. Naruto had achieved perfect meditation, something not ever modern-day sages or monks could accomplish. His mind completely blank, as he submerged his essence with nature. His connection with nature strengthening to new levels. He could feel it all. The shifting winds. The soft pulses of the earth. The ants and insects digging through the soil. The soft breathing and heartbeats of nearby animals watching him in curiosity from a distance. The birds which fly down and rest on his shoulders. The same creatures who come to rest on his lap, basking in his calm presence. He could feel and track every branch and root of the forest. He could see the energy flowing through the trees, through the roots and all over the soil of the earth. Connecting his senses with the roots, he could see very far, miles and miles, a seemingly endless channel of paths and connections. He could feel everything: men, women, child, animals, even monsters. Anything that lived, that breathed, all connected primarily to nature. Anything and everything that nature saw, so did he. He and nature were in sync. Every beat of his heart, the earth echoed. Every pulse moved in sync. When he used senjutsu, he wasn't a god, nor a man. He was one being with nature itself. He felt free, unrestrained by life. He felt so big, everything seemed so small. He felt pain. His body hurt. He gritted his teeth, his muscles twitching. The animals around him mirroring his emotions as they began to growl or cry. He felt corruption. greed. Painful pulses rippling all around him. He saw machines, digging into his body. He saw fire spreading, hurting him, burning him. He saw people spilling their trash all over him, trees being cut down, heavy objects weighting him down, holes being dug deep into his body. Why? Why was this happening? Sweat began to swarm his forehead. The earth, Mother Nature, it was in pain. Her cries echoing in his head. How long had she been crying? Why hadn't the Olympians helped her? Couldn't they feel her pain? She needed help. She was hurt, angry, sad, betrayed. So many emotions. So much pain. So much anger. Make it stop. His eyes burst open. The familiar Sharingan blazing to life. However, where it was once a beautiful crimson ruby, was now a soft yet hard-burning yellow. His tomos spans in rapid speed around his pupil. Clockwise and counterclockwise. Spinning like a swirl. Like a maelstrom. Gaia, also known as Mother Earth or Mother Nature, the primordial Greek goddess of the earth, was a vengeful woman. In her endless existence, she had been betrayed so many times. First by her husband, Uranos, the protogenos personification of the sky in this side of the universe. She had never felt such anger when her beloved husband imprisoned her precious children deep within the bowels of Tartarus. The bastard's death brought a sickening sense of pleasure within her. That would teach him to mess with her. She had believed that now she and her children would be able to live peacefully. She was wrong. When he had named her youngest son, Kronos, the Lord of the Universe, a sense of dread filled her. She had foolishly ignored it. She had been an idiot, and entrusted the watch of all life to her children as she went into a deep slumber, peacefully sleeping as her children roam her physical bodies soon called Earth. Next time she awoke, she expected her children going on happily with their lives. Only to her horror, to discover a similar cycle of events. Her son Kronos, having married his sister Rhea, the queen of the Titans, and Titaness of motherhood. They had 5 children, whose forms differ from other Titans, being smaller in size, but holding immense power within them. They had become known as gods. Gaiya had believed her youngest would prove to be a better father than Uranos. She was a fool. It had later been discovered that Kronos had kept a secret from everyone for centuries. It had seemed that Uranos had one last trick up his sleeve before his death. As Kronos had been about to deal the final blow, the sky being spoke to him. He had prophesied that one day, Nonos shall too be betrayed and meet his end at the hand of his children. The words had echoed through the young Titan's hand constantly, eventually driving him mad. The birth of his children was all it took to make him snap. Becoming corrupted with his power and going obsessed with keeping hold of his throne, Kronos had done something not even Uranos would have done. He ate his children, no chewing, simply swallowing them whole and keeping them trapped within his stomach, believing that if he does so, his father's prophecy would never come true. Every time Rhea would give birth, Kronos would swallow them like nothing. It brought great pain to Gaiya to see her son following the same path as his father. Having had enough, she planned to put a stop to this. When she discovered that her daughter was pregnant with a 6th child, she contacted her, advising her daughter to give birth at Crete, giving birth to a son named Zeus. Gaiya had her daughter hid the baby and use a disguised stone in his place. The plan had worked well, and Kronos had vomited his trapped children. She had not known what had happened after that, as she had grown tired from using her low energy to contact her daughter. The chaos brought on her physical shell had weakened her, forcing her into another slumber. The 3rd time she awake, and once again, it was to betrayal. Her grandchildren, the Olympians as they called themselves, the ones she had helped free from their father's body prison. They had banished and trapped her children, the Titans, into the pit, the darkest and deepest realm of darkness within the underworld. Why? Why was her family doing this? Her husband, then her son, and now her grandchildren. Why was there so much fighting? So much killing and hatred? She had never surfaced so much anger within her in her existence, not even to Uranos. Gaiya was once a peaceful deity, who only wished for happiness and love in her family. Why couldn't she have that? Her father had created her to bring life to the dark universe. But her family, they bring only death. Would they ever stop? Fathers and sons constantly becoming the same as their predecessors, betraying the other to seek power, an endless cycle of hatred. Why won't they stop? Would they ever stop? Was this to be continue for eternity? Her family? What has happened to them? Her home, Earth, it was being destroyed in their war. Her small children, dying in the crossfire. Their screams of death echoing in her mind. So loud. Too many scream. Stop it. Stop, I said stop. If their war wasn't going to end, to stop, I'll make them stop. Her brother, Tartarus, primordial being of darkness. Together, they could stop this pain in her. They could stop the cause. Rise, my children. Rise from the darkness, rise with life, rise in your massive forms. The Olympians, go and kill the Olympians. Go, for your mother. Her children, the last one her weakened power would allow her to form. Stronger than their brothers. Than their god counterparts. Each made to defeat and destroy a specific target. They were more than enough of a match for the Olympians. For as the fates foretold, only by a god and a demigod working together can the gigantes be defeated. She had believed that her children were going to win, outmatching the gods in power and strength. Her granddaughter Hera captured as bait to lure in Zeus. However, she had not foreseen her grandson working together with his own son, a famed hero known as Hercules, and finally begin to slay the giants down one by one. It angered her. Her children, cut down like animals. Those damn Olympians, one day, she would take care of them permanently. Defeated, she was forced into a continuous slumber, one which the gods had hoped to be one she would never awaken from. However, unknown to them, Gaia had never went to sleep. She had been awake all this time, watching, waiting, feeling. She had seen the humans live and grow. She had seen them build, discover, adapt. They lived peacefully. They were happy. Something she had wished for her own family. Those were happy times. Unfortunately, it was not to last. It was torture. For centuries, she had been struck by the blades of war and violence. Her shell cracked and stabbed, stained by crimson blood and filled with corpses. Every blast, every bomb, every drop of blood. Pollution and radiation poisoning her, killing her soul bit by bit. Crime, waste, murder, forests chomped down, mountains blasted away. It hurt her, and there seemed to be no end in sight. Please. Stop, it hurts. Someone. Help me, please. Stop, she cried out, yet no one answered her please. She was alone. She was going to die. There was no denying it. These humans, they savored their long lives, only fearing meeting their end by murder or accidents. Never knowing that their seemingly innocent actions would bring their deaths much closer than expected. She gave them a home, and this is how they repay her. Selfish beings. They were not worthy of such kindness. Her body exploding will be the last blow to them from her. Closing her dark green eyes to presumably the last time, she waited for the explosion to come. She waited, and waited some more. She may be immortal, but she hated waiting for things for too long. It was rude. It was then that she felt a slight disturbance. It felt like a small itch in the back of her neck. Even though her spiritual form didn't have one, concentrating, she discovered that, to her shock, her energy was somehow being sucked out of her. It wasn't much, barely 2% to her infinite reserves, but the action was enough to shock. This had never happened before. No one and nothing had even been able to take her power from her, seal and bind. Yes, but never taken. What was more, was that whatever was taking her energy wasn't forcing it out of her. In fact, it was as if it was asking it to come to it, and her energy obeyed loyally. Growing cautious, but also curious, Gaia tranced the source of whatever was taking her energy. What she discovered shocked her. It was man. A seemingly normal human man from an outwards appearance. But what shocked her was how her energy absorbed itself into his being, becoming one with him. What trickery was this? How could a human male be able to take, much less call, her endless and primordial energy? Doing so should have killed him. Not even gods were able to absorb her essence without suffering illness. Except for those two young goddesses who actually took care of her shell. Hestia and Demeter, she believed the young girls were called. There was no way this man was a regular human. Taking a risk, the Mother of Nature used her unmatched sensory gift to pierce into the man's consciousness, wanting to discover his true identity. If she had a mouth, she would have gasped. This man, his energy, it was so bright, so warm. It was as if she was in the presence of her brother, Helios, titans of the sun, so much warmth, it seemed so endless. The light and warmth from his essence spread all over her form, covering her in protective blanket, one she never wanted to be rid of. Who was this man? For years, she was frozen in a daze. Never moving or thinking. Just watching the mysterious man. She watched him, traveling the world, spreading the knowledge of what could be a religion. He called it ninshu. A tool and form of gaining peace, by shouldering one another of burden and pain, gaining a connection of understanding with what would have been strangers minutes ago. He led his followers through peace, his words and kindness putting a stop to wars and violence. He made it look so easy. Simply smiling at a person and speaking but a few words, and become friends with them in a matter of seconds. How was that possible? Within months, her pain began to leave her, the warmth spreading more all over her. Her past anger and sadness leaving her, without her even knowing. Her attention solely on the man who healed her. All her anger, her hatred, all her malicious feelings, the man took them all in his being like a sponge to water. Containing them within him, and evaporating them with his bright light. To be able to shoulder and erase so much burden like nothing, amazing. She watched silently as he was somehow able to bring life to dead forests simply by placing a hand on the ground. Though she would catch the pulse of a strange, but soothing energy from him. Was he a god? But she had never seen him before, in fact, she had never sensed his existence before now. How? She deemed him a threat. She wanted to deem him a threat to her, for being a mysterious force in her space. But she couldn't. What was it about him that attracted her to him? What wasn't? During nights of the full moon, the light shining down on him, encasing him in eternal beauty, she would watch him side still on the ground. He would meditate for a full length of a month without moving an inch. At times, she would fear he was actually dead, only the presence of his connection to nature washing over her calming her down. Any time he would connect his energy, his ninshu, with her own, she would gladly allow him to feel his presence wrap itself over her. Imagining him wrapping her soul body in his arms, brought immense happiness and peace to her. Gaia, Titan mother and mother of nature, had fallen happily and utterly for this strange mysterious being who appeared in her darkest hour. Their souls entwined together like a lover's embrace. Their souls mixed in together in a tight hold. She provided with power and balance. Not that he would ever need her help, as she had seen. While he granted her peace and clear mind. Connected, they were one being. Their minds in sync. But it was more than that. When they were connected, she could see and feel everything he did, and vice versa. She could feel his thought, what he could be think of. Such was the power of this senjutsu as he called it, while not entirely, she could hazily see his memories. A god. Her beloved was a god from the Shinto region, which could only mean one thing. He was immortal. Her beloved was eternal like her. They could be together forever. Her love for him outmatched that of her previous consorts. It was true love. Growing impatient with not feeling his touch physically, Gaia formed a plan to present herself to him. Gaia had no physical form, at least not a true form. At most, she could create a body of earth and nature. However, she didn't wish to disgust him with her construct appearance. She needed a true physical body of flesh. One with a beauty to entrance her beloved. With the man, oh, how she hoped to learn of his name, healing her shell and consciousness. Her strength had returned to her, putting her back at full strength. She required a body perfect for her meeting with her beloved, one perfect for him. Something like that Olympian Aphrodite, the most beautiful being seen in both Olympian and Titan eyes. She eagerly designed her new body, paying very close attention to any unneeded mistakes and errors. She was a perfectionist when she wanted to be, so for years she created her perfect body. Some she believed should be only the best for her beloved. While she couldn't care less about pointless views of beauty and looks, she knew men were attracted by appearance, though a small thought whispered to her that the man wouldn't care. Soon, the body was ready. Ready for her consciousness to take possession and appear to her beloved. All was ready. However, just as she was appear before her love, he vanished. She was too late. On that day, the earth had never shook as hard as it had then and there. Pain, loneliness, sadness, depression, so many emotions he could sense from the earth. Just as he had all those years ago. Didn't anyone know that the balance of the planet was a fragile thing? Taking a deep breath, Naruto placed his hands on the ground. The earth was being poisoned by large amounts of negative spiritual energies. Not that mambo-jumbo crazy hippie talk, negative spiritual energy, yin chakra. It was hurting her. He could feel it. How long has this been going on? He knew he should have stayed when he first sensed the problem. Even more, he was a fool to leave the safety of the planet to his followers. It was too big for them. Activating his Preta path, he slowly began to observe the negative energy, while also using senjutsu to connect with the Earth's consciousness. If all those books were right, the consciousness of the Earth was Gaia. Establishing a connection with her soul, he mentally soothed her mentality, absorbing her negative emotions. Lady Gaia, all shall be calm. By my title as a sage, you shall never feel such pain again. Beloved, Olympus. Council Chamber's Hera was a strict woman. As the queen of the gods, she commanded respect, order, and discipline. In every meetings, she would always be the first to speak, being the overspeaker and a sort of judge to the court. She would always lay down the foundations and summary of each meeting. If anyone should speak out of term, or show disrespect, they would come faced with Hera's wrath. However, there were times even Hera would grow bored and exhausted of certain meetings. Meetings like the current one. And the topic? Surprise, surprise. Her husband had another child. By the hearth. There were times she wanted to chop off his just so he would learn a lesson. It wasn't the fact that Zeus had broken his promise and oath by the Styx River about never having demigod children again that pissed her off. Sure, the river was a sacred piece to them. But no, it was the fact that Zeus broke his promise to her that angered her. After World War II, Zeus had approached her, proclaiming his love for her, and promised to never betray her again. She was a fool to believe him. And to think, she gave the bastard the best night of his eternity. Hera, how can you call a marriage with a man who constantly cheats on you and doesn't even stop love? I know it hurts you, as marriage is your domain. Her fingers twitched at the sudden memory of him. A frown deepened her lips. She tried to clear her mind, erasing the familiar image of a certain Shinto god. Why won't it go away? She didn't want to think about him. She didn't want to think about that stupid blonde hair, or those ghastly ocean blue eyes, or that stupid grin he had whenever she glared at him, or those cute whisker-marked cheeks. Hera bit her lip. Was he ever going to leave her mind? She didn't want to remember him, ever again. It was too painful. Hera was the goddess of marriage. She was supposed to be sacred to her marriage with Zeus, and yet, she could only think of herself as a hypocrite. She was angry at Zeus for constantly cheating on her, and let her guard down. It was supposed to be a simple getaway vacation to the mortal realm. A small time to calm herself down, and then go back to her husband with a smile on her face, pretending everything was all right. And of course the plan was ruined thanks to one Naruto Uzumaki. Gah! She could never forget how he just laughed when she said that to him, just saying, "You wouldn't be the first to say that to me." Dadbao. Stupid idiot. As much as she wished to deny all evidence, hanging out with Naruto was fun. Sure, he constantly annoyed her to Tartarus and back, constantly getting them into trouble, always messing with her schedule, giving her a headache with his antics. Ramen is not something to constantly be eating. It is bad for you. Kiss my ass, boss lady. However, even under the oath of the River of Styx, she wouldn't be able to lie that the time she had spent with him, no matter how small, were quite enjoyable. Naruto, he reminded her of how Zeus was eons ago, before their marriage, and he became what he was today. No, Naruto was better. Even at their younger times, Zeus was egotistic, always thinking himself better than others. Naruto, he was an idiot. Anything and everything he did would either be the opposite of what most would expect normal and rational people to do, or be a walking mess of chaos, especially when he does his pranks. It took her months to wash that pink paint from her clothes. How and where the hell did he even get paint that was resistant to magic? Naruto Uzumaki was unorthodox. He thrived with giving people headaches and laughing it off. How she even survived her time with him was something she kept questioning herself. He was also a bit perverted, many times suggesting doing a bit of roleplay with her though attitude. There was no way she was going to have teacher-student. Such ghastly things were for Aphrodite, not her. It angered her immensely how the blonde somehow had an easy time making her flush with his perverted joke. The man had balls of iron to ask a final request of a foursome between him and the three divas. Hey, die a happy man, right? Naruto asked sheepishly as he was surrounded in a corner, the three top goddesses glaring fiercely at him though their cheeks burned red at the suggestion, images of their own special times with the blonde. her lips twitching in a faint smile at a memory of a sheepishly laughing Naruto as a wet Hera glared at him. Idiot. Shaking her head, she focused back on the meeting. It's been 8 years since the Olympians discovered that Zeus had a daughter. It brought an uproar to the council. Oh, everyone knew that the oath of no more demigod children would be broken sooner or later. It was just a race to see who would be caught with their pants down first. Oh, and to add gas to the fire, Zeus's Roman counterpart, Jupiter, had a son with the same woman 2 years after the first. Hera had never been so angry at her husband before that day. Another set of her husband's worthless offspring. She had a mind to send an army of kindly ones after them. You should never place the fault of the parents on the children. They had no say in their parents' actions. Do you blame a child because their father didn't pay the taxes? Do you scold a boy because their mother missed an appointment? There is a saying, it is easy to blame and hate, but it is harder to forgive and love. You are trapped within the dreaded cycle of hatred, Hera. You hate your husband for cheating on you, but why target the innocent? Will you let yourself be consumed by anger for all eternity, Hera-chan? Or do you want to make peace with your emotion? She cursed her lover, consort's wisdom. He was younger than her by God's standards, yet he scolded her like a child. She's never been so embarrassed. Still, she had to admit that Naruto had changed her. Whereas before, she would have sent monsters after the children to kill them. She knew doing so would only bring trouble. She flinched as the memories of what she had done to Hercules, such as having him kill his wife and children. Naruto's words had caused her to second-think her actions, and knew that truly Zeus's children were innocent to their father's crimes. It was all Zeus's fault. Maybe meeting Naruto wasn't all bad. While still a young and inexperienced god, he was quite wise for his age, not to mention powerful. That was one of the reasons she entrusted her daughter's safety with him. Sarah, she thought fondly, remembering her first ever daughter born from someone besides Zeus. She had several daughters before. But Sarah had been the only one of her daughters that was special to her, holding her own place in her heart. Sarah was her joy, but also her curse. After all, she was the offspring of her and another man that wasn't Zeus. Not only that, but Sarah held 2 types of god blood in her. She was the first ever Shinto Greek goddess, as well as her sisters. In the rare cases of offspring of 2 pantheon, a parent couldn't claim their child to their side of religion. It was entirely the child's choice. Hera didn't care which religion Sarah chose, only that she stayed safe. Though, she would admit that a small part of her hoped the little one picked hers. Though, she secretly feared Sarah hating her once she discovered her demigod heritage, as most demigod children tended to do when they learned the truth. As much as it embarrassed her to admit it, during the time she had spent with the whisker-cheeked knucklehead, Hera had grown an attraction to the idiot. Why else would she allow him to impregnate her? And what a great idea that was. We surely won't ever forget that night, that's for sure. Just thinking about it makes my legs tingle. A familiar voice echoing from the back of her mind sounded out, making Hera's eye twitch, trying in vain to prevent heat from going to her cheeks. Ever since that night, Naruto had corrupted her. Or more to say, he corrupted her Roman counterpart, Juno. Since meeting Naruto, Hera had gained a strange ability. Well, more like an effect. Greek gods held a separate living consciousness, a counterpart, the Roman gods, created from Roman culture. The Roman gods were different from the Greek versions, being more military-like, and having little to no demigod children. Some versions were complete opposites from one another, while others were mostly or exactly the same. Since leaving Naruto, Hera had discovered that her connection with her other self had strengthened, to where she could now hear Juno's voice in her mind, and vice versa when they switched control of their body. She was still questioned on where this was a good thing or not, given for one simple reason, which can only be put bluntly. With Naruto had turned Juno into a pervert. It was a nightmare to hear her counterpart, who had mostly acted strict and like a commander, like Athena, become so perverted whenever Naruto is mentioned. Hearing her perverted giggles echo through her head was disturbing beyond reason. She hated Naruto so much for this. Now she could barely think without Juno sending her images and fantasy scenes of her in Naruto doing things. Speaking of doing things, don't you dare finish that sentence, Hera shouted at her sister, as Naruto called them. Sure, they were the same person, to an extent, but Hera wouldn't go so far as to say they were sisters. Ah, why not? I kinda like it, finally, someone I can be truly close to. Stop reading my thoughts. Even worse, Juno's new personality was similar to that blasted blonde. I'm in your head. How am I supposed to stop? Arg. They even had the same sarcastic wit. Damn you, Naruto. Zeus. How dare you break your oath? You, me, and Hades swore on the sticks. The shout from Poseidon interrupted her thought. Oh, that's right. The meeting. Joy. Zeus narrowed his eyes at his brother. Watch your tune, brother. My actions are my own to be concerned about, he replied, his voice firm and hard. Poseidon glared at his brother and king. We made that pact for a reason. Our demigod children are too powerful. It would only call for trouble in mortal lands. Zeus glared at Poseidon, the sky roaring in thunder. I know very well of the consequences, brother. I also know for a fact that you yourself had a son. He hissed. The other gods looked at one another while Poseidon looked uneasy. Hera rolled her eyes with a sigh. After all their centuries of having meetings about her husband's affairs, she no longer cared. Naruto was right. As a goddess of marriage, how can she hope for the happiness of others if her own was false? When they had first married, Hera had made Zeus swear he would remain loyal to her, that being the only condition that they would be together. Obviously Zeus didn't keep his promise. So why, in the noble Re's name, did she stay with someone who was unfaithful? Answer. Zeus was the only one of the gods that had grabbed her attention and interested her. No other man at the time could make her look at them, so Zeus was the only logical choice. That is, until we met Naruto. She heard Juno mutter, making Hera nod her head slightly in agreement. Meeting Naruto had changed her life, for better or worse, she still did not know. She had even stopped being at Zeus's side 24/7, always leaving after the meeting. She even moved out of the temple she lived in with Zeus, taking residence in her sister Demeter's place for the time being. Even more, she had stopped her annual celebration of their marriage, much to the utter shock and devastation of Zeus. Bastard doesn't even appreciate what she does. Her sacred bath was done not for the pleasure, but to show her husband that he didn't need. Mortal woman when he had her. But if he's just going to go a woman after he was done with her, then why try? Hera groaned. Why was she constantly thinking about the whiskered blonde? Was it because he was the first person she had ever cheated on her husband with? She needed someone to talk to about this with, before it drove her insane. Maybe Persephone and Amphitrite? They were in the same situation as her. What a shocker that was. Discovering that the wives of the Big Three all had an affair with the same man. Was all life turning upside down? Maybe she should see her mother. She greatly needed advice. Poseidon glared at Zeus, the ground shaking a bit from his rising power, showing proof of his tile as Earthshaker. I will for once admit my faults for disowning my oath. However, the facts reveal true of you, brother. Not only had you, the king of God, fallen back on your promise, on the pact you yourself had created in the first place, but it was your Roman counterpart who had granted the birth of a demigod son. There is a reason why the demigods of Greek and Roman were to be separated from one another. The clashing force of the two top gods caused the room to shake, making the others tense. They felt really uncomfortable being there right now, though Apollo and Hermes were quietly making bets on whether or not a fight was to break out, Ares joining in. To the side, Hestia, the eldest child of Rhea and virgin goddess of the hearth, home, and family, gave a nervous smile as she tried to think of ways to prevent her young brothers from fighting, and possible destroying Olympus. Now, let's just calm down and think reasonably. She spoke, holding her hands up to stop them. Still glaring at one another, the gods of sky and ocean respectively slowly managed to reel in their power and sit back down on their thrones. Smiling at that actually working, Hestia stepped forth, standing in between the two men to prevent them from flying at the other should it come to that. Now, while breaking an oath from the Styx is indeed troubling, let us focus back on the topic at hand. What is to become of the children? Athena, goddess of wisdom, warfare, strategy and the arts, asked, looking at her father. Taking a deep breath, Zeus gathered his thought. I know for a fact that Hades had been sneaking off to the human realm, no doubt also having an affair. Meaning, that all three god brothers had broken their promise and have or are about to have demigod children. The reason we made the promise in the first place was to prevent war. Having a new generation of children, the strongest of the demigods, could only lead to another Olympian war. Poseidon glared at Zeus, his green eyes gaining a glow from his anger and suspicion. "What are you saying?" Zeus sighed, feeling a sense of doom in his future for what he was about to do. To leave the existence of the children of three alone will only bring war. As such, the children are to be never told of their heritage, and on the name of the Styx, no god is allowed to make contact with their demigods again, in the promise of instant death by chaos and order. He declared, the sky thundering as the decree was made. Hera's eyes widened as a gasp threatened to escape her lips while the parent gods stood up, their shouts echoing the chamber. Her mind froze as she rewinded the words she heard. That meant, she could never see Sarah again. Her daughter. It took a while for Zeus to quiet everyone down, send a pulse of his mighty power to silence them. Enough? My word is law. This is final. This meeting is over. Some glaring at him, the gods reluctantly stood from their thrones and left the chambers to their temples, either by teleportation or simply walking. Zeus let out a groan as he rested his head on his hand. That took a lot out of him. He wondered if he made the right move. His thoughts turned to his children, Talia and Jason, the latter named after his wife's favorite champion to appease her usual anger, though to his shock, she simply looked away from and replied with a low "whatever, husband." Speaking of his wife, he frowned as he looked up. Whereas normally Hera would comfort him after every meeting, nowadays, she always left him alone in the chamber, not even sparing him a glance. This past decade, she had been constantly ignoring him, barely even speaking to him outside of meetings. She stopped kissing him, or holding his hand in comfort. She even cancelled their special sacred nights. He wanted to die from that. He knew she was mad at him. Severely. The latest news of his demi-children hitting her hard, but he didn't know it was this bad. Usually she'd throw a tantrum for a few days, target his children with monsters and beasts, and go back to having with him. Now, he didn't know what changed that. It was as if Hera stopped loving him. And he didn't like it. Uzumaki residence in a bright flash of light, Naruto Hiroshin, into the living room of his house. With a sigh, he ran a hand through his hair. Still as spiky and untamed as ever. Opening his eyes, he glanced to the right, spotting the familiar fur of the certain red fox lying comfortably on the couch with its head on its paws, green eyes opened and looking at him with mischief. Naruto snorted. Lazy bones. Somehow, the fox grinned at him, even winking. Rolling his eyes, the blonde walked toward the kitchen for some soul-calming ramen. The fox padded after him, taking out a cup of instant ramen, while promising to go visit Ayame-chan and Tsuchijiji for the real thing. Naruto had to endure the 3-minute torture as the fox jumped on top of the counter next to him. Once the first was done, he made a second cup, and placed it in front of the fox. Snapping his chopsticks apart, Naruto and the fox eyes smiled. Itadakimasu. In a bright glow, the fox shifted form, and in place of the animal, was a woman who looked to be in her mid-30s. A long curtain of crimson-red hair covering the top of the counter. She wore an expensive-looking and elegant crimson and black kimono, looked to be made of silk of the highest material and meant for royalty. Her skin was a blemish-free light brown tan. Her natural features giving her an incredible beauty, with little to no need of makeup, only a soft red lipstick. Behind her, 9 long red foxtails swayed in the air, while on top of her head, 2 fox ears of the same color twitched. Lips pulled back in a wide grin. A glint appearing in her sharp, pearl-white teeth, and stretching her own whisker markings on her cheeks. The foxwoman grabbed her cup and began eating. Hopping on top of the counter, pushing the foxwoman to the side a bit, Naruto began eating his ramen. In content silence, Naruto Uzumaki, former shinobi and now Shinto god of peace and chaos, and Kurama Uzumaki, 9-tailed fox beast and wife, mate to Naruto, former Jinchuriki beast duo, enjoyed their ramen, peaceful just being with one another. Sliding over a bit, Kurama smiled as she laid her head on the blonde's shoulder. Glancing at her in amusement, Naruto shifted a bit. Behind him, 10 inked black tails slipped out of his pants silently. The tails wrapped around Kurama's own one by one in a loving embrace, while the 10th tail wrapped itself around the Kyuubi's waist, making her smile widen. After everything that they had been through since Naruto's ascension to godhood, it was nice to have relaxing moments to themselves. While fun, the adventures could be exhausting. Naruto would need to plan picnics for his wives when he brought them from their heaven. Each and every second he spent with the woman he loved dearly brought him peace. Father. Looking over his should, he saw his son, White Zetsu, phase up from the floor. He had used Kaguya's old idea and created artificial beings to serve as his spies. However, he had modified the old Zetsu designs and components. Zetsus, now known as Biku Zetsu meaning shadow tongue, was now able to not only phase through matter, something he replicated from Obito's Kamui, but was made the ultimate spy by being able to shapeshift his form, phase into a person's body without the target knowing, and even merging with their shadows, and travel through them. He could also replicate any voice he hears, making it easy to record conversations. Not to mention, the ability to self-replicate. While Naruto had changed over the centuries, he was and always will be a shinobi, a warrior of war. Being in enemy territory of the Greek gods, you can never be too prepared. Zetsu. Report. Naruto commanded as he and Kurama stood up. He had Zetsu merge itself with Apollo during their last meeting without his friend knowing, so the agent could discover the location of the Greek god's base, Mount Olympus. Mount Olympus is currently residing within a pocket dimension stationed at the 600th floor of the Empire State Building in New York City. The only way for mortals to get to Olympus is through an elevator, guarded by a disguised creature who would only allow authorized personnel. There is another secret entrance at the roof of the tower, a portal hidden at the back of an elevator. Naruto nodded happily. If there ever came a time and would need to pay a visit to the Greeks, he would need to find them easily. A part of him suggesting paying a surprise visit to Hera, but thought against it. Too risky. Good work. Anything else? Zetsu nodded. He told and showed recordings of the meeting and Zeus's new law. Naruto hummed, cupping his chin. So, Mr. Sparky had banned gods from seeing their children. Stupid move, old geezer. Not to mention the news of these children of 3. Kurama looked at her mate. What are you going to do, Naruto-kun? Narrowing his eyes, Naruto walked down the first-floor hallway, Kurama after him as Zetsu was dismissed. Stopping in front of a lone door at the end of the hall, a room Naruto banned his girls from ever entering, Naruto bit his thumb and spread blood over the blood security seal on it. The door glowing, it unlocked. Entering, the room showed itself to be much bigger than its entrance suggested. Lining and stacked on the walls were dozens upon dozens of weapons Naruto had collected over the years. Katanas, kunai, shuriken, ninjutsu, ningata, kusarigama, even the 7 swords of the hidden mist, and the sacred tools of the Sage of 6 Paths. Every weapon from his world, and sacred tools too powerful and dangerous to leave in mortal hands. Also located at the back of the large room, were several small shrines dedicated to different gods. Naruto used them to quickly communicate with other gods if he needed to. Walking to the center of the room, where there was a small island with a pond around it, there was a table in the middle of the island. Sitting down on the chair, Naruto looked at the shogi and chess sets on the table. Thinking on it, Naruto decided to use the chess set. Both sides held full pieces. The whites were his, while the blacks were the opposing force, which in this case were the Greek gods. Taking a black pawn, Naruto moved it forward a space. The Greeks had made the first move. He looked at his pieces. He couldn't go into battle by himself, not could he? Looks like it was time to call in some friends. Taking his pawn, he moved it forward, a grin stretching his face as his eyes began to glow a malicious crimson red. Let the games begin. End of chapter 2. Not much happening, just slowly getting things moving to their main scene. I was absolutely shocked at the number of favorite the first chapter got. Damn. Great. Now I feel an over sense of responsibility to not disappoint you guys. Thanks a lot. Oh well. So, the game of chess between the Shinto and Greek has started. What will be Naruto's plans to complete his mission? What is his mission? Who gave it to him? You shall see soon. Now, people are asking about when this story takes place. It will be revealed soon. I am hoping this story will inspire Naruto, Percy Jackson stories where Naruto is not a son of a Greek god, goddess. He's Japanese people, not Greek. Come up with new ideas. And don't worry, or Naruto characters will be appearing soon. It'd be boring if they didn't appear. And I've got a surprise most of you will hate. Hint. Well, There was a hint in the first and this one chapter, but I don't think anyone figured will figure it out. Also, if there was any error in this chapter, let me know and I'll fix them tomorrow. Only if they're a lot. I don't like rereading my own stories more than twice. It's boring. Anywho. Review your juicy thoughts. Next story to update is Walk Alongside the Reaper, followed by Rise of the Digimon King. Yane. A new chapter begins. Meetings. Disclaimer. Jubi no Shinju does not hold any ownership or property to Naruto, Percy Jackson, or any religious knowledge. Also, please note that I've changed the name of Naruto's eyes, the Sharingan. At first I was thinking the Jubigan, or something like that. But I've decided. From now on it is called the Genshijigan, Eyes of the Primordial Beast, or the Genshi Ju no Mi. The Shinju is a primordial deity, in this story at least, don't know about the canon. And when it fused with Kaguya, it became the 10-tailed beast. Hence the primordial beast. It fits. Don't get me wrong, I like the classic Jubigan, but wanted to be original. That's all for now. So stick around. With his new immortal life, and the soon erased existence of the Age of Blood as it is now called, Naruto Uzumaki, the Ashirado no Kami, needed something to take his boredom. Unlike his fellow Shinto gods, Naruto had stayed in the lands of mortal, traveling, watching, protecting. He had lived a good life. He had lived it with his wives and children, with his grandchildren and even more with his descendants. He lived with them, laughed with them. He taught them, raised them when they had no one. At times, he would build families with them. H's human view on morality haven long since withered away with time and age. What was he to fear about human consequences? Life was about risks, he knew that now. He loved his family, all of them. Sons, daughters, grandchildren, daughters turned wives, and granddaughters turned wives. His legacy, as well as that of his old friends, continuing on for many decades. When the time came when the last of his sons passed on, he decided it was time for him to leave the soil his old home once laid. He continued his life as a sage, traveling the ever-changing lands, seeing new and changed places, and meeting new people. He now understood Kaguya. For she was right, the earth was his child, at least, as long as it still held chakra within its soil. He was the last of the elementals. The race of chakra. Chakra wielders have died off, with only 2 users left. Him, and the planet. Since the blossom of the Shinju tree, the earth has nurtured from chakra. All life that lived on the soil, only lived through chakra. Up until it dried off. Once the last of the planet's chakra was gone, all life would die. At least those that depended on the energy. From the ashes, the next generation would rebuild and repopulate. That was just how humans were. How he used to be. So young, never seeming to grow old. Like a bird of phoenix, they grow, learn, die, and are born again. Humans, such beautiful creatures, he was glad to have once been one of them. He never got tired of watching them. Seeing them live their lives with no worry. From the families they make, to the land they cater to. Yes, there many times days and nights turned dark, when the very earth and nature turned against him, but he kept going. Because it was his duty as the new god of Charka. As well as the last son of Chakra. It was his duty to watch over the planet, to calm its cries and whimpers like a parent, and stay with until its end. More than a few times in 300 years, dark beings, both humans and not, had risen up to either take over or destroy the planet. Either from the very rock, or guests from the stars above. Around 20 times he had to step out of the shadows to clash with them, and once over, he hid again before he was discovered. His existence as a god had to be kept a secret. The time of which humans of his world believed in gods had long since passed, and it would be best to keep it that way. A few times he was discovered, and he either had to permanently take care of them, or give them his full trust that they kept the knowledge a secret. A few times, he would rediscover the feeling of love and have a family once more. Most of those times it hurt to see the life leave his wife's eyes. Each time either his conscience or the deities asked him to come home to Tengoku, and each time he declined. He had to protect the earth. Later on, for a time, he backed off from the threats when he had seen the rise of warriors. While human, they had shown to have the capability to handle such threats. Perhaps it was Lady Fate telling him that his job as protector was finished. She had always been trying to make it up to him after making him the child of prophecy. Maybe this time he should listen. The last drop of the earth's chakra was about finished drying. He was tired, and needed a break. He had faced threats of all imagination. Humans, demons, aliens, even those bastard heretic gods. In all his travels, he had taken after his teacher, and had written stories. So many books. So many stories to share with his friends and family in Tengoku. Yes, it was about time he rested for a bit, however. There was just one chapter to finish before he left, sire. Blue eyes rolling up, Naruto blinked at the sight of his general kneeling before him. His head rested on his fist as he sat comfortably in his large pillow that served as his throne. He loved his pillow. It was so big and soft, made of the finest silk and feathers in the land. Though he didn't care how glamorous it looked, only that it was soft. The rich life never interested him, though he wouldn't make bad comments on the food and bed. "What is it?" he asked, his tone bored. He's been sitting on his ass all day, listening to those damn preachers give their boring reports and speeches. No wonder Tsunade-ban was so cranky. He would need to give her a massage when he saw her. The Bantan army is seen approaching from the east. The scout estimate their numbers to be at 5,000. The general reported to his emperor. Naruto just blinked, not looking the least bit concerned. Closing his eyes, he laid his head back a bit, inhaling through his nose. He held it for a few seconds before releasing. "Just a few more pages," he muttered. "Sire?" the general asked, hearing him say something. Opening his eyes, he looked at the man. "Gather 100 of the best men in my elite. Tell them to prepare. At dawn, he move out." "Sir." The general bowed and left to do as ordered. Sighing, Naruto rolled his neck, letting out a breath when he heard the pops. Soon, the final chapter ends. Feeling movement on his right, he looked down at the body of his wife, cuddling on his side. "You seem to be enjoying yourself there," he stated, an amused smile tugging on his lips. "You're warm, Naruto-kun," was all she said, making the blonde god roll his eyes. His wife always liked to cuddle against him, like he was her teddy bear. She actually said that multiple times, even when she was a young girl. "Yeah, well, as much as I like to sit here being your heater, we should get up. The story is about to end, and I wouldn't want to miss my last dance. So please let go, Dota-chan." His wife pouted at him, opening her beautiful emerald eyes. "Meanie," she muttered, making him roll his eyes in amusement. He always found it funny how his wife, his strongest general, could be a soulless monster on the battlefield as well as a strict empress, but a complete puppy when they were together. He spoiled her too much. Raising a hand, he petted the top of her head, ruffling her long raven black locks like he would do back in her childhood as he trained her. Feeling another movement on his left, he rolled his eyes as he looked at the other person cuddling his side. Long brown hair reached down to the floor, pulled up in a ponytail as cream white skin nuzzled against his arm. A silk pink kimono pooling on top of the pillow side. Arms were wrapped around his arm in a tight hold. The person smiled happily as they nuzzled their face against his arm. "That means you too, Haim," he said to the female, getting another pout. "MMMMH, but I don't want to Sama," his daughter moaned, making him sigh. He really needed to stop spoiling his wife and daughter. "Well, I need to get up," he said as he tried to get out of the tight grasp of his wife and daughter. His wife pouted, a twinkle in her eye. "Only if you give us a kiss," she said, her daughter copying her. Naruto rolled his eyes. "By the log, these two, all right, fine," he relinquished. Turning to his wife, he cupped her chin with released right arm, and planted his lips against hers. Dota moaned lowly as she felt his tongue brush against her teeth. Instantly opening her mouth, her moan grew louder as his tongue battled hers. She tried to overpower his, but knew it would be impossible with his experience, and her tongue was conquered easily. Her white cheeks burned red as she felt his tongue explore her mouth. Her breath was feeling like it was being sucked out by a vacuum, and when he separated, she was panting breathlessly. Turning to his daughter, Naruto leaned down, and smashed her lips against his, doing the same to her as he did to her mother. He had long ago stopped caring about what mortals defined as right or wrong. So years ago, when his own daughter expressed incestuous feeling for her own father, he merely shrugged and kissed her, followed by claiming her body and lover for his own. He was an immortal and a god, Human laws be damned to Jigoku, hell. With his two wives numb, Naruto stood up. Cracking his neck and back, he raised a hand and snapped. With a combination of henge and creation of all things, his clothes, currently a royalty red and black kimono with sakura petals on them, shifted and rippled, stretching and soon changed form completely. He now wore his battle armor, a crimson-plated samurai armor. His arms and legs covered in black light armor, and his black pants showing. On his back was his god symbol, a six-pointed sun, with a small swirl in the middle. Just then, someone entered the throne room. "Father," the person said. Naruto nodded in greeting at his son. To others, his son would look like a stranger in comparison to him, given their vast differences in appearance and ego. Naruto looked like he was in his mid-20s with wild shoulder-length sun-kissed blonde hair, something rarely found in today's lands. His son, on the other hand, was in his mid-30s with dark black hair and a mustache. Only those in his family and closest friends knew their relationship and the truth of his godhood. "Hello, Nobu-kun. Are you prepared?" Naruto asked as he walked to the side. Placing his hand on the wall, he channeled a bit of his chakra. The family watched as lines of sealing symbols spread throughout the wall, before in a large poof and cloud of smoke, they saw several weapons and scrolls hanging on the wall. Picking up his weapons, he sealed them on his body, as well as a few of the scrolls, before placing the last weapon, a massive butcher knife, on his back. The Kabikirabocho, decapitating carving knife. Once wielded by a man he honored. Once finished, he grabbed the three of the scrolls left, and moved to his wife and children, placing them in their hands. Nobu frowned as he looked at the scroll in his hand. He knew what this was. It held the final will of his father, as well as secrets only to be revealed to him, just as his mother and sister's scrolls also held their own secret. The last wisdom and knowledge passed down from Naruto Oda, the emperor of the Western lands, and clan head and secret founder of the Oda clan. Frowning, Nobu looked up at his father, his eyes barely hiding sadness. His father was leaving, and there was nothing he could do to change his mind. "What will you do now, father?" he asked. Naruto smiled softly at his son before he walked toward his sad wife and daughter, their eyes barely holding in their tears. He smiled at them as he cupped their cheeks. Smiling, he turned his head to the door. "Come in, Gakis. No use hiding from me." The door opened and Naruto's other children entered the throne room. He had had many beautiful and strong children with Dota, and even a few with his youngest daughter, Oichi. He smiled at them while they held frowns. Today was the day. "Listen well, my children," he spoke, getting their attention as they looked at him. "I have lived in this land for much of my existence, both during its prime and current times. I have seen its birth and its destruction. I have protected it like a parent, nurturing it in its time of need. I have stayed by its side continuously and have learned its infinite secret. The fossils it buried and children it birthed, and most of all, I have raised a family for many eons. However, today, as the moon shines bright, its light bleeding crimson, my story in this world has reached its ending. At dawn, my existence in this land and future shall leaving its future and fate in the hands of the next generation. In the hands of you. But no, it does not matter to me if you choose to be its protector, or its conqueror. For the planet is one of free will. As long as you remember to caress its soil with love now and again, you shall always be loved back. Any action you take, I shall always love you like the father I am. As I leave the fate of the world in your hands, I leave you with my final words. Power and glory mean nothing. For as long as you hold something precious in your hearts, the love of a mother, of a father, brother, sister, or lover. As long as you thrive to protect it, to grow stronger to ensure the protection of your precious person, and of your free will, you shall truly be strong. Hi-to-you-sama. His sons and daughters cried out, tears falling down their cheeks, memories of the years their father loved and raised them, training them to be strong to protect themselves and their families showing in their minds. Smiling at them, Naruto nodded and made his way out the door, ready for his march to the battlefield for the last time. Ready to face his death. The battle lasted 2 weeks, the army of 5,000 reduced down to half their numbers in hours, with the Oda forces only suffering minimal damage. However, by the time the war was ended, the horrific news spread fast throughout the land. Naruto Oda, the head of the Oda clan, died in battle, taking the enemy's emperor with him. his death by a blade through his heart. The land reigned for many nights, as everyone cried at the last of their ruler and king. His family, while knowing the truth, cried truthfully as they would not see their father again for many years, only when they made their final trip toward the Holy Lands in the sky. Naruto's son, Nobunaga Oda, took his father's throne and promised to protect the lands like his father and keep it safe like his father had done. The planet has lost their god, his time watching over it coming to an end. Nobunaga promised to the heavens, what while he may not be a god like his father, he would take on the role of one to ensure his legacy. Meanwhile, sitting on a cliff over the home of the Oda clan, Naruto smiled as he finished putting the last words of his tale in his book. Once he finished, he closed the cover. On the front, displayed a golden image of the Oda flower crest and the title under it. The last flower petal smiling, he sealed the book away. Standing up, he stretched. Sending the estate one last smile, he mentally promised that he would see them again. The same promise he always gave to his family whenever their last blood died. But this time it was different, for he had died before them. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. Above him, a ray of light pierced through the dark clouds and shined down on him. It glowed brightly, making his golden hair glow as well. The last chapter ends. In a flash of bright light, Naruto Uzumaki vanished from the lands formerly known as the Elemental Nations, never to return again, as his last thoughts seemed to drift into the wind. And a new one begins. Chapter 3. A new chapter begins. Meetings. Present. Uzumaki residence. To-san. I want chicken ramen. Chloe shouted out, her voice loud and proud. Pearl raised her hand high, a wide smile on her face. I want shrimp ramen. Sarah rolled her eyes at her loud sisters, though she herself have excitement shining in her eyes, the Uzumaki love for ramen strong in her. I want miso ramen, please, she asked, smiling. Naruto laughed proudly at his daughter's antics, mentally patting himself on the back at the job well done and carrying on the praise to the glory that was ramen. All right girls, just give me a minute, he said as he stood in front of the stove. Kneeling down, he opened the cupboards and took out 3 massive pots. His daughters have inherited his love for ramen, added in with their high metabolism, and they could eat 3 times their own weight. Look at him when he was their age. He could eat 10 bowls of Ichiraku ramen and not gain a single pound. Most people wouldn't dare invite the family to dinner if they knew that fact. It happened a few times in the past. Hey, if loving ramen, or any food, enough to eat in human amounts was wrong, he didn't want to be right. Placing a small genjutsu around him, thanking the log for immortality and endless chakra control exercises, he summoned 3 clones to help him prepare the ramen. In 10 minutes, the family of 4 sat around the table, the large pots in the middle of them. Grinning widely, the 4 Uzumakis clapped their hands in prayer, and once Naruto filled their bowls with the soup substance, dug in. As they ate, they have small talks. The girls talking about what they learned in school, and whatever else they did. Naruto was happy that his daughters were born in a, while boring, simple life. As an ex-warrior, he had seen and experienced the horrors of the Age of Blood, as well as the following eras. Times of war and death. Half of the children he had after Himawari, Boruto, and his other children, he had been forced to train to defend themselves on the threat of unexpected battle. He didn't want that for his 3 new children. He wanted them to experience what he never had, a real childhood, to be able to laugh freely and play around. Screw the knowledge of gods, himself included, screw fates and prophecies. Screw monsters and shit. For just this time, he wanted to once again experience the peace he shared with Hinata and Shien and their children after the Shinobi War. To see his daughters not having to worry about learning deadly techniques or becoming shinobi, warriors. From Zetsu, he learned the littlest he could about this Camp Half-Blood. Apparently it was like the Ninja Academy. Demigod children are sent there to learn survival and how to fight. And when deemed worthy, they are sent out on quests and trained to become heroes. Naruto scoffed at that. Please, the children are turned into nothing more than sources of entertainment to those arrogant gods. Some of the quests, from what he had been able to find out, had led to more than a few deaths. Yes, the Elemental Nations was the same, Konoha children trained from a very young age, but they started out small. That damn D-rank chores actually proved to be useful, as it prevented genin from meeting their deaths too soon, his sea-turned a mission flashing in his mind. But these demigods, they were ready by the time they set out. Hell, the gods don't even help their children if there is trouble, just seating on their chairs and pray on their name or mothers that they survived. At least genin squads had jonin instructors. It was a good thing Naruto Uzumaki was here to fix things. Naruto Uzumaki, kicking arrogant or evil ass whenever needed. Foiling the plans of assholes, or pranking the ass of teams. All for the price of a bowl of ramen and slice of pie. As he refilling Chloe's bowl, getting a, "Thank you daddy," Naruto thought on his plan of action. He was assigned by his contractor to put the gods in their place. And after reading all the Greek history books he could, reviewing the actions done by the Greek deities on the mortal plane throughout their existence, having Zetsu secretly get information from their minds, he needed to come up with something that will help him take the gods down a peg. This wasn't an act of war, nor was it a violent strike. It was a prank. Something that will embarrass, most likely scar as he planned carefully enough to make them realize something. While they may be gods, it didn't give them the right to play with mortals' lives. More than once, historical disasters had occurred only for their amusement. Example: Pandora. A once sweet and innocent girl, created by the Greek gods to be perfect in every way. Teaching her how to sing, made her very beautiful and talented. Then, they gifted her with a box, or a jar, as he found out from Zeus's mind, to present to Epimetheus, titan of afterthought, and as a wife. The box, jar held all the world's evil and horrors, and due to making Pandora a very curious person, they knew she would open it and unleash all that was inside. This world was showered in evil, also they could punish Prometheus, titan of crafty counsel and forethought, all because he gave the humans fire. They had released death, murder, disease, all evil imaginable on the planet, just because they didn't want to share. It just made him so angry. Slurping up his noodles, Naruto thought. His eyes half lit as a glowing red shined through the cracks. Children, they were nothing but children. And like all naughty children, they needed to be punished. Taking a fish cake in his chopsticks, Naruto raised it to his open mouth. However, before he could put in his mouth, his hand halted. His brow twitched once, twice. Muttering a curse under his breath, he sighed and put his sticks down. "I need to take care of something, girls." He spoke up, making the sisters look at him as he stood up. "I'll be right back," he said and was about to walk off, but stopped for a second, and sent them a warning look. "Don't touch my ramen," he warned, pointing a threatening finger at them and walked off, his daughters giggling behind him. He stepped out his patio, closing the glass door behind him. Walking forward, he took a seat in one of the chairs outside. Sighing, he laid back, crossing his arms across his chest with a manly, childish pout on his face. "I was in the middle of ramen, Teme. This better be good," he threatened. No one interrupted his ramen time. Hearing a scoff, he heard the chair next to him creak as the figure sat down on it. "You and your ramen. Even after all this years, you're still addicted to the stuff." Now it was Naruto's turn to scoff. Of course. Ramen is the food of the heavens. The holy gift presented to mortal lands by Lady Inari herself. Its substance is more valuable than gold. More famous than any star in the cosmos. It is the stuff that holds peace in existence. That binds the love of every man, woman, and child. To go against ramen is to go against the very life itself, he declared loud and proudly. The figure stared at him in bewilderment. "Wow, you have become even stupider than I would thought it'd be possible." His eyes twitching, Naruto glared at him. "If you came all this way to mock me, then you can just leave my house, Sasuke," he growled. How dare the bastard mock his ramen speech? He's been practicing it for days. Sasuke Uchiha rolled his eyes at the blonde, regretting coming already. Like Naruto, Sasuke hadn't changed much since his first life in the elemental nations prior to the Fourth War. He looked to be in his mid-20s, and not a decade older. His hair was flat against his head, reaching his shoulders, with a bang covering his left eye. He got tired of the blonde's chicken ass jokes on his previous style. He wore a midnight black battle kimono with the sleeves taken off, a white undershirt, and a red sash around his waist. Around his collar were 6 white tomos. On his shoulders, he had kanji tattoos. Storm, on the right, and War, on the left. Over his heart, he had a small Uchiha crest. a red and white fan. On his right side, rested a katana sword, the hilt black, with an Uchiha fan at the butt end. Life Naruto. Sasuke had been given the honor of becoming a Shinto god. This was due to Naruto sharing half of his infinite Shinju chakra with the Uchiha, his body changing, awakening his hidden Otsutsuki genes. Though unlike his former rival, Sasuke didn't make such a big deal about his new godhood. While he appreciated the power, never having gotten rid of his Uchiha lust for power, Sasuke didn't care that much of becoming a god. Unlike Naruto, he didn't go out across worlds, taking on a responsibility over mortals. Sasuke was completely satisfied with his life. He repaid his sins. He traveled the world, saw things, got married with Sakura, as she was the only one he trusted with the repopulation of his clan. Was his excuse, had a daughter he could trust to lead the future of their clan. Something he would come to regret down the road due to something he doesn't want to talk about, and he stayed on the planet watching over his descendants until the very end, and then went to heaven to reunite with his parents and big brother, and wife, daughter, and grandchildren. Sasuke didn't care about godly responsibilities. He didn't care about taking on a domain, or leading his religion. He just wanted to see things he never had before, and maybe fight strong opponents to test his power. Like he had when he and Naruto faced those heretic gods, as well as warrior gods from other religions and pantheons. Sasuke was the Shinto god of judgment, weather, and war. The Handen no Tenko to Senso no Kami. He also willingly served under Susanoo no Mikoto, the Shinto god of storms. Raijin, Shinto god of thunder and lightning and also an elder god, as old as the time of Izanagi and Izanami. And Hachiman, Shinto god of war. His clan had been followers to the powerful gods for generations, and he proudly served them, learning under them. His domain was the harbinger of war. He summoned massive storms in the echoes of battles and war, symbolizing the fierce battles to take place between warriors. He also judged who was worthy of joining Senshi no Horu, Hall of Warriors, the Shinto religion equivalent of the Norse gods' Valhalla, where worthy warriors throughout the years rested and celebrated their victories or losses, being granted a warrior's feast and rest. It served as a prize for their long journeys and were given the option of resting eternally with their family, or serving in under Hachiman as his soldiers. Those who served under the god of war were sent to a realm where they would continue their battles as much as they pleased. A berserker's paradise, as Naruto called it. But that was not all. He also serves as the Kamigami no Shisha, messenger of the gods, between the court of the Shinto gods in Tengoku and Naruto. The whiskered god tended to spend much time doing whatever he wanted, and would miss important meetings, so Sasuke was assigned as the blonde's leech to drag his ass to them when called. Which was why he was currently here. The gods have called for a meeting, Naruto, Sasuke said. Naruto frowned. He hated going to meetings. They were so boring, even more than when he went to meetings when he was Hokage, or any leader. It was always about, that god, goddess took this from me. Or, she did this. Or, Naruto, when will you agree to be my life partner? The last one got annoying after the 100th time, as the gods tended to fight for eternal partnership in order to gain political power. Though it was mostly used by the minor gods, as the major gods already held high standings in politics and power. Now they, mostly the male ones, went after the female goddesses to satisfy their lust. Though the only ones labeled strictly off limits were the high goddesses, the strongest in power, not hesitating to vaporize any who dared target them. Naruto hated going to god meetings more than he used to hate going to cage meetings, as god meetings tended to last years if an agreement is not made. And now he had to go to another one, the previous one have last decades. It, of course, being about his current assignment. He prayed to Izanami Kachin that it wasn't about that again. Groaning, he stood up. Snapping his fingers, he summoned a clone to watch over the girls. Oh, how he wished he could just send a clone in his place, but last time he did that, Hikari threatened to take away his privileges in use of the sacred hot springs. Damn. If he lost that, his wives would kill him for taking away their bonding time. Sighing, he nodded in defeat, and the two ex-shinobis vanished in flashes of light, while the clone went back inside to eat his boss's ramen. It was a good day for the clone. Olympus, main hearth. Hera tried very hard not to fiddle with her golden yellow dress as she tried to maintain a posture of confidence and stoic And she was failing, that much anyone could tell as her eyes held nervousness and concern. And she wasn't the only one. It took a while, but Hera had been able to get Amphitrite and Persephone, her fellow partners in crime, to meet with her, so they can discuss the thing that's been eating at them for around a decade. Their affair. Her fellow big wives were as fidgety as her, though not so much Persephone, given her past affair with Adonis. Maybe because this is the first time something this big has happened before. Hera, though. Not only did Persephone have an affair behind Hades' back again, but also Hera, Zeus's devoted wife, and Poseidon's queen, and even more had children with the same man. If the big three were to ever discover their secret, it would no doubt destroy the earth in their rage. It was even worse when they admitted to the other to actually hold love and feelings for the blonde idiot that started all of this. This secret was treated even more important than the knowledge of the great prophecy. Only a very few know of the existence of their daughters, them being the ones who helped deliver them. For Hera, it was her sisters, Demeter, the Greek goddess of harvest and agriculture, and her eldest sister Hestia, Greek virgin goddess of hearth, home, and family. Hera trusted them more than any one other god, and knew she could trust them with this little secret. She had first told them when she was to give birth to Sarah. To say Demeter and Hestia were shocked to hear that Hera had an affair was an understatement. They had always thought that even with Zeus' many faults, their sister would always be devoted to him. But it looked like they were wrong when they found out that not only had Hera let another man even touch her, let alone seduce, a term that was put mildly, but even gave birth to a child. And this was before they even discovered that the man was actually a deity from another pantheon. Still, they swore on the river Styx to never reveal this to any of the other gods, especially the big three. They could also see that Hera's eyes would show some happiness, but also regret and sadness whenever she spoke of this Naruto. For Persephone, the only ones she could trust besides her mother Demeter was her best friend Hecate, Greek goddess of magic and witchcraft, and a few of her handmaidens from the underworld. Hecate was the one who helped her give birth to Chloe, using her magic to ensure that the laws and nature of the underworld didn't keep her daughter trapped there. For as by underworld law, any soul within the underworld shall be imprisoned for all eternity, she didn't want that for her daughter, much less her husband finding out about her and would no doubt keep her prisoner. Hades was still pissed off about the time she had an attraction to Adonis. If he was mad about her being in love with the handsome human, she would hate to see what he'd do if he found out she had a daughter with another man. Amphitrite was able to keep her daughter Pearl safe and out of Poseidon's eyes with the help of her loyal guards. She gave birth in a secret underwater cave not ever her husband knew about. There she gave birth with the assistance of her daughters, Cymopolea, goddess of violent sea storms, and the Naiads, nymphs, or spirits, which preside in fountains, wells, springs, streams, brooks, rivers, and marshes. They help keep their sister's existence a secret from their father, and watch over Pearl on their mother's request. They had watcher over their new little sister and her father, and they had say, the love this Naruto Uzumaki showed his daughters was quite attractive. Anyway, as the three queens gathered together to talk, joining them were Hera's sister and Persephone's mother, Demeter, and Hestia. Demeter had made her famous cookies for the group, which Hera was thankful for as it would lessen the tense air. Grabbing a cookie, Amphitrite chose to begin this meeting. So, Hera. She began, getting the god queen's attention. Is it true what Hades told me? Has Zeus really banned the gods from seeing their children? She asked, a chill in her tone. Persephone also looked at her aunt. Hera sighed as she took a sip of her tea, the same one Naruto used to make for her. It had become her favorite, and learned how to make it herself. It was very delicious and helped calm her down whenever she gets headaches from dealing with godly crap. Taking a breath, she answered. Unfortunately, yes. Thanks to my idiot husband, we will not be able to see our daughters again, she admitted, a growl in her tone as her grip on her cup tightened, making it crack. The two other mothers narrowed their eyes in anger and sadness. They had only seen their daughters when they were born. Sure, they would occasionally watch over them from magic viewers, but it was not the same. They wanted to be there, meeting and playing with their daughters like real mothers. They had not been able to enjoy being real mothers with their previous children, for Hera, Ares and Hephaestus were nothing but failures, and she hadn't seen her daughter Hebe, the only real child she had with Zeus, in a long time. Persephone was still trying to make peace with her daughters, Melinoe and Macaria. And Amphitrite rarely saw her daughter Cymopolea as she wanders the abandoned seas after Poseidon banished her, because he found her presence disruptive, and she hated her son Triton for his arrogance. The birth of Sarah, Chloe, and Pearl was their second chance to raise their children the right way, especially with a father like Naruto. They were ecstatic for when the blonde Shinto would reveal the truth and heritage to the girls, and the mothers could reunite with their daughters. But this new decree, they had to hold themselves back from finding Zeus and ripping him to shred. That bastard. Now they could never see their daughters again. Demeter and Hestia looked at the three queens in pity. Demeter knew what it was like to never see your daughter again. When she had heard that Persephone was to stay in the underworld forever, it broke her heart. However, she was lucky as she could reunite with her daughter only in the seasons of summer and spring. Hestia was the goddess of family, so it hurt her, both emotionally and physically, for this to happen. She wished she could have done more to change her brother's mind, but even she didn't have the political and/or actual power to defy or overrule the laws of the fates. The best she could do was ensure that the young demigods were protected. Unfortunately, that was all she could do as her rule in the court was taken away. She frowned in sadness as she looked at her sister and niece. She and Demeter shared a glance. Maybe they should speak to their mother on this. Gritting her teeth in anger, Persephone tried to calm herself by grabbing a cookie and shoving it into her mouth. However, the delicious and mouth-watering flavor could only do so much. Sighing, she tried to distract herself on a different subject. And unfortunately, the subject her mind picked was on a certain blonde. She closed her eyes as she felt her cheeks burn light. She would be lying if she said that she didn't miss Naruto. It was strange. In such a short time, the blonde had affected her mind and feeling more and faster than Adonis had. With Adonis, it was because she found him extremely attractive. But with Naruto, she didn't know what to think. Yes, he was attractive as well, with a wild look to him. But it was more than that. The whiskered blonde had been able to get her out of her sad mood very fast and make her smile and laugh with his insane antics and silly humor. Just remembering the tales he told her about the pranks he did as a child still make her smile. She had always held an immense anger at Hades for not only kidnapping her, but also tricking her into staying in the underworld for eternity. When she had spent her 6 months of freedom in the mortal world, they had become the most enjoyable time in her life for when she met Naruto. There was a light around him that just made one feel like everything was okay, and gave your whole body warmth. She wondered if Hera and Amphitrite had felt the same when they were with him. Now that I think about it, we never did talk about our times with Naruto after we dropped out daughters with him. She frowned. She didn't know what to think on the fact all three of them had essentially slept and bared children with the same guy. A part of her thought that it would be the same as it was between her and Aphrodite with Adonis, fighting over the same guy. She wouldn't deny that a part of her heart longed to feel the touch of the blonde Shinto again. And not in the sense of UAL touch. Her time with Naruto was fantastic, amazing even, and she unconsciously longed to be in his arms again. Sure, she was still pissed at the fact that not only did he keep the fact that he was a god from her, but also that he had had multiple lovers and wives, to which he still saw with his access to enter his religion territory of heaven. A part of her wondered what he thought of her with the fact that he had, and still did in a sense, wives awaiting for him to return. Did he see her as a consort? A whore to pour his lust at? Did he actually hold feeling for her like she did with him? And more importantly, how can those women actually be okay with the fact that they are actually sharing their husband? Naruto had revealed to the three goddesses when they confronted him, that it was actually his first wife, a Hinata Hyuga Uzumaki, and his first mate, Kurama Uzumaki, who had given him the idea and permission to gain multiple lovers and wives. Or, eternal mates, as the blonde puts them, which she still didn't understand what he meant. It just boggled her mind. How can a woman actually allow her husband to get more lovers? Sure, the gods here do it all the time, but it was against their wife's approval or knowledge. For a wife to know of their husband's affair, and actually be okay with it, was Uranus falling from his domain? Naruto had given the offer to actually speak with Hinata and Kurama face to face themselves if they wished to. Right now, Persephone was considering it. Because the only way a wife would agree for such a thing, was if Naruto had her under some kind of mind control. And either Naruto was a master at deception and only acted like a lovable idiot, or it was for real. Ah, she was getting a headache. Complicated issue aside, she needed to think of a way around this new law and be able to see her little Chloe again. Maybe, Naruto would have an idea. I just need to contact him, she thought. Amphitrite was having the same thoughts. Her marriage to Poseidon was believed to be the grandest celebration ever held under the ocean, though that was not what she thought. At times, she felt like she was merely a prize for him. After the former defeated and replaced Oceanus, the elder Titan child of Uranos and Gaia, and Titan ruler of the ocean, many of the beautiful Nereids sought to be his wife. Amphitrite, on the other hand, didn't desire such a thing, and kept her distance from the god. Unfortunately, that had the opposite effect, and only made Poseidon want her even more. Poseidon had tried everything he could to get her to fall for him and accept his proposal, but she refused every time. It was then that the god switched techniques. He pretended to go into a deep depression, hoping to get her to agree in guilt. Delphin, the god of dolphins, and one of Poseidon's lieutenants went to her and persuaded her to accept his marriage proposal. Finally, she agreed, and with her marriage to the god of the sea, she became the goddess of the sea. In the centuries she served as goddess of the sea, she served more of the ruler than even her husband, who would just go into the mortal world on vacation, getting human woman and female beings pregnant, while she tended to the overlooking of the entire ocean. Like his brothers, Poseidon, though more with his than he did with his brain, she had lost count of the number of women her husband seduced and impregnated with his lust. Demeter, Medusa, who her husband raped in Athena's temple, Gaia, numerous nymphs, and many mortal women. So while her dear husband was getting laid, she was stuck doing all the work, and let's not forget the latest issue of her husband's newest son. Honestly, she didn't have a problem with her husband's children, except for Triton, the arrogant bastard. After all, why should she be angry at them, when it was Poseidon who couldn't control himself? Like her fellow queens, her meeting with the blonde Shinto god that was Naruto Uzumaki was a nice break from her constant headache. For many days a week, she loved cuddling with him, watching the sunset from a high cliff overlooking the ocean. Living underwater for all her life, she never got the opportunity to watch the sunset or sunrise, so doing so was a great chance. She also loved staring at her consort's eyes. His deep, magnificent blue eyes that could put her home to shame. Naruto was so different from many male gods from any religion. He wasn't arrogant. An idiot, clumsy, and stubborn, yes, but never arrogance or boasting. For a young god, whose experience as a deity was shorter than her own, Naruto took his responsibilities like a child. He didn't have to worry about paperwork or leading hundreds of children and servants. He always talked about his adventures and travels back when she first thought him to be a simple human. Naruto. Simple. Those two words just didn't fit together. The blonde tended to take things to the extreme, even when in doing simple things. She remembered when he took her to a carnival. He declared he would get her this giant stuffed dolphin, and no matter how many times he missed, he never gave up. She feared he would lose all his money if she did stop him. But he was a stubborn fool, in a good way. And when he actually did take down the targets and get the toy, he presented it to her with this cute large grin that stretched his strange whisker marks. He looked so cute. One thing the three goddesses could agree on was that Naruto tended to spoil them when they had separately dated him. Be it simple but gorgeous jewelry, to candy and carnival prizes, the blonde would do all he could to express his feelings to them. He was simply one of a kind. Even when they had approached him on the issue, Amphitrite could remember the love he had for each of them in his eyes. Amphitrite actually had a small ability to sense another's feelings. Not as powerful as Aphrodite, but enough that she could sense the true love Naruto had for them. In fact, the amount of love in the blonde's heart could overpower even the goddess of love. His heart was so large, she could barely detect any source of hate in him. It was as if Naruto was incapable of not loving. Like he just saw the good in people. She could also see that he also loved many others before them, and not in the sense of merely attraction, but genuine and pure love. The kind of love only a husband and father could give. Like Persephone, knowing that the man she could possibly hold feelings for, one who had proven to be better and less selfish than her husband, hold multiple loves confused her. Greek gods were very territorial on the things they hold, and sharing was used as a very last resort after going to war. Even now, a part of her that desired Naruto wanted to keep him for herself. not only for her sake, but the sake of her daughter. She had watched her daughter Pearl from a distance or through water surfaces as within her power as a water major deity, she could use any body of water as a one-way mirror. And when she couldn't, she would have one of her loyal servants or daughters watch over her. She truly wanted to be in Pearl's life as a mother, along with a father that would love and care for her. But what about the other two demigods, and Hera and Persephone? She didn't want to declare war and drag her daughter into it. She could actually imagine a life where she was sitting in a comfortable couch in Naruto's living room, playing with Pearl. At the side were Hera and Persephone playing with their own daughters, while Naruto watched them with a smile. She faintly recalled talking to Naruto one last time before she left after dropping of Pearl. When she asked him how he was able to handle a family such as his, with multiple lovers and children, he just shrugged. If you asking how I could possibly have so many lovers, well, I love them, and they love me. It's not as complicated as it seems. While I may be an immortal, love is not something that can be waited on forever. I don't believe in one-night stands, or nights. Love is something that should be cherished and cared for. If I love someone, I don't hesitate to tell them, or it's gone forever. I've learned a long time ago, and don't want to make the same mistake again. Sure, it might seem strange for me to be able to have more than one wife, but I would rather be able to make everyone happy, than to cause pain when there was a way to prevent it. I had once nearly lost friendship because I hurt someone who loved me with her whole heart, even when I was already taken. I have a harem, as most tend to call it, not because I merely want to collect women, but because I know that their love is real and pure. Sure, more may call me a pervert and other things, but on my long life, I learned that I would rather keep a hold on love, than lose it forever. Believe my words when I say that I love each and every one of my wives and mates, and no one is above the other for my affection. And now this, Tride-chan. I'm not the kind of guy to have a child with someone just for the lust. I had with each one of you because I love you. I still do. Even if you do not accept my feeling as you are married, I will always love you, no matter what. That last part nearly brought her to tears in regret. She felt like she had used Naruto the night they had for her selfish reasons. Amphitrite frowned in thought. She knew that she loved Naruto, maybe not enough right now to instantly join his family, but it was much more than she had felt for Poseidon, and the thought of raising a family with him lingered eternally in her mind. Still, she needed to think on this before she made any decision. Hera sighed as she looked at the conflicted looks on her sisters' faces. Like her, they were no doubt reviewing their marriage and the blonde who started all of this. Closing her eyes, she took another sip of her tea. She needed to find a way around this stupid law. She wanted to see her daughter. Maybe we can get Foxy to help, Juno advised. Hera mentally raised a brow. And what would he be able to do? Gods from different religions can't interfere in the business of one another. She reminded, surprised that her Roman counterpart would ever suggest something that she knew was forbidden. She felt Juno shrugged nonchalant in her half of the mind. We're talking about the guy that was able to not only seduce and impregnate the three god queens, but also get them to fall in love with him at the same time. And I get the feeling Naruto would be able to do the impossible. Besides, I want to see my niece. Hera was confused at the last part. You, niece, we're the same person, so wouldn't Sarah be your daughter too? She asked. But Juno shook her head with a grin. Nope, I've decided that now that we can talk with one another, I'm my own person. The same with you. I've also decided that I want my own daughter or son. With that fox of ours, ooh. I can just imagine the feeling of his big as he pounds me. Tartarus. I might even agree to the naughty teacher-student roleplay you're so reluctant about, she stated, making the queens of the Greek gods groan with a red face as she tried to block out her perverted Roman counterparts' talk about the things she would do with Naruto when it was her turn. Looking up, she raised a brow when she saw Persephone and Amphitrite faces suddenly turn raised. What's up with them? Yeah. She flinched when the sudden shout of the embarrassingly childish, or Naruto-ish, Juno echoed in her head. Looks like I'm not the only Roman goddess joining the party. Eyes widening when she figured out when Juno meant, Hera groaned and buried her face in her hands. Tengoku. Council of Gods. Naruto groaned and buried his face in his hands. I hate you. Izanami Kajan. He mentally grumbled, he could just see the Shinto high goddess laughing at him. Evil woman. After beings dragged to Tengoku, he had to wait 15 minutes for the other gods and goddesses of the Shinto religion to appear. He then had to wait until everyone gave their name and titles, as well as their domains like they did in every meeting. And then came the topic for summoning a meeting, and to his dread, it was about his current assignment. Yes, he knew that Hikari, Yami, and Shi, the daughters of Izanagi and Izanami, and the three primary goddesses and the strongest under their mother, were not happy that he, their favorite champion, had taken a temporary residence in Greek deity territory, but come on. Did they have to bring his daughters this? He shot a glare at the amused Sasuke who sat on his chair next to him. Rolling his eyes, he leaned his heart on his fist as he half listened at the raucous the Shinto deities were bringing up and curses sent to the Greek gods. Sheesh, he knew the two pantheons didn't like one another. Seriously, they were acting like children. Sighing, he decided to distract himself with his thoughts. Even after all this time, it was still hard to believe he, Uzumaki Naruto, once a young idiotic, still is, kid who always shouted about being Hokage, was done the impossible had become a god. His life went taken adventure and excitement to a whole new level. Rescuing princess and rulers, beating down idiots who wanted to rule the world, running from massive machines and or animals who wanted nothing more than to eat him, was now like a summer job to him. Just because he transcended immense levels of power, didn't mean his luck had gotten any better. Actually, it's now worse. He would bet a large amount of his ramen collection that he was going to get dragged into a war by those idiot Greeks sooner or later. His eyes moving, he took the time to examine each of the Shinto gods. Unlike the Greeks, the Shintos didn't have deities for basically anything and everything. Shintos focused more on military and warfare, like the Romans. Sure, they were a bit old school, as kids would put it, but sometimes old was good. He first looked at the primary three, Hikari, Shi, and Yami. They were the strongest of the second generation of Shinto gods, being created by Izanagi and Izanami. They was stronger than even Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, no doubt about it. In fact, unlike the three Greek brothers, the sisters' power was strong enough to create worlds from nothing. Hikari, also known as Hikari no Megumi, the Shinto goddess of light and life. She was the eldest of the sisters, made the ruler of Tengoku with an army of angels, and the first to bring light to the world. Hikari was perhaps the most gorgeous woman Naruto has ever seen, challenged only by her sisters. She had long gold blonde hair that reached her shapely rear. Her beautiful light blue eyes shined with love, happiness, but most of all power, daring anyone to challenge her rule. She wore a pure white kimono that hugged her slim figure, pressing tightly on her D breasts, with a teasing amount of her cleavage in view. Naruto always felt like he was being teased whenever Hikari would bend her body forward a bit when the two of them were meeting, expressing more of her cleavage at him. She wore a bit of jewelry on her head, a lace made of gold framing her crown, and small diamond earrings. Yami, known as Yami no Megami, Shinto goddess of darkness, was like a darker version of Hikari. Whereas the light goddess had soft pale cream skin that seemed to glow when hit with light, Yami had a darker, mocha tone. Her hair was a very dark, nearly black, brown that one wouldn't tell unless they were really close. It reached down to her waist, with a bang covering her right eyes, giving her a Y look. Her eyes were a crimson red that shined in mischief, chaos-seeking, and lust. The latter mostly targeted at the whiskered blonde. At times, whenever he was alone with Yami, he always got the feeling like she was holding herself back from raping him. Which is why he always brought Sasuke with him to use as a meat shield while he escaped. Yami wore a dark royal purple kimono that hung just off her shoulders, displaying a wide top view of the cleavage of her DD cup breasts, the largest of the sisters. She didn't wear much jewelry, simply red ruby earrings and a necklace with a dark black crystal. On her plush and kissable lips, she had red lipstick. Yami was a physical tease, and would take any opportunity she could to press whole front on him, pressing her breasts on him. Naruto was glad he was a god, or he would have died from blood loss a long time ago. Even now he could see the goddess giving him lustful looks, making him gulp. Yami was the ruler of Jigoku, the Shinto underworld where sinful souls were punished severely. Yami was a sadistic woman, who actually got off on punishing those she didn't like, so Naruto always made sure to keep his distance whenever she was in her mood. But she wasn't all bad. Other than being a major tease, Yami was actually a kitten when she was alone with her sisters or mother, and a few times when he and her hanged out. She, also called the Shinigami, was the Shinto goddess of death, who his people had once prayed as their major deity in their death-filled world. Unlike the old images drawn by his people, she was not some demonic entity with dried-up pale purple skin, shaggy long white hair, and a demonic face. He had found out that it was actually a costume she used to prevent humans from seeing her real appearance. No, she was actually a beautiful woman with pale pearl white skin as smooth as silk, long silver white hair that flowed down to her back like silk, with a few bangs framing her heart-shaped face. Her eyes were a moon-like silvery pale yellow with black sclera. She wore a midnight black kimono with a bit of her CC breasts visible in cleavage. She wore no jewelry, but had black lipstick and black nail paint. She usually had an impassive look on her face, finding meetings very boring. She was the ruler of the Shinigami Corps, agents under her who worked to find any lost soul and either sent them to Tengoku or Jigoku. Like Naruto, she likes to miss meetings. She was actually the one who gave the Uzumaki clan the Shikifujin technique and Shinigami mask which summons her their realm, for her own entertainment. When Naruto questioned her on why she would do that, she would just shrug and saw that she was bored. Naruto had first met the three when he first became a god, being congratulated on his new status and saying that they were impressed with his action. As he trained in his new godly powers and immense levels of chakra, he got to know them, and would admit that he actually liked the women. With his growing experience with the feelings and the workings of the famine mind, which took a long time, Naruto had begun taking in the hints from them of them showing affection and lust at him. While he was flattered and honored at have actually been able to capture the hearts of the impossible goddesses, he was sorry of what would happen if he released his restraints and let his hormones out. He could sense the pheromones coming off the three, as well as several other goddesses aimed at him, and it drove him crazy. Now he knew what Sasuke felt when he was being chased by his fangirls. Yes, he had had many wives before, and a few flings with other goddesses. He didn't know if he could handle a full-on relationship with so many. He could barely handle his mortal wives. Not to mention that he was raising his newest daughters and trying to figure out how he should handle the whole Greek god assignment, without causing a war. Focusing back on the meeting, he signed as he listened to Yami stating that he shouldn't be socializing with the Greek idiots. The meeting room was similar to the meeting room the Greek gods had from the image Zetsu showed him. All the gods were seated in a circle in thrones of their own design and color. At the head of the circle were three high thrones made of pure gold. These were Hikari, Yami, and Shi's thrones. Naruto's own throne was colored a burning orange-red made of wood and leaves, giving of a nature vibe, symbolizing his connection to nature, and served as a tribute to his first home, Konoha. On the back were life-like carvings of the faces of the 9 Biju, and on the top was a display of his godly symbol. A 9-pointed gold sun with a small swirl in the middle. Above his head was a wood statue of a floral bud. Given that this was god business, Naruto was in his official god clothes. He was wearing a white full-length Shinto priest robe, a jo, with a row of 6 black magatama on his high collar, the end of the sleeves, and bottom rim, with the center rim lined black. Wrapped around his neck was a long black scarf. Sitting back on his chair with his head on his fist and knees crossed, it showed his black baggy pants with the ends tugged into his black ankle-high boots. Leaning on the side of his throne was his Shikuho staff, made of black, indestructible metal. He didn't turn to his true god form, or at least one of his forms, as he had gotten used to the heavy feeling of the energy of the other gods. Next to him, Sasuke sat in his black metal throne chair, with a purple cushion. On the back was his god symbol, a carving of his clan's fan with a black crescent moon in the middle. He also had life-like carvings of snakes wrapping around the throne. He looked at the person on his other side when he heard an amused laugh. He rolled his eyes at her. Oh sure, of course she finds my predicament humorous. Sighing, he decided to try and put an end to this. Sitting up straight, he cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. Listen, I know that you guys have problems with the Greek gods, but it was my decision to accept this task, and I'm doing it, he stressed. Hikari frowned at her favorite man with a concerned look. Please understand, Naruto-kun. The Greek gods have proven more than once to let their arrogance and power go to their heads. Having you in their realm would no doubt make them believe this to be an act of war. While we may be slightly stronger than them, they hold more numbers. Plus, my sisters and I are merely concerned for your safety. We can sense a large change in power to come very soon in that world. We cannot tell what it is, but we need to be cautious. Naruto nodded. He too had sensed strange pulses of dark power ripple the earth at random times, too fast for him to track. I do understand your worry, Hikari-han. However, in my time in that world, I had gained friends, and most of all, a family. A grunt made him look at one of the gods. Yes, your daughters. Ones you had with Greek goddesses. The three queens, he stressed. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the male god. Is there a problem, Ryujin? He demanded. Ryujin was the Shinto god of the sea, usually taking the form of a massive dragon serpent with diamond-hard blue scales and a body length that stretches for miles. However, for the meeting he took on a human from, having long blue hair, gold eyes, and wore dark blue armor. Naruto didn't like the sea god. He was arrogant, and always tried to challenge him into a fight to prove which of the two was stronger, even though Naruto won most of the time, though barely against the older and more experienced deity. Ryujin growled at the blonde. Your actions with the goddesses has shifted the balance of power between pantheons. There is a reason why children between religion deities had been deceased. The other gods shared a glance. It was true, last time two beings if different pantheons led to the birth of a child, it led to a war for power. Most would take this a plan to obtain power and a declaration of war, especially those Greeks. Naruto let out a beastly snarl of anger. His eyes flashed crimson as he glared at the sea god. My daughters are not born for the purpose of power, but from love, he stated. Ryujin only scoffed. Love, please, like those idiot Greek gods would actually feel anything that wasn't lust or greed. If it isn't power, pussy, or they wouldn't give a damn. Like you? Naruto countered, making the dragon man growl at him. Alright, enough. Hikari ordered, making Naruto stand down, as well as Ryujin, though the latter was reluctant. Naruto, I know that you love your daughters, and don't want them to put them in a situation. But I have to somewhat agree with Ryujin. Naruto shot her a betrayed look. She quickly put her hands up. I'm not saying you did what you did for power. I know very well that's not the kind of person you are. However, this still hold problem. Your daughters not only hold fragments and the blood of Greek goddesses, but also the blood and partial power of a Shinto god, one that who himself holds the power of a primordial being, the Shinju. As we all know, the Shinju was one of the ancient artifacts created by the Koto Amatsukami, distinguished heavenly gods, the very first primordial Shinto gods in existence. It's older than Evenus, as old as Izazagi-sama and Izanami-sama. Ryujin scoffed. And its power is given to a brat, he grumbled, getting a glare from Naruto for being called a brat. Also glaring at the dragon for a sec, Hikari continued. As I was saying, Naruto, your daughters not only hold fractions of the Shinju's power as far as we know, but also the blood of Greek goddesses. Their power could be immense, making them targets for those who would seek to use their power. Naruto growled threateningly, his Genshijigan flashing. If anyone dared harm his precious daughters, he would rip them apart. Sasuke glanced at former teammate and rival, sensing a spike in his chakra. He knew Naruto, as his job as his best friend. The blonde was very protective about his family, and he wasn't the only one protective of the girls. After all, he was the girls' godfather. The flames of Jigoku would freeze over, before I let anything harm my daughters. Naruto declared, making Hikari smile. She blushed slightly as she really liked when Naruto goes into protective father mode. That was quite a turn-on for her. Naruto-kun. He looked at the deity at his side. We all know how much you love your daughters. Just know, that if ever needed assistance, I'm there for you. Naruto smiled. Thank you, Inari-hime. He thanked the fox goddess. Inari Okami, the Shinto goddess of rice and fertility, as well as the fox goddess. Like Hikari and her sisters, Inari was a very beautiful, breathtaking woman with dark blue hair tied in a braid that reached her shapely rear. Her gold eyes glowed with vertical slit pupils. She wore a red and white kimono that showed much of her D-cup cleavage visible and stopped very short under her rear, leaving much of her legs visible, and a pair of blue sandals on her feet. On top of her head were 2 twitching fox ears, and coming from her tailbone were 9 silver fox tails. Like Naruto, she had whisker marks on her cheeks. Unlike Kurama, who only had the appearance of a 9-tailed fox, Inari was the real deal. Her power could make Kurama look like a kid in comparison. Naruto was actually great friends with Inari after all. Inari was the creator of the food of the gods, ramen. He had literally asked her for her hand in marriage when he found out, to which she actually agreed. Naruto smiled and placed a hand over Inari's. He gently squeezed her hand. "Thank you, Inari-hime." Inari just smiled back at her mate. She really liked Naruto. Back when he was a child, she had watched over him. Naruto had a true heart of a fox. He was mischievous, liked pranks, and was loyal to a fault. She had fallen for the young blonde ever since, even before Hikari, she, and Yami did. Naruto was her foxy warrior. She had been there when he was still a young god in training, helping him tap into his primal skills. Through the time they spent together, they grew close. They mated, and hopefully, would even have children one day. Naruto looked around at the other Shinto gods gathered at the room. Some of them he made allies with. Others were neutral, and a few hated him for once being human. At the top were of course Hikari, she, and Yami. Going around the room counterclockwise was Amaterasu Omi Kami, Shinto goddess of the sun. She was the fourth-rated most beautiful woman in Tengoku, equal to the three sisters and Inari. Even Sasuke blushed when he saw her. She had love-raven silk hair that flowed down to her waist. She was wearing a black kimono with a red sash and red flames on the bottom. Her skin was pearl white with red lipstick. She was sitting on a red throne with flame carvings. Next to her was Aim no Uzume, Shinto goddess of dawn. She had long brown hair with dark brown eyes, wearing a gold kimono. Her throne was gold-colored with a half-sun carving on the back of the throne. After her was Fujin, Shinto god of wind. Unlike most in the room, Fujin was actually a big green oni with a bag filled with wind slung over his back. His throne was green with swirl designs. Sitting on a dark red throne was a man of large size. He had strong muscles wearing red armor with spikes on the shoulder. On his back and sides were many weapons. His head was hidden in an oni-style helmet, with glowing red eyes burning through the eyeholes. He was Hachiman, also known as Hachiman Shin or Iwata no Kami, the Shinto god of war. His throne was made of black marble rock with carvings of swords coming from the back. Sitting next to him was Inari, then Naruto, and Sasuke. On Sasuke's right was Omoikane, the deity of wisdom and intelligence. His appearance was that of an old man. He was one of the wisest of the gods, often giving advice and counsel to the other Shinto gods. His throne was made of wood. Following on was Raijin, the Shinto god of thunder and lightning. He was Fujin's brother, being a large red oni. Behind him was a large wide golden ring with circular drums on it, with 3 circling tomos on each of them. His throne was red with lightning bolt designs. Like his brother, Fujin, Raijin was an elder god, as old as Izanagi and Izanami. Next to him was Ryujin. Next was Sujin, the Shinto god of water. Sujin actually the lieutenant of Ryujin. He was a light blue dragon in his true appearance. In his human form, he had light blue shoulder-length hair and light blue armor. His throne was similar to Ryujin, blue with wave designs. After him was Susanoo no Mikoto, the Shinto god of storms. Brother of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Susanoo was a mature man with dark raven hair, dark eyes, and a white and gold lining attire. His throne was a gray color with gold lightning and clouds carved at the bottom. Lastly, sitting to the left of Shin, was the Shinto goddess of the moon, Tsukuyomi, or Tsukiyomi. She was the twin sister of Amaterasu, but while Amaterasu had long dark hair, Tsukuyomi's hair was a shining silver, her eyes were silver to Amaterasu's burning red. She wore a silver and blue kimono with a golden moon in the back. Her throne was like it was made directly from the night sky, black marble with shining stars on it. While their numbers were lesser than that of the Greek gods, the Shinto held power and military forces and mines. "There is one thing I wish to know." Amaterasu spoke up. She looked at Naruto. "Naruto Domo. How exactly do you wish to strike the Greeks without having a war break out?" she asked, making everyone look at the blonde god. Naruto leaned back on his chair. He placed his elbows on the armrests. His hands tangled together, he placed them over his mouth. His pose similar to the one he saw his Hokage Jiji take many times when he was younger. Holding a thinking expression for a few minutes, he then opened his eyes. His dujutsu flashing, the 9 tomos spinning around hypnotically. When I was a human and a child, I had a great strategic mind when it came to pulling pranks. Every move, planned. Every moment used correctly, never wasted. Through the 4th war, that mind only grew. What I must do is not an act of war. No, it is simply a prank. The Greeks have grown arrogant. It is time someone knocked them off their high horse. They all have weaknesses. Skeletons in their closet they don't want to see brought into public. Well, I think it's time they got a visit from the old master of pranks. He declared, wide and wicked grin on his face, making Sasuke sigh and facepalm, and Inari giggle and clap, excited to see her favorite blonde pull pranks again. Hikari, she, and Yami shared a smile. They almost pitied the Greeks when Naruto pranked them, almost. If there was one thing Naruto was great at, it was messing with those who deserved to get pranked. Soon the meeting ended and many gods left to go back to their domains. Sasuke was going back to see his family. Naruto was going with him, wanting to see his family again, but he first needed to check on a certain someone. Opening up a dimensional portal, he walked through. After a second of darkness, he stepped into a new location. A place of nature. Trees as high as skyscrapers covering the area like a jungle. A realm that would put Mount Myoboku to shame. Smiling at the immense feeling of nature energy being absorbed into him, he looked around. He saw animals of any and every species around, be them Earth native or otherworldly. Moving on, he vanished with a yellow flash, and appeared in front of a comfortable-looked compound. Not too big, but not too small. He spotted a small group sitting on the front yard, relaxing. Smiling, he approached them. Seeing him, one of them stood up to greet him. Aisatsu, Otto. Greetings, husband. Naruto smiled at the woman. Approaching her, he grabbed her hand and brought it up to his lips, planting a soft kiss on the back of the hand, bringing a soft smile to the woman. He looked up at her eyes, ocean blue meeting pale lavender. Standing up, he gently kissed her forehead. Pulling back, he smiled at her. Hello, Kaguya Koi, he greeted his wife, the Usagi no Megami. Rabbit Goddess. And done. Cliffhanger. Short and simple to pass the time and build drama. The plot is coming into its first true scene next chapter. So, Sasuke's a god, and Kaguya's alive. Bam, fist to the face. But enough about that. As of right now, Naruto Uzumaki. Ashirato no Kami is the most popular story I have create. Reviews. 205. Favorites. 1016. Followers. 1131. Communities. 9. I'd like to thank everyone for taking a liking to this, as I didn't think it'd be so popular. Also, I've chosen a winner for my Naruto Spider-Man poll. The winner is Superior Spider-Man. Addition to the web. I've already made chapters 1 and 2. Put up after this one, so if you hadn't checked it out yet, please do so now. Next chapter will be covering how Kaguya's alive, what happened to Gaia, the secret person who gave Naruto's his assignment, and who will be the first participant. No, wait, victim. Yeah, victim. However, I will be first working on finishing the chapter for Rise of the Digimon King, work on chapter 3 of Superior Spider-Man, and see about the next chapter of The Devil May Cry at the end of the night. Sorry people, but I'm already busy working on all my new stories, so unless someone is willing to be my co-editor, I'm stumped with this and schoolwork. My semester's almost over and I'm going to starting my next one. If one of you would like to be my beta, contact me with PM and we'll talk. Have a great Thanksgiving. Make sure to eat until your bellies pop, kiss you mothers, and have a happy holiday. Yane. Next story to update. Rise of the Digimon King. Followed by a hopeful upload of my new Naruto, Teen Titans FIC. After which, CH3 and 4, double upload, of Superior Spider-Man. Look out for The Devil May Cry at the end of the night chapter upload. As well as my story listing story, where I put up the first chapters of new story ideas I have and see if you guys like them enough to put them in stories. I'm insane. 2016 people. Yeah. Pulls out pistol and shots himself in the head. I'm okay. Any mistakes made in chapter will be fixed, eventually. Reunions and planning disclaimer. Jubi no Shinju does not own Naruto, or the Percy Jackson series. This can't be right, it's not possible, are we dreaming? Could it actually be? And you are right. Jubi no Shinju is actually back to continue working on Judo no Kami, formerly known as Ashirado no Kami. I know. Where the hell have I been? I was busy. That's all I'll tell you. And yes, I know many of you are no doubt pissed that it took me 2 years to actually update. All I can say is, I'm sorry. I've been busy with school and classes that I let time pass me by. Luckily I am officially done with classes, all I have to worry about now is getting a job. But yeah, I'm back, and will try to bring you more chapters of this story when I can. I mean, this is my #1 story. A fact I am still greatly happy for. Anyway, let's continue, shall we? Talking, thinking. God voice, Biju. Mental talking. Also, after having interesting comment brought to me, I have decided to rename the story, Judo no Kami, as the person said. Actually Ashirado no Kami translates as God of the Asura Path. God of the 10 Paths is Judo no Kami. Which I find funny because that also translates to God of the Gentle Path. I want to thank Yuki Kruge too for bringing that to my attention. Chapter 4. Reunions and Planning, the Calm Before the Storm. Uzumaki House. Naruto Uzumaki, or at least the clone left by the original, stood at the sink as he washed the dishes. Yep, just another day being a father. Behind him, he could hear the laughter of his daughters as they played in the backyard, chasing the fox Kurama, while said Biju enjoyed the time she spent with the young Uzumakis. Her unofficial nieces, stepdaughters. Naruto smiled, glad to hear such joyful laughter. It reminded him of his previous children during their childhood. He would never get tired of being a father, or grandfather, or great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather. Ancestor. He lost count on how far his bloodline stretched. Oh well, it didn't matter. What did was that he had a family. Finishing up washing the dishes, he dried his hands with a quick usage of wind chakra. Turning, he walked over to the entrance to the backyard, stopping at the doors. Leaning against the frame, he crossed his arms as he looked at the sight of his daughters playing with a smile as they chased Kurama. As he watched, his thoughts drifted for a bit as he thought on what he should do. He was sadly getting bored, his warrior blood molded through years of combat and war begging for some action. He needed some excitement. How long had it been since he had last had a battle? And he wasn't talking about his sparring matches with Sasuke, but a real fight. He even sealed much of his power, down to 5%, hoping his infamous Uzumaki luck would attract danger to him. Sadly, the only thing he attracted were several monsters, none of which even got him to put up a sweat. Not even that minotaur he came across a few weeks back. Pathetic excuse of a monster. All it took was a single futon. Rasengan, and it was down for the count for good. Perhaps it would be about time to finally test these Greek gods. See what makes them powerful, not to mention get started on the job I was given. No doubt the boss is thinking the same thing. The clone thought, nodding his head slightly. To-san. Blinking out of his thinking, Naruto looked down and smiled when he saw a happy Chloe ran to him. The young daughter of Spring giggled as she grabbed her father's hand. To-san. Come play with us. She begged. The Naruto clone laughed heartily as he allowed his daughter to drag him to join his other cheering daughters. Naruto's sanctuary dimension. With a relaxed sigh, Naruto laid back on the soft ground, his wife Kaguya sitting on her knees like the princess she was beside him, drinking some tea. 2 other people were with them. The area was covered in a large shadow, provided by the large cloud blocking the sun over them. The gentle breeze caressed his skin and hair as he enjoyed the untainted nature energy around him. His body subconsciously absorbing and becoming one with it, attracting animals to him like a beacon as rabbits, fox-kids, birds, and even deer laid down around him or on his chest. Opening his eyes, which were now golden from his Senin Moto, Naruto's lips twitched as he looked up at the clouds. Though instead of toad bars for pupils, his were now in the design of a plus. With 2 pairs of slits in each eyes. One vertical slit crossing through a horizontal bar. 1. Due to becoming a deity, his connection with toads had been severed thanks to his immense chakra disrupting his signature from the contract. Not that he needed to sign a contract to summon animals, as he had his Chikushodo, animal path. so he still kept his friendship with the toads. Unlike how Nagato did it with his Rinnegan, Naruto didn't overtake and control the wills of summoning animals, and instead build bonds and alliances with the clans. Now I understand why Shikamaru loved doing this so much, he thought as he stared peacefully at the moving clouds. He took a deep breath, taking in the clean, pure air. The air here was a large contrast to the one on Earth. While the air there was polluted by factory smoke and waste, his air was created and cleansed by nature and plant life. It was also fertilized with chakra to help strengthen the weakened body and get rid of any and all illness as it filled the lungs. Smiling faintly, he took a glance at the image of his wife. Back in the Fourth War and a bit after it, if someone told him he would one day end up married to Kaguya, his most powerful enemy, he would have slammed a Rasen Shuriken into them for the sick joke. After sealing the ancient woman into his body, he had thought he would never see her again. However, he was wrong. Around 3 centuries after he became a god, he had decided to finally confront Kaguya. He explored the labyrinth that was his mindscape. He couldn't believe he hadn't thought of exploring around before. It was there, deep in his mind, that he found Kaguya. Flashback. Naruto blinked as he looked at the form of the still woman, sitting calmly on the hard floor. Her prison was similar to Kurama's old cage, thought scaled much smaller in size. The place looked like a prison, the dark chamber barricaded in thick stone walls. The lighting was very limited, with the chamber colored a golden yellow. He stared silently at the still woman, sitting on the floor, not ever moving to show that she was aware of his presence, but he knew she knew he was there. He could feel it, the slight twitch in her chakra. He didn't say anything, simply waiting for the woman whose power he stole and imprisoned. "What do you want?" After several tense minutes, she spoke. Her tone still as impassive and icy as he remembered. It felt like yesterday since they were kicking each other's asses. Guess it's true what they say. Time sure flies by, especially if you're immortal. "Hello, Kaguya," he said, keeping his voice straight, not showing any emotions. Kaguya opened her eyes, her pale, Byakugan eyes, currently deactivate, glaring at him with barely controlled anger. Not that he could blame her. The mother of chakra glared at the young god, her hands on her lap twitching for a split sec. The boy. The one who had stopped her plan. Who separated her from her son, Black Zetsu, stole her glorious power, and imprisoned her in this ghastly place. He dare mock her. By appearing before her. "What do you want, boy?" she repeated, her tone the same. Naruto sighed, passing a hand through his shaggy blonde hair. When was the last time he had it cut? It was now long enough to reach the middle of his back. Looking around, he frowned at the setting. With a snap of his fingers, the place began to glow, forcing Kaguya to close her 3 eyes so as to not be blinded. When the glow stopped, she opened them, and saw that the prison she has been trapped in for centuries has been changed, now becoming a forest of blooming sakura trees. Her cell was gone, with the only thing keeping her on lock and key were the handcuffs on her wrists and collar on her neck. She frowned in confusion as she glanced at the cuffs, scowling at the feel of the collar. Did he think her a dog? Before returning her blank glare at Naruto. Said blonde sat down with a sigh on the soft grass. It was then that Kaguya realized that he was wearing an attire similar to hers and her children's. Was he taunting her? Feeling the barely visible glare aimed at him, Naruto opened his eyes and looked at the woman. His eyes showed a tired man as he sighed. "Are you able to see events that happen out there?" he asked her, truthfully curious. Kaguya was silent, just glaring at him. Naruto just smiled gently at her. "I guess not. Kurama-chan and the others did everything they could to keep you very locked up, hiding you deep in my mindscape. Possibly so you wouldn't try and influence me. Took me a while, but I was able to locate you. Though not as fast as you would have possibly liked. Probably lonely here. No one to talk to, no one to see, you would feel like every second that passes feels like a year." He continued at her silence. "If there's one thing I've learned from being immortal, it's that time is irrelevant. Every second that time passes, feels like an eternity. And every eternity, feels like a second. Hey, did you feel like this, Kaguya? Passing your time as the feared rabbit goddess? Or when you were trapped in the moon?" he asked her. Kaguya just blinked at him. He rolled his eyes. Stubborn woman. Around a millennium. Kaguya raised a brow at him, still silent. Around a millennium since Sasuke and I last battled you. A millennium since I beat you. Since I became a god, achieved peace in the elemental nations, had a family of my own, a millennium since the world of chakra has ended. That caught Kaguya by surprise as she looked at him. Has it truly been that long? Naruto gave her a sad smile. That's right, Kaguya. A lot has happened over the years. Many threats rose and threatened the planet. Of course, me and Sasuke always stopped them. Many heroes have come and gone, few were strong enough to do the job. But still, the damage was done. The planet suffered much damage from our battles, and each time, it would use the chakra absorbed in its soil to repair itself, until it was soon all used up. You and I, we're the last that remain of our world. The last children of chakra. The Biju are still around, though I had to recreate their bodies with my own chakra instead of the one used from the Shinju, you. So they are bonded to me. They're not here, right now. I sent them to another dimension I discovered, to see if it is suitable as a home for them. It has a large forest, but strange creatures. Though Matabi and Kurama tend to have an irritating fun time calling me, Tusan. He grumbled, knowing his two mischievous mates liked to use every and all opportunity to tease him, even using his unique, incestuous relationship he had with few of his daughters and sometimes granddaughters. Though he mostly would just shrug and go along with it. It was fun sometimes, but was quickly getting old. Kaguya's eyes widened in shock. Chakra was gone? Impossible. It can't be. Chakra was hers. It can't be gone. Naruto watched as the news shook Kaguya. It concerned him how obsessed Kaguya was when it came to chakra. He had much time to thinking of the woman. The one who ate from the forbidden fruit, gained godlike power, and became corrupted by it. Who sought to enslave the human race through a false paradise illusion, and became obsessed with chakra to be willing to try to kill her own sons because they had it. Or at least, that was what the old man sage told him. He was not one to trust only one side of the story, not anymore at least. He wanted to know Kaguya's side. He gained her power, not her memories. As he looked at Kaguya, he idly recalled the other being sealed in him. Where was Black Zetsu? He did a quick scan, searching through his mind. There he was. He detected Zetsu held in another part of his mind, kept away, but also close. He felt it trying to break free, but to no use. It was not strong enough to break through its bonds. It was a parasite. It manipulated Madara and Obito, holding a large part in leading to the Fourth Great War. He'll take care of it later. He looked up at Kaguya, who now put on an emotionless mask, but he could still see through it. Her eyes held sadness, but also lost. She didn't know what to do now. With chakra gone from the world, she had lost her place on it. She didn't even conjure the thought of breaking free. Not that she could. And starting the infinite Tsukuyomi again. There was no need. He frowned and sighed. Kaguya, he called. After a few silent seconds, she looked up at him. He sent her a small smile. Chakra in the world may be gone, but it isn't gone absolutely. At her confused look, he pointed at himself, then at her. You and I are all that is left of chakra. Not to forget Sasuke and the Biju. We are the only ones who hold all that is left of our world. I have been wandering the world alone for many years. I was lost, and as a god, I could have left the planet many times, but was scared to. What would be the point? But then I remembered you. Kaguya, you and I are all that is left, but we don't have to be alone anymore. He held a hand out to her, taking her by surprise. There are other planets. Other realms. I can free you from my body, create a new body for you, one with chakra. You have served you time, and so, I am giving you another chance. I have watched over these humans, guiding them, helping them, and I sense that the time is approaching where I must leave them. I plan to go to another place, and maybe, create a new race. A race that I wish to see if they can be trusted with my gifts. Kaguya narrowed her eyes at him, before they widened in shock as she caught on to what he was saying. Was he? Naruto nodded, seeing she caught on. Yes, I plan to give this new race chakra, and see if they can be trusted, or if they will follow the same mistakes as their predecessors. Our people. And if you wish it, Kaguya Otsutsuki, you can watch and raise them with me. As I am the father of chakra, you shall be the mother of chakra. A new beginning, a second chance. Will you take it, Kaguya Otsutsuki? Kaguya sat in silence, staring at the outstretched hand. She weighed her choices. Should she accept? She was no fool to think he would recreate her body with all of her powers. No doubt placing limiters on it to prevent her from striking him down. But still, she was tired of being trapped in this wretched prison for so long. It was like being trapped in that blasted moon all over again. She longed to feel the air, to see the relaxing nature again. Also, this could redeem her sins. In her time imprisoned, she had time to reflect on herself, though a part of her still held on to the belief that her plan was a necessary one. She had made so many mistakes. Letting her power corrupt her, enslaving the humans, and most of all, attempting to kill her own precious sons. Now that she thought about it, what she did was a bit extreme. She would admit, she had grown jealous that her own sons hold something she believed should be hers and hers alone. What was she thinking? She should have been proud of them, but no, instead, she tried to kill them to take their chakra. She was a fool. She had let the power of the Shinju, the power of a deity, corrupt her. She looked at Naruto. How could this boy, no this man, handle not only her, but also the Shinju's power? Not only that, but this boy, he was the one who her son, Hagoromo, entrusted his dream to. The one, who managed to beat her. Sure, he had help from the Uchiha, but was the one who did most of the fighting and even managed to seal her. The one, who succeeded where she failed, and brought peace. Just, who are you, Naruto Uzumaki? She thought. She then looked at his hand. Should she do it? Should she accept? Should she really trust him with chakra? Naruto waited patiently, seeing the chakra mother thinking over her choice. He would not interrupt her. This was her choice. I accept, Kaguya said, and grabbed his hand. I will trust the future in your hands, Naruto Uzumaki. With the agreement made between them, it was pretty easy, but incredibly painful, for Naruto to release Kaguya's consciousness from his body and create a flesh and blood body for her to inhabit, thanks to all those biology lessons Sakura and Tsunade taught him. Of course, he placed limiters on her new body, a sort of leash to keep her under control and prevent her from turning against him. And so, with Kaguya Otsutsuki pseudo-free, the two gods left the world once known as the Elemental Nations, and headed to a new location in space to create a new world, with a newborn race. And like he said, he granted them chakra, while making sure to keep an eye on them to make sure no one tried to weaponize it. It took careful overseeing, but he was actually about to do something impossible, even by his standards, and was able to actually prevent sin and darkness from coming to his world. Under his guidance, his children were taught the ways of nature and peace. Kurama found his way boring, as there were no fights in his planet. Naruto had to agree with her a bit on that, but at least there were no wars or bloodshed. And after a time, Kaguya had actually managed to release her stoic mask and the darkness in her heart, and for the first time, smile. Though he had to keep an eye on her to make sure she didn't do the same mistake she did with her sons and go crazy and obsessive over chakra. But without the corruption of the Shinju, that was prevented, and Kaguya was able to be at peace with herself, and saw the humans Naruto created as her children, to which she loved. Naruto truly couldn't say how, or when, it happened, but during the time he and Kaguya watched over that planet, which he named Heisei, the two grew close. Next thing anyone know, the god-made mountain range became rumored to be haunted by moaning spirits. Closing his eyes, he shook his head, chuckling, making Kaguya eye him with a confused look, wondering what was so funny. Sitting up, Naruto stretched his arms up high. Lowering them, he looked at Kaguya, who sipped her tea. So, anything exciting happened while I was gone? Closing her eyes as she enjoyed her tea, she answered after lowering the cup. Not much. Yukio was able to learn the next steps in his Banbutsu Sozo, creation of all things, and is now able to create medium-sized animals, like deer or sharks, she said. Naruto blinked a bit in surprise. Really? He asked, before turning to a young teen male sitting a bit near them, eating a rice ball, and gave him a thumbs up with a proud grin. Nice job, son. Yukio could not verbally answer, with his mouth stuffed, so he just returned the thumbs up. Yukio Otsutsuki Uzumaki, the son of Naruto Uzumaki and Kaguya Otsutsuki. In terms of facial structure, he looked just like Naruto, having his father's slightly round face the blonde had in his youth. His skin was a pale white like Kaguya. His hair, a taintless snow white, fell down straight to his shoulder, with two spiky bangs framing his face on either side, reaching his chin. On his cheeks, He had 3 bold lines, his father's genetic whisker markings. He wore attire similar to his parents. A white robe with magatama lining the collar, a black obi sash, and his father's symbol of his back, with another under it. A white crescent moon with a small circle beside it. The symbol of the Otsutsuki clan. His eyes were an icy blue with a blue pupil, and a white, floral pattern on his irides. This was his Tensigen, the dujutsu of his maternal, paternal, ancestor, Hamura Otsutsuki. Kaguya nodded, also a bit proud at her son's achievement. I'll get to working on being able to make bigger animals soon. Naruto nodded, looking at her. All right, just don't work him too hard, okay? Try not to be such a slave driver, Haim. Opening her eyes, Kaguya shot the blonde a small glare. I am not a slave driver. Naruto snorted. Yeah right. The elders on Heisei would say otherwise. Sometimes you can be more sadistic than Anko, he muttered. He knew it was coming, but made no attempt to dodge, as he fell to the ground as the rock hit the side of his head. Kaguya sat still, giving no indication that she just threw a rock at her husband, or any care if she hurt him. In fact, if one took a closer look, they would see a small amused grin hidden behind her cup. Watching this event as he ate his rice ball, Yukio shook his head. He has gotten used to his parents' strange way of flirting with one another. His father would egg and tease his mother, and his mother would respond by having objects thrown at the blonde from small dimensional rifts she creates. In fact, this was her usual means of hiding her embarrassment from Naruto, as he would be too distracted to see the blush on her face. No need to give the idiot any more teasing materials against her. Getting up, Naruto rubbed the stop the rocket on his head, grumbling about wives being mean to him. While sure, the hit didn't even hurt, it was annoying to be sent falling down. Sheesh, I was only kidding, Kagu-chan. No need to get violent. Kaguya grunted. Well, maybe you should learn not to run your mouth like an idiot, she jabbed as she finished the last of her tea. Pouting at her, Naruto shook his head and just went back to what he came there for in the first place. Anyway, I came by to see how things were. And also because I was about to go see my family again, and was wondering if you two would like to come with me. Be nice to get at least some of my family together. Kaguya frowned, turning her lavender eyes to him, her eyes telling him just how she thought about that. After everything she has done to his world, all the deaths done because of her goals, and the lives ruined through Black Zetsu's action, she knew she was the last person the souls of the elemental nations wanted to see. Naruto frowned, able to detect her negative emotions, and knew what had her troubled. Getting up, he walked over and took a seat behind her. Wrapping his arms around her waist, he pulled her into his lap. He entwined his fingers with Kaguya's, rubbing them in comfort. Hey, how many times do I have to tell you? There is no reason for you to be worried. They won't hate you if they understand what you were going through. Everything will be explained, and they will forgive you. With Black Zetsu taken care of, there is nothing to worry about. Let them see the nice person I know you are, and they'll warm up to you. Leaning against her husband, taking comfort in his natural warmth, Kaguya closed her eyes. Even with her beloved's comforting words, doubt lingered in her heart. Could she really be forgiven? Did she deserve forgiveness? In all their time together, the only people of her husband's family that she met were Kurama and the other Biju, and even then Naruto had to physically stop them from attempting to destroy her with a combined Bijudama. And even with his support that she had changed, her son Hagoromo's children, who were actually really fragments of her own power, now that she thought about it, were weary of her, always avoiding contact, but keeping a very watchful eye on her, as if waiting for her to rick Naruto and stab him in the back, which they would never allow. She had also officially met her other grandson's reincarnation, Sasuke Uchiha, and one word to describe that meeting would be tense. The two didn't even say anything, only staring at the other with stoic eyes, not giving anything away. Sasuke's activated Rinnegan staring at her as if analyzing her. Then, Sasuke just nodded once, and vanished in a Kamui swirl portal. While Naruto grumbled about him being an asshole, just appearing out of nowhere, and leaving without saying a way, Kaguya knew otherwise. Sasuke would give her the benefit of the doubt, but the second she did something she shouldn't have, or hurt Naruto either physically or emotionally, he would cut her down. So meeting Naruto's other family made her reluctant. While she knew her husband had revealed their relationship to his family, or at least hinted it. This would be the first time she would actually met them face to face. Behind her, pulling her frame into his chest, Naruto laid his head on top of her head, where her horns once laid. With time and practice, Kaguya was able to learn to shift her appearance back and forth, so currently she looked like she once did before consuming the chakra fruit. As such, her horns and third eye were gone, leaving her forehead smooth and free of any slits. Hey, don't worry. I'll be there with you. I'll make sure no trouble occurs. Just give it time, and they'll soon treat you like family. Kaguya sighed, as her husband continued to try and persuade her. Reluctantly, she nodded. Very well. It would be a nice change of pace, and it would be nice to leave this place for a while. It has grown dull. Naruto frowned, rolling her eyes down at her. Why do you stay here anyway? You know you can travel to other worlds or dimensions, right? I already gave you permission. Kaguya shrugged. I saw no need to, as most worlds are barren of life, or full of annoying creatures. It would be a headache to interact with them. Besides, why would I leave when my precious carrot cake is here? She answered, making him sweat drop. That reminds me, I'm low on carrot cake. I'll be sure to get more. Just please, be patient and try not to go out looking on your own. He pleaded. Last time Kaguya left the dimension because she ran out of her precious sweet, she appeared in an inhabited world. She went berserk because they didn't have any, and destroyed the town. It was only his interruption that prevented the whole planet from following the same fate. Kaguya was the same as him when it comes to ramen, a one-track mind. I will finally meet my other siblings? Yukio asked as he finished his rice ball. Like his mother, Yukio never met his other family, and not from lack of trying on Naruto's part. He always wanted for his son to meet his brothers and sisters, but Kaguya was always against it, mostly in fear of how such a meeting could go. Yukio was her second chance at motherhood, and wanted to keep her son safe, so she constantly took caution in making sure she didn't do the same mistakes she did with Hagoromo and Hamura. She was also cautious with humanity, knowing how they can corrupt and destroy, and didn't want them to corrupt her son. A small part of her blamed humanity for turning her sons against her, as well making her do her actions in the first place. Her eyes grew dark as her thoughts shifted to one human she absolutely loathed above all. Tenji, her former lover, and the father of Hagoromo and Hamura. Also the man who betrayed her trust and love. He was once a human she fell in love with, but in the end, he grew fearful of her newfound power and turned against her. His betrayal caused her hatred for humanity, and her broken heart gave birth to her infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Humanity and turned her into a monster, not Black Zetsu, is what she had convinced herself of. Humans hate what they could not understand. Humans hated her for her power. Who's to say they wouldn't hate Yukio for the actions of his mother? She already knew of Naruto and his past, as he had told her himself. How the people of his village once hated him because of the Kyuubi's attack. So you could understand her mother instincts worrying about the safety of her son. Naruto nodded to his son. Yes, it's time you met them. He encouraged with a smile, before looking at his silent wife. Don't worry. Everything will be okay. He whispered to her, getting a silent nod. He kissed the back of her neck, making Kaguya shiver as her cheeks burned. Stupid blonde brat being able to make her feel things she hasn't felt in a long time. Smirking, as if he knew what his affection was doing to the once prideful and strong woman, pulled her in tighter in his embrace. The two sat there in silence, enjoying the breeze wrapping around them. Soon, however, Naruto lost his smile. Any news on them? He asked, making Kaguya frown and shake her head. They seem to have vanished. Our old planet has been destroyed when I went to survey. No doubt to cover their tracks. They fear you, your power. They know that at their current state, as well as with me and the Uchiha helping you, they will surely lose. She stated, making Naruto click his tongue. The topic they were talking about was Kaguya's own clan, race, the Otsutsuki clan. A race of extraterrestrials beings, described by her, were a bunch of literal power-hungry world eaters. They would travel to inhabited worlds, worlds that held specials, massive trees, called god trees, which would spread energy into the planet, chakra, nourishing it, before absorbing it back up, and using that energy to create special fruits, chakra fruits. The Otsutsuki clan sought to locate these Shinju inhabited worlds, and consume the chakra fruits, which would make them stronger. Unfortunately, this would also have the added effect of killing the planet, sucking up all life in it, and leaving it barren, killing all inhabitants. Shinjus and chakra fruits were not limited in dimension, as they are spread everywhere in the large multiverse. The only reason they have not attacked the elemental nations was because of him and Sasuke being there to protect it, and with their immensely in power, they were cautious. And when the last drop of chakra left the planet, there was no need for them to target it. But that still left other worlds in danger, and Naruto wished to stop them. The bad news was that the clan had vanished from his dimension. Not even Naruto and Sasuke's combined effort could locate them in their dimension. They were just gone, meaning that they have no doubt traveled to another dimension. Even with Sasuke's ability to look into other dimensions, it proved difficult in locating them, as they didn't even know where to look. It was like trying to find a red-colored pebble in the whole desert. Naruto knew the Uchiha was still trying to locate them, but until so, all they could do was wait. Fortunately or not, Naruto had a feeling they would target the planet he was currently staying at, as he had a feeling there was a Shinju tree somewhere in it. Unfortunately, even with his power, it was difficult for him to locate it, the planet's natural energy shielding it like camouflage. Though he had a feeling it was what gave the gods their birth. Maybe they were byproducts of it. Like how the Biju were pieces of transformed Shinju tree of his world, the Jubi. Maybe he could use the Greek god's energy to backtrace it back to the Shinju? It couldn't hurt. I'll run the idea with Shikamaru just to be sure. Kissing his wife on the top of her head, Naruto detached himself from Kaguya, and stood up. He began walking to the aside, passing by Yukio, ruffling the boy's hair in affection, making him grunt with an embarrassed blush. Naruto walked to the only other person in the field. There, sitting in the shadow of a tree, leaning against the bark, with her eyes closed in content, was a woman. Her hair, long and straight, reaching down to the ground in her seated position, was a deep auburn red, with a green tint near the end. Her skin was a beautiful white marble shade, and with her peaceful look on her face, would make one believe she was actually a beautifully crafted statue. She wore a green dress, that on closer inspection, was actually made of blades of grass perfectly entwined with one another to hold tightly and not fall apart. Her shoulders and arms were bare, displaying glowing green rune symbols coming down her arms. She also didn't have any footwear, letting her feet feel the grass under her feet. On top of her head was a crown made of flowers of various colors, with an orange flower he recognized as a dahlia tucked in her ear. As he approached her, the woman opened her eyes, revealing glowing emerald green. Looking at him, the woman grew a wide happy smile. "Beloved," she greeted. "How are you this wonderful day?" Naruto smiled as he sat down beside her. "I am fine, thank you asking. And how are you doing, Lady Gaiya?" He asked the nature primordial. It had taken some time to come to terms that one. This was in fact Mother Nature, and two. She always labeled him by the affectionate term, beloved. Yeah, apparently Mother Nature had a crush on him, troublesome. He could just hear Sasuke laughing at him for his misfortune of attracting women like moths to a flame. Oh, why was he born with these amazing good looks and charming personality? Gaiya smiled at the man who had, unintentionally, won her heart. "I am well, thanks to you, again. I thank you for crafting this physical form for my soul to inhabit." Naruto, after making contact with Gaiya, and learning of the pain she was in, used his Banbutsu Sozo to create a human body and Ninjendo, human path, to transfer her soul into the temporary vessel. The vessel contained only around 10% of her overall power, the other 90% still dormant in her previous shell. But even with her power cut, her ability over nature could give Hashirama Senju a run for his money. Shows just how powerful a primordial being was. "I'm just glad that you are no longer in pain, Lady Gaiya," he said, making Gaiya frown, which he noticed and flinched, hoping he didn't do anything to disrespect her. While he might be powerful, he doubted he could go against a primordial so soon. He had yet to fully control his own primordial power. "Please, beloved, you do not need to be so formal towards me. You may call me as you wish. Please, I encourage it, especially after you were able to heal my pain." Naruto rubbed the back of his head. All right, Gaiya-chan," he said, making the primordial smile. While she might not understand the suffix term, she understood the tone he gave when he said it to that other woman was one of endearment. While she may not know who the woman was, Gaiya had a feeling she was this god's consort. Or perhaps one of them, as she knew deities typically tend to have multiple. She herself had a few spouses, mostly to create children to combat the Greek gods. This plane is very peaceful, so full of life, she noted as she looked around the forest. After putting Gaiya in her new body, Naruto took her to his dimension to heal, letting the nature chakra in the air seep into her skin and heal her energy. As she healed, he explained the situation to Kaguya, who allowed her to remain there for the time being, understanding the nature mother's need to bask in the very environment she helped create. Naruto felt Kaguya could connect with Gaiya, being mothers who felt pain and betrayal. So while he returned home, he left Gaiya in Kaguya's care to heal. Soon, he get a notice from Zetsu sent by Kaguya. Gaiya was awake. When Gaiya awoke, she had first been cautious of her new surroundings, and shocked to discover she was in a form new to her, and had first been defensive, but instantly calmed down when she spotted Naruto who appeared. Hearing her call him, beloved, was a surprise to the blonde Shinto god. And Kaguya would forever deny that she gave a snort of amusement when she saw the earth primordial kneeling in front of Naruto, looking up at him with eyes full of love. Seriously, what was with the blonde god attracting female gods to him? Was there something in the air? Naruto nodded, as he also looked at the forest, watching birds fly through the air and animals appear from bushes. I'm glad to know. The nature energy managed to heal you enough. Your soul was incredibly damaged. No doubt the cause of all the pollution and waste dumped on Earth, he said, shaking his head sadly at how bad the humans had treated their planet. While his people may have contaminated their world with countless blood from wars and battles, it had chakra to heal it. Earth, Gaiya really, was being destroyed by the inside, barely able to heal herself with the constant deforestation and factory wastes being dumped on her. His eyes flashed crimson in anger. Those gods were supposed to ensure the planet was in good health. They were alive because of the planet's life energy after all. The oxygen and life it provided kept humans alive, and those humans kept the gods alive in their beliefs. While he knew Persephone had tried her best to keep nature alive, her imprisonment in the underworld held that back. Poseidon was doing a slow job in keeping his oceans clean of waste. And the bastard Zeus should be stopping forest fires. He was the god of weather for Kami's sake. Oh, he was going to enjoy kicking their collective asses. He took a breath to calm himself. This wasn't the time to think about that. He can do it later. Right now, he had to make sure Gaiya was all right. He also needed to think on what to do with her. While she might seem calm, he was able to see past it, and knew that she had a lot of negativity in her heart. A lot of anger and vengeance. All aimed at the Greek gods. And while he knew that anger was justified, he knew that if she let it fuel her, it would turn her into a monster. And being a sage and lover of nature, he didn't want for it to be tainted by darkness. And so, for now, he will keep her away from Earth until such darkness is purged. Maybe I can get Hikari-chan or Inari-chan to keep her company with a clone, he thought. Feeling something press against his shoulder, he looked down and saw that Gaiya had fallen asleep and was resting her head on his shoulder. Must still be weak. Seeing that he won't be getting up anytime soon, Naruto created a clone and switched with it. Turning to Kaguya and Yukio, he saw that they were ready to head to Tengoku. With a final nod to his clone to look after Gaiya, Naruto walked toward his wife and son. Holding Kaguya's hand, while placing a hand on Yukio's shoulder, Naruto activated his Rinne Sharingan. Kamui. Authority of the gods. In a swirling vortex, the Otsutsuki family vanished. Shinto heavenly plains. Takamagahara, like many other religious heavenly plains, is a place of peace, happiness, and tranquility for the souls inhabited there. There are many different planes within Hive, easy made to be different to suit a particular soul, or even become a shared space for souls of similar peace. In the example of the once citizens of Konohagakure, their heaven took the form of their old village, with the exception of being bigger in size to handle the large number of souls contained in it. In this dubbed, Heaven Konoha, the people walking around, spending another day of their spiritual lives in happiness. Being dead, they were reunited deceased friends and family members. Once deceased grandparents or great-grandparents once more returned to their lives. While the realm looked like an expanded Konoha, there were some differences. For one, no longer was there a Hokage monument. In its place was a large museum, where inside held many statues of the village leaders that have come and gone. starting from the Shodai. First, Hokage, Hashirama Senju, to the Kyudame. Ninth, Hokage, Sarada Uchiha. Also, no longer was there a Hokage tower. No, instead the leader residence was a large estate, built at the back of the village. This was the home of Konoha's resident god, Naruto Uzumaki. In it, lived their god's large amount of friends and family, with a large house laid in the middle. This was their lord's personal home. Inside the home, in one of the many large rooms, within the kitchen, many workers moved around to prepare food. These were some of the finest cooks in Konoha's history, all personally volunteering to serve food to their god, ignoring the latter's protests. And supervising the cooks was the head chef, Ichiraku Ayame. Ayame appeared similar to how she looked when alive, with a more mature figure, her clothes clinging nicely to her hourglass figure, and expanded bust being pushed against the cloth. Oh yes, Ayame was quite happy when her mature figure finally came in. Walking around, Ayame made sure all was in order. Sasuke had come around earlier, and had idly announced that Naruto would be stopping by soon. Needless to say, the appointed servants of the Judo Mansion were hard at work to make sure their lord returned to a clean house and proud feast. As the food was getting done, moving away from the kitchen, we turned to the hallways, where many appointed maids were busy cleaning the furniture and artifacts places against the walls. Many being artifacts Naruto had obtained on his journeys and placed around his house as mementos. And walking down the hall, passing the cleaning men and women, was a beautiful woman, her long red hair swaying with each step. Violet eyes looking at the workers in amusement, her red lipstick lips twitching upward. Wearing a dark red kimono, with the Uzumaki symbol on the back. This was the famous Kushina Uzumaki, former kunoichi of Konoha, former resident of Uzugakure, former Jinchuriki of Kurama, wife of Minato Namikaze, and very proud mother of Naruto Uzumaki, a god. Oh yes, Kushina was very shocked, but extremely proud when she discovered that her own baby boy has actually become a god. This gave her bragging rights against the other mothers, XD. However, even though she was proud of her baby and all that he had accomplished, she was sad that now she barely got to see him, as he was always busy with his godly duties and traveled to who knows where. While yes, there were a few clones of his left around, it wasn't the same with the knowledge that they were clones. She wanted her baby, Dadabane. She was just glad that Shinny-sama was kind enough to release her husband from her stomach prison. Wow, that sounded weird. So he was able to spend his afterlife with her. And now that he's coming back for visit, I can hear all about what my precious new granddaughters are doing, she thought with a wide smirk. She was always happy to learn and meet her new grandchildren, while she at first was not happy when she learned that her son had gotten himself a harem, and continues to do so. She could understand why he does so. Being an immortal god tends to increase one's UAL libido. She was just glad he didn't become some sort of god. Cheeks turning pink in embarrassment, she quickly shook her head to prevent her mind from going straight to the gutter. She did not want to go there. Seems she herself need to take care of her own libido. Looks like she and Minato were going to be busy for the next few days. One pro of being dead, no getting physically tired, she thought with a grin. Meanwhile, Minato suddenly paled and shivered. I have a bad feeling I won't be able to survive the next few days. Entering the living room, she looked around, and spotted her first daughters-in-law. Hinata Hyuga Uzumaki, who was calmly enjoying a cup of tea with a plate of cinnamon buns in front of her, had a figure many women would kill for. A perfect curved waist kept even through childbirth. Dark blue hair coming down to her shoulders, framing her heart-shaped face. Skin a glowing snow white, like some divine angle. Her eyes, while a clear, pupilless white with a soft lavender hue, displayed great emotions of love and care that only a mother and wife could have. She wore a light lavender kimono, which strained against her large D-cup bust, a fact that always embarrassed the woman when her fellow wife sisters teased her on tempting Naruto, much to her protests. She and Uzumaki, sitting next to Hinata, taking a cinnamon bun offered by the woman with a smile, had matured into an equally beautiful woman. Like Hinata, given her heritage and how she was raised, Shion gave off an air of royalty and grace. Her long pale blonde hair was pulled in a braid that reached down to the floor from her seated position with two bangs falling on either side of her face, with golden hair cuffs keeping them held. Her pale lavender eyes seemed to glow with a captive power. She wore a light pink kimono with white birds around it, the front pushing against her own grown bust, a solid C-cup size. Anko Mitarashi Uzumaki, currently talking with Karen with a grin on her face that only spelled trouble, had not changed much in terms of figure. Only difference was that she let her hair down so it reached her shoulders. No longer did she wear a trench coat and fishnet shirt, but instead wore a short-sleeved purple kimono with golden snake designs on the edges. Though it did not lack UAL appeal, as the kimono hung below her shoulders and teasingly revealed a bit of cleavage of her large D-cup breast, much to her enjoyment for what fun her girls bring in teasing people and her husband. The end was also cut short, revealing a lot of her creamy legs. Kushina knew Anko did so to not only tease the males, but also to tease Naruto. Though she wished the woman didn't dress like that when there were children present. Anko had purple lipstick, not a lot, but enough to make them pop, and had a crystal snake around her neck, a gift from Naruto when they started dating. Finally, was Karen Uzumaki, rolling her eyes at whatever Anko was telling her. Gone was a once cute redhead, and in her place was a gorgeous redhead that could match Kushina. In fact, were it not for the glasses, red eyes, and spiky hair, she could pass off as Kushina's twin. For clothes, unlike the others, Karen wore a black shirt that came down to her midsection, leaving her navel exposed, and baggy dark gray pants. Over it, she wore a doctor's coat. When questioned on why she would always wear the coat, she would just shrug, and reply that she just liked to wear it all the time. Karen didn't wear any jewelry or makeup, but had orange-framed glasses. Come on, Karen. Don't you want to greet the husband properly? Well, what's more proper than a group? We haven't done that in such a long time. Anko tried to egg Karen on, with said woman glaring at her, a faint blush on her cheeks. Would you just stop? We just had group last month, she retorted, but Anko just waved her off. Normally, the perverted redhead would be all for a group, but their last session had made her reluctant for a repeat. She wasn't going anywhere near Anko and her dildo collection. Seriously, the size of some of them made her question the woman's sanity. Yeah, but that was last month. And it was with a clone, I think. Can't really tell the difference. Anko muttered with a thoughtful look. Naruto would occasionally leave a clone or two in Tengoku to not only keep Heaven Konoha stable, but also keep his wives company. Or at least they thought it was clones. Given Naruto's godly chakra, his clones were no longer variants of him, but could pass off as the real thing. They don't even go poof as they get hurt, and even bled. Not that anyone could make Naruto bleed. She sighed, shaking her head at the violet-haired woman, while Hinata giggled. Honestly, Anko. Does everything have to be with you? The former priestess asked, taking a bite of her bun. Anko pouted at her. Not my fault. We're dead. We literally have almost limitless stamina, so we barely get tired. Besides, I'm bored. There's nothing to do. No violence. No torturing. If I wasn't already dead, I'd literally die of boredom. Karen rolled her eyes at her. Then why don't you just ask Naruto-kun or Sasuke to either take you to another realm, and go to the realm Naruto is staying at? Turning back to her, Anko pouted, crossing her arms childishly. I tried, but that Uchiha Brad is stubborn and keeps refusing, and his wife Brad keeps turning me down when I ask her to convince him. Maybe it's because they know you would go wild and cause havoc to whatever place you go to. She muttered, but Anko heard her and shot her a glare. Now. Hinata cut in, trying to prevent a fight. She looked at Anko. I'm sure Naruto-kun can take you to Earth if you really want something to entertain you, Anko-chan. When he comes, you can ask him. Anko smiled happily at the Hyuga woman. Thank you, Hinata. I'm glad you are on my side, she said, shooting Shion one last glare. So, about that group? She asked with a grin, making Karen facepalm with groan. Kushina chuckled as she approached the four women. Well, I see you girls are eager to see my son again. She teased, getting their attention. Turning to the older Uzumaki, the first wives of Naruto smiled at her, greeting her. Hinata smiled at her mother-in-law. Hello, Kushina-kasen. Anko, however, was more energetic. Yo, Kushina, she greeted with a hand in the air. Kushina shot Anko a look. I thought I told you to call me Kasen, Anko. Honestly, how many times do I have to keep tell you? She asked. making Enko rub the back of her head sheepishly with a sweat drop. Sorry. Shrugging, Kushina took a seat next to Karen. Anyway, preparations are almost done to greet Soichi. By the way, where are your brats? Himawari-chan is with Sarada-chan, getting ready, and Boruto-kun is with Sumair-chan with Minato-chan and Menma-chan, Hinata answered, making Kushina nod, smiling at the mention of her great-grandkids, one named after her husband, while the other named after a ramen condiment. Miro-chan was in the garden last time I saw her with Mirai-chan, Shion said, accepting another cinnamon bun. Enko shrugged. Mamushi is with his brats, heading to town, no doubt to cause trouble, she said, grinning, getting the others to shake their heads. Mamushi Uzumaki has inherited his father's love for pranks and his mother's love for causing trouble, not a good combo, which later passed down to his own sons. Many still shivered from the memories of the dark days. Her turn to speak, Karen took a sip of tea before responding. I think Nagato-chan is with Jiraiya, she said, making Kushina narrow her eyes. That pervert better not be trying to corrupt her precious grandson, if he knew what was good for him. Karen saw this and waved her hand. Don't worry, Kushi-kasen. My idiot son knows not to do anything perverted. Not if he doesn't want a beating, she said with wicked grin, getting a satisfied nod from Kushina. Enko snorted. Sadistic Uzumaki. Enko muttered behind her cup of sake, and coming from her, that was saying something. So, Naruto's stopping by soon, huh? Jiraiya asked his once-upon-a-time student. Minato nodded as he gazed across the yard to his grandson, who stood in front of a group of young children, who had unfortunately died in either sound invasion, or some other attack, telling them some tales of adventures he went on when alive, some with his father and or grandfather. If what Sasuke said is right, it'll be good to see him again, the blonde man said, getting a nod of agreement from the sage. Yeah. Brat need to stop by more often, doesn't he now how much his friends and family miss him? Minato chuckled. Yeah, but you know how busy he is, being a god and all. Jiraiya snorted. Busy? That brat takes more vacations than actually doing work. The older man stated. He's like you, when you used some of the Hokage bank account to get yourself and Kushina that vacation in the land of hot water. That was only once, Minato defended, only to get a deadpanned look. Try 3 times. Coughing into his fist, Minato moved the conversation back on track. Anyway, Kushina is really excited to learn on what the girls are doing. So am I. We still wish Naruto would tell them the truth about who he is, and what they are, so he can finally bring them here. We really want to meet them. Unfortunately, he's dead set on waiting. Until they are older. Can you blame him? How would you react if your father suddenly told you that he was a god, that their mother, who are in fact different women, were goddesses, and that they were goddesses as well? Minato huffed. Fine, I get it. Doesn't mean I have to like it. No one said you had to. Shaking his head, Minato turned back to watch his grandson seemingly tell the kids a joke, making them laugh, and seeing their happiness, made the former Hokage smile. Interacting with his grandchildren and their grandchildren always made him smile, even more when he recalls the happiness his son would show when he would be with his family. Suddenly, everyone stopped what they were doing, as they felt a heavy pressure in the air. Not enough to make them fall to the ground, but for their breaths to get clogged in their throats, show how powerful it was. It was one everyone was familiar with. Jiraiya smirked, even if drops of sweat gathered on his forehead. He's here. Kid always liked to make an entrance. Naruto smirked as he gazed down at the replica of his old village from his vantage point in the air, his wife and son floating behind him. In his grasp, his shakuho staff in hand, leaning against his shoulder. His mouth and chin covered by his long black scarf, the long ends flapping in the wind and his hair and cloak ruffled. From his forehead, 2 short horns popped out, curving upward, while a pair of secondary horns came from the top of head, resembling rabbit ears, colored white as snow. His eyes flashed into his Rinne Sharingan, glowing with contained power. All in all, Naruto resembled not the former hyperactive kid he was centuries ago, but the imposing and powerful god he has become. It's good to be home. Well, sorta. Yukio stared down at the village in slight awe. So, this is you home, father? Naruto nodded, smiling softly as he recalled fond memories of his life in Konoha. Yeah, man, I missed this place. he muttered, before sighing. I really miss all the trees around the village though. While Heaven Konoha may resemble the old village and have trees, they weren't really trees, so there was no nature energy in the air, nor the once familiar smell of nature in the air. Kaguya was silent, merely humming as she looked down at the village. This was her first time seeing it, and had to admit it was beautiful. Looking at his Otsutsuki family, he smirked. Well now, let's meet the others. Shall we? Getting nods of agreement, the three began to descend down into the village. Deciding to skip landing in the middle of the street where everyone could see him, and start a large panic of cries of Naruto-sama, or Judo-sama, followed by praises and cries of welcoming like last time, they instead touched down in front of the Judo estate. Gazing up at the large golden gates that framed as the entrance, Naruto grew a slight amused smirk on his face, shaking his head softly. Really wish they didn't go so far just for me, he muttered. Kaguya looked at him. It's a sign of worship, Koichi. It's something common for a being of your status, she stated. Looking over his shoulder, Naruto gave her a deadpan look. Maybe, but I don't like being worshipped. Prayed to and loved by all, I can handle. But I hate how people go out of their way to make memorials or go on committing crimes or murder in my name. Luckily I managed to stop that during the days in the elemental nations before it got too far. I don't want people to take my word as their overall law and pervert my teachings like how it happened with Sage Gigi. Kaguya frowned at that, recalling how people had weaponized chakra, completely ignoring and vandalizing her son's peaceful teachings. Naruto sighed. Whatever, no matter how many times I tell them not to, they're not going to stop. Doesn't help that Ka-chan and Enko-chan are encouraging it for their own sick amusement. Kaguya's lips twitched as her husband began to grumble under his breath about evil mothers and wives, as the three entered the compound. Immediately upon entering the courtyard, they stopped, with Naruto blinking owlishly. For there, in the middle of the field, was a large gathering of people. Some of the females were made adder, black and orange, with a red Uzumaki symbol crest over their hearts, while the others wore Jonin-like uniforms, with headbands on their foreheads, but instead of a village symbol, the medals had the kanji for maelstrom, woe. Immediately, the men and women bowed down to a knee to them, or more specifically, Naruto. Welcome home, Naruto-sama. Naruto sighed, shaking his head. Raising his head, he turned to the rooftop of the house. I'm guessing this was your idea, Ka-chan? Standing on top of the roof to the main house, Kushina giggled as she looked down at her god of a son. But of course, what mother wouldn't want to welcome her son home in such a grand way? At least it's better than last time. Naruto muttered, recalling how his mother had gotten everyone in the village to greet him with a large festival, with fireworks, parade balloons of the Biju, and a giant cake. While he appreciated the welcome, he felt it was a bit unnecessary, as all he had looked forward to was seeing his friends and family again after so long. Shaking his head at the red-haired woman, he turned back to the still kneeling workers. At ease, you may stand. He commanded softly, getting them to do as told. He smirked softly, nodding at them. I thank you for the welcome, as well as for keeping my home standing, even with troublemakers such as Enko-chan and Ka-chan. Hey, I'm not that bad, anymore. Ignoring his mother, Naruto continued. Thank you for your help. Please, take time off to return back to your families and spend time with them. Most of the workers looked ready to argue, no doubt to say they were all right to continue serving under him, but Naruto would not have it. It was a request, but if I have to make it an order, he narrowed his eyes, making them flinch, nod, and quickly disperse as to not anger their lord. Once they left, Naruto released a breath, only to let out an oof, as Kushina appeared in front of him, and grabbed him in a tight hug. Welcome home, Soichi. Smiling softly, Naruto returned the hug, wrapping his arms around his mother. It's good to be back, Ka-chan. Her eyes closed, to take comfort at her son's general warmth, the same warmth she had felt when she had first held him as a baby, and when she saw him again in his soul. Kushina opened her eyes, and for the first time, noticed the silent Kaguya and Yukio, who simply watched the events before them. She pulled back from her son softly. Oh, you brought guests, Databane. Naruto nodded and gestured to the two Otsutsukis. Yeah. Ka-chan, meet my son, Yukio Otsutsuki Uzumaki, and my wife, Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kushina's smile widely at hearing she had another grandchild for her to smother and spoil. While normally she would be concerned with her son's apparent never-ending libido given the number of offspring he seems to always bring home, she was just glad that her family continued to grow. However, she lost her smile as she looked at Kaguya. She knew who she was, as Naruto, Sasuke, and Minato told her of the white-haired woman's identity, as well as the fact that the Fourth Shinobi War was actually orchestrated by her. Not to mention she was the creator of Black Zetsu, who manipulated Madara Uchiha, who in turn manipulated Obito Uchiha, who was the one who attacked her at Naruto's birth, not only threatening her son, but broke Kurama out of her, forcing Minato to seal her into their son, and leading to their death, thus preventing them from being there during his childhood and raise him. And Kaguya, the woman right in front of her, was the start of all of that. Naruto sweated, stepping back, as his mother gained a dark aura around her, ki waving off her hair rising up into several tendrils. No matter what threat he had faced in the past, the anger of a mother, more so his own, would always be the most fearsome. Kushina gained a toothache-inducing sweet smile. "Well, it's nice to meet you, Kaguya-san. I can't wait to talk with you." While most people, roughly 90% of any human being, would cower in pure fear of being the target of Kushina Uzumaki's wrath, Kaguya was not only a powerful, self-titled goddess, she was also a mother herself, and knew how to combat the fierce mother intent. So, narrowing her eyes, raising her power, Kaguya matched Kushina in glare, very well. Before Naruto could say anything, his mother and wife vanished without a trace, leaving him and his son alone in the courtyard. Yukio looked at his father, who facepalmed with a groan. "Great, just great. Hopefully those two will be civilized, and not cause any trouble or break something." Yukio looked at his father, who dropped his head in sorrow. "Oh, who am I kidding? That's exactly what they will do." Shaking his head with a sigh, he looked at his son. "Let's just forget what happened, and move on. Come on, time I introduce you to the rest of the family." Yukio nodded. "Hi, Tu-san," he said, before following his father into the large house. "Ningenkai, Uzumaki residence, see," Naruto hummed as he stood in front of the stove, stirring the pot of soup, his daughters currently in the living room, watching cartoons, with Kurama with them, still in her fox form. As he prepared the food, Naruto also thought on what his current move should be. Contrary to what many would believe, Naruto did not spend the last years doing nothing. While he would take care of his daughters, he would have clones go out and gather any and all information on the Greek gods. Know thy enemy, after all. And Naruto could safely say he had enough information to coordinate a plan of attack. All that was left was to figure out who he should make contact with first. Most people would go for the weakest god, in which case that would be Hermes, as gods gain their power from their respective domains. In Hermer's case, he gains power through roads and speed. However, while Hermes is the fastest of the gods, that is actually all he had going for him. Hermes was made for delivering messages between gods, he wasn't a fighter. Naruto had experience in combating speed fighters. His battle with the Yondaime Raikage, proving. Not to mention his training with his father, who had the moniker of being one of the two fastest men alive at his time, and Sasuke, who can create portals to teleport, as well as swap placed with objects at the blink of an eye. As such, Hermes seemed like the most likely first target. However, there were some contradictions to that. For one, unlike most of the other gods, Hermes has not done humans any harms. Quite the opposite, as the winged-footed god would instead try and help mankind when he could. The only crime he committed is having a hand in unleashing sin to the world through Pandora, and even then it wasn't entirely his fault to be held against. Hermes only helped in her creation, granting her a snake tongue, as he would describe it, making her words seductive and hypnotic to those who hear them, as well as delivering her to Epimetheus. All of which was on the order of Zeus. As such, he could exclude Hermes from his plans for now. Another reason why he would scratch Hermes as his first target was because it would be too easy, not to mention boring. There would be no fun. No, for his first target, it would need to be someone that would make things fun for him. Someone that, if pushed hard enough, would provide him a challenge. Continuing stirring, Naruto smirked, his eyes flashing to his Rinne Sharingan. He had the perfect victim. Yukio blinked as he stared at the grinning face of Boruto Uzumaki, his older brother, by a few centuries. "Yo, I'm Boruto. I'm your oldest brother, Dadabasa, Boruto said, rubbing the back of his head. Yukio raised a brow, staring at the older man. Eyes rolling up and down the blonde's form. He could tell that while he looked strong, his physique that of what he had when he was in his prime when alive, the time of peace had made his strength dim, unlike Yukio who was trained by his parents to be ready for any possible threats to come. Boruto stood an impressive 5 foot 7 inches. His skin a shade similar to their father's with spiky blonde hair, thought resembled a leaf with a ahoge resembling a stem. He wore black pants, boots, and a white shirt, with a black, red striped jacket. With his sleeves rolled up, it revealed that his right arm had seals covering it from the hand to his elbow. Over his right eye was a scar, going right through, and reaching the top line of his right side whisker marks. A small souvenir. He got in a battle he took part in with his father and Uncle Sasuke against some threats when he was still a young adult. "You're my older brother?" he asked, looking at the still grinning Boruto. Yukio couldn't help but feel disappointed. "You look like an idiot." Boruto lost his grin. "What was that, you bastard?" Boruto shouted, a tick mark pulsing on his forehead. "Do you want me to beat your ass?" His right eye flashing to pale icy blue with a darkened sclera and visible pupil. However, Yukio wasn't the least bit intimidated, rolling his eyes. Loud and quick to anger. "Like an idiot," he stated, making Boruto grit his teeth. Naruto saw this and sighed. "Yukio, don't antagonize your brother." "Boruto, calm down. No fighting in the house," he stated, before turning his attention to the object currently wrapped around his waist like a belt, making him chuckle. "Well, nice to see you too, Chan," he said, smiling down at his daughter. Himawari Uzumaki smiled widely up at her father, making her whisker-marked cheeks wrinkle. "Welcome home, Daddy, I missed you." Gone was the adorable little girl that would always be wrapped around his leg, and was now a beautiful woman with long dark blue hair in a wild mane. Wide blue eyes filled with love stared up at him. No longer reaching just his knee, she came up to his chin. She wore a light lavender dress that hugged her frame, displaying her curves, as well as pushing against her C-cup bust, with a slight display of cleavage. Naruto chuckled, patting the top of her head. "I missed you too, honey." After a few more minutes, Himawari finally released her father, allowing him to turn his attention to his other first children. Miroku Uzumaki, a gorgeous woman with long blonde hair, the same shade as his, reaching down to her waist. Bright lavender eyes that seemed to glow dimly with constrained power. The power of foresight inherited from her mother. She wore a dark violet priestess attire, with a golden hair comb clip to keep it from covering her face. Nagato Uzumaki, a man with spiky red hair with a right bang going down to his chin, covering his eye, with said eyes being a dark blue, almost violet color. Like some of his sibling, he had inherited his father's facial marking, only his were 3 bold lines on his left cheek. He wore a Jonin attire of black pants, black long sleeve shirt, and a dark orange vest. On his back was a Tonto sword. Finally, Mamushi Uzumaki. He had inherited his mother's purple hair, but was in a wild spiky style like his father's. He had his father's face, and unlike his siblings, was actually heterochromia, with his right eye being his father's ocean blue, and his left eye being his mother's light brown. Not to mention that he had slit pupils, and small fangs poking from under his upper lip. He dressed similar to his mother, a dark orange trench coat, with a sleeveless black shirt, with the Uzumaki symbol on the chest, and a long-sleeve fishnet shirt under it. He wore dark brown cargo pants, with the ends tucked into steel toe boots. Naruto smirked at them. "Hey there, brats." Mamushi returned his smirk. "Hey pops," he greeted, before wincing as Miroku elbowed him on the side. "Be respectful, Baka," she scolded, before bowing to his father softly in greeting. "Welcome home, Sama." Rolling her eyes at his siblings, Nagato nodded to his father. "Welcome back, father." Chuckling at his son and daughter's actions, Naruto stepped forward and pulled the 3 into a group hug, making Mamushi groan in embarrassment, looking away, while Miroku smiled brightly, returning the hug. Like many of his daughters, she was a daddy's girl. And why wouldn't she? He was the best father ever. Nagato just grunted, but didn't reject the embrace, though his cheeks were a bit red, letting everyone know just how embarrassed he was. Pulling back, Naruto smiled at the 3, It's great to see you three again as well," he said, making them smile. He then blinked as he felt two arms wrap themselves around his waist, and a hot breath brushing against the back of his neck, making him shiver. "Aren't you going to greet your lovely wives, Foxy?" Smirking, Naruto looked over his shoulder, and gazed into the brown eyes of Anko. Anko smirked that deadly smirk of her. "Hey there. Handsome. Hey yourself." Meeting her lips, he kissed her the way she liked it, with love and a bit of lust, making her groan. When he brushed his tongue against her bottom lip, she moaned, and granted him entry into her mouth, where his tongue battled against hers. Turning around in her arms, he wrapped his arms around her, one hand going to grab her plump ass, while the other grabbed the back of her head, pushing it forward and making their lips press tighter. Anko moaned louder, her legs turning into jello as her tongue grew longer, wrapping itself around her husband's. Not one to lose a battle, Anko pushed their tongue out of her mouth, and into his. Her hands coming up, she felt his hand chest, caressing his muscles. Mamushi face palmed, groaning as he watched his parents begin to get lost in their little reunion, and decided to break it up before they get too far gone and suddenly have on the ground, and scar him. "Guys, can you please calm yourselves?" Snapping out of their lust, the two broke off, with Anko panting a bit with red cheeks. Though the look in her eyes let Naruto know that there will be a continuation later, and this time there would be no clones. Smirking, Naruto kissed the snake woman on her forehead, before turning to his other wives, as they approached him. Approaching Karen and Shion, he wrapped his arms around their waists, and kissed the redhead first, before doing the same to the blonde priestess. "Hey there, Nisu-chan, Pervy-chan." Karen pouted at him. "Why am I always called that? I want a better nickname." Shion gave her an amused look. "Well, he's not wrong," she said, making the redhead look away with a huff. Though that changed as Naruto planted a kiss on her neck, making her hiss in pleasure. "None of that, Pervy-chan." He muttered against her neck, making her bite her lip. "Besides, the nickname is quite cute. Wouldn't you agree?" he asked, grinning as he kissed her skin once more, making the glasses-wearing redhead moan softly. "Bibaka, don't play like that." Naruto chuckled, but he didn't go any further as he pulled away, making Karen moan in disappointment. Pecking Shion on the lips once more, he let the two go, before turning his attention to the last wife waiting patiently. Instantly his eyes filled with great love for the woman in front of him. Love equally returned as Hinata smiled at him. "Welcome home, Naruto-kun. I've missed you." Walking towards her, Naruto pulled her into an embrace, his lips slamming into hers. The two kissed, one not filled with lust, but love. Love between two soulmates, lovers who cared for the other in mind, body, and soul. A gentle kiss that still passed on their feelings for the other. Pulling away, Naruto leaned his forehead against Hinata's, their eyes half lit as they gazed at the other for what seemed like an eternity, smiling happily. "I missed you too, Hinata-chan." Leaning against the wall, Naruto watched as the remaining workers began setting up the plates and food in the dining room. Giving the large gathering, multiple tables were set up. His wives left to get his other friends, and last he saw of Yukio, he was being dragged off by Himawari and Mamushi, with his other children tagging along. No doubt to get to know their new brother. Kaguya and his mother also haven't returned yet, making him worried and hoping their talk was going all right. While he knew Kaguya was more powerful than his mother, Kushina was not one to be underestimated. A hand on his shoulder snapped him out of his thoughts. Turning, Naruto smiled when he saw his father and Jiraiya. "To-san. Ero Senin." Jiraiya glared at him. "Damn it, Gaki. How many times do I have to tell you not to call me that?" However, he was ignored as Minato hugged his son. "Hey there, son. Welcome back." Naruto laughed as he returned the hug. "Yeah. I've been hearing that a lot, but yeah, it's great seeing everyone again." Separating, he turned to his once-upon-a-time teacher. Losing his glare, the former Toad Sage hugged his student. "Hey brat. Hope you've stayed out of trouble." Naruto scoffed as he patted the man on the back. "Course not. Who do you take me for?" Chuckling, Jiraiya nodded as he stood back. Minato looked at his son. "So tell me, how are my granddaughters doing?" Smiling proudly, Naruto answered. "Great. They're keeping up their school studies and healthy. Getting good grades and eating well. Though Chloe seemed to have taken up pranking. And let me guess, you are proud of that." Jiraiya deadpanned. Naruto grinned widely. Immensely, he said, making Jiraiya sigh while Minato chuckled. Anyway, the Toad Sage spoke, moving on. I've heard that you have another new brat. He said, narrowing his eyes. Is his mother? Losing his smile, Naruto nodded. Yeah. It's Kaguya. He revealed, making the two men frown. He sighed seeing that. Guys, please. Give her a chance. I've spent years with her, so I can say for certain that she has changed. How can you be sure of that, Naruto? Jiraiya questioned. After all that she had done, the people she had manipulated, were not of her own choosing. Naruto interrupted, giving his teacher a fierce glare, making the man flinch. I would not have loved Kaguya, much less release her from her prison, if I did not trust that she deserved a second chance. There was much as play than you realize, and I will reveal them when everyone is gathered, he exclaimed. While Jiraiya wished to argue, Minato stopped him by placing a hand on his teacher's shoulder, nodding at his son. All right, Naruto. We'll trust your decision, and wait to hear more. Where is Kaguya now? Naruto sighed, running a hand through his hair. With Ka-chan. He said, making Minato and Jiraiya pale white. Oh dear Kami. Separating from his father and teacher, Naruto went to the garden, sitting on the walkway. Closing his eyes, he enjoyed the gentle wind and began to release nature chakra from his body, letting it spread through the air, giving more life to the trees. Letting himself relax, he closed his eyes, letting the sound of nature calm him. Feeling something wet press against his cheek, he opened his eyes and turned his head. Kneeling beside him was a beautiful woman. Her skin a majestic pearl white, with long dark hair blowing in the breeze. She wore a red kimono with a black sash with black petal designs. A red headband pushing bangs from her forehead, with red framed glasses over black eyes. She smiled at him. Hello, Naru-kun. He returned it. Hello, Saradaheim. He greeted his wife. As troublesome as this it, and while it is good to see you again, I doubt this was a social visit. Naruto shrugged at Shikamaru as everyone sat in their seats, the maids placing food in front of them. It's half and half. While it is true that I've come to see everyone again, the truth of the matter is that I've come to announce that it is time I've made my introduction to the Greek pantheon. He exclaimed, making everyone look at him. Shikamaru sighed, leaning back on his seat. So, you're really doing it, huh? You have any idea how much trouble this could bring? Naruto just smirked devilishly at him. Troublesome. You do realize that one wrong move could bring about war, right? I won't let it reach that. Naruto stated. I've been coming up with plan on how to go about this, but would like to go over them with you and Shikaku to find any errors. He explained, looking over his shoulder when he detected Kaguya and Kushina return to the courtyard from wherever they were, and heading their way. He was curiously when he didn't sense any negative emotion, and wondered what they had been doing. Shikamaru groaned. Great work. Troublesome. His wife Tamari swatted him on the shoulder. Oh, knock it off, you lazy bum. The door opened and Kaguya and Kushina entered. While everyone tensed at the sight of the moon rabbit, Naruto held up his hand to stop them from doing or saying anything right now, as Kaguya sat on the free seat beside her husband, while Kushina sat across from them beside Minato. Staring at Kaguya for a while, Tsunade was able to tear her eyes away to look at Naruto. And I'm guessing you already know who you will be targeting first? Naruto nodded, smirking as he brought his cup of sake up to his lips. Yes, I do. The person I've decided to go after first. Outside in the garden, a small fox kid hid in the bushes as it gazed at a lone bird taken rest near the base of a tree. With the bird distracted with cleaning its wing, the fox snuck through the bushes, getting close, not making any noise. All the while, the bird remained oblivious. Soon the fox was right beside it in the bushes. Legs tensing, it got ready. Raising its head up, the bird chirped in confusion, looking around. Before it could react, the fox shot out, its jaw wide open as it launched at the frightened bird. Is the Greek goddess of hunt, moon, and wild, Artemis. End of chapter, and there you have it. It is time to begin what we have all been waiting for. Naruto is ready to make true contact with the Greek gods, and begin his mission. What will be in store for our fierce goddess? What will be the outcome? I hope you enjoy my little Christmas present, and I wish you all a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. As I've stated, I am officially done with school, which will give me more free time to work on my stories. I want to thank everyone who have waited patiently for me to update this story, and apologize for taking so long. Also, Gaia finally makes an appearance, as I know many have been anxious for her to appear, and Sarada, Sasuke's daughter, is one of Naruto's wives. How did that happen? What is Sasuke's reaction? So many questions, so little time. Till next time, Feliz Navidad. Next chapter preview. Artemis huffed as she gazed at the surrounding trees, her trusty bow tightly in her grasp. She extended her senses, hoping to locate the person who dared to intrude upon her camp, but somehow was unable to. The person was cloaked somehow. Taking the chance presented to her, she took out another arrow and got ready. Her ears twitching as she heard the sound of something cutting through the air, she sidestepped as a projectile passed through her head. Reacting quickly, she shot an arrow towards where the projectile came from. She heard the sound of the arrowhead piercing through wood, but nothing else. Readying another arrow, she aimed at the trees, taking a step back. With nothing but silence, she took a glance at the object that was shot at her. Seeing the shiny black metal the shape of an arrowhead with a ring on the base, she recognized it from the time her idiot brother kept pestering her about his fascination with old Japanese culture and warriors of the shadows. A kunai. Glaring at the trees, she tensed. Were it not for her experience and instincts, that weapon would have cut her at the speed it was going. The silence annoying her, she tried to bait her opponent into revealing themselves. How long do you intend to hide like a coward? Why not show yourself? She did get a response, as a giggle echoed out from the trees. Now why would I do that? This is more fun. Narrowing her eyes as she tried to locate where the voice was coming from, she shot an arrow to where she heard the sound of leaf move. All that came were birds flying from the trees in fear. Clicking her tongue in annoyance, hating how jumpy she was acting, she calmed herself. Missed me. Hearing the voice come from her left, she shot an arrow. It missed, so close, but still so far, Artie-chan. Another arrow flew. Missed. Getting tired of being in the open, he moved to retreat into the forest behind her. Unfortunately, she was stopped in her tracks as another kunai hit where her foot was about to step to. Jumping back, she looked at the trees. You're not going anywhere, little birdie. Artemis gritted her teeth. Is this a game to you? Why not reveal yourself and fight me head-on? The person giggled. Well, if it'll make the game more fun, and I want to have fun. After all, eyes widening when the voice was heard behind her, Artemis quickly turned around, aiming an arrow. There, squatting on top of a boulder buried in the ground, was a figure, its body nearly covered in a cloak, black with red cloud. Their face were covered by an orange swirl mask, but she could see their hair. Long blonde hair, in two ponytails going down the side. The mask had a hole on it, on the right side, where she could see a crimson with a slit pupil, that as it gazed at her, made her body freeze, locking upon itself. Sweat rolled down her forehead as a heavy pressure slammed down on her shoulders, nearly dropping her to her knees from the force. Toby is a good girl. Review.